Hello everyone, I am the storyteller and I am here to help you today. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. My childhood home stands abandoned now. I drove past it yesterday, windows boarded, lawn overgrown, the maple tree in front finally succumbing to disease. No one has lived there for 15 years. No one would want to, knowing what happened. But that didn't stop me from pulling into the crumbling driveway, sitting in my car for nearly an hour, staring at the upstairs window of what used to be my bedroom. That's where it started. That's where I first saw it. I returned to town for my father's funeral. Heart attack, they said. Natural causes. I hadn't spoken to him in 12 years. The estrangement wasn't dramatic, just a slow, persistent drift, like continental plates gradually separating until an ocean forms between them. Except in our case, the ocean was filled with things left unsaid. The funeral was yesterday. Small gathering, just a few of Dad's old colleagues and some distant relatives I barely recognized. I didn't cry. I stood there feeling hollow, wondering if anyone knew the truth about my father, about our house, about what happened 25 years ago. I'm staying at the Pinewood Motel on the edge of town. It's the kind of place where the ice machine groans all night and the carpet smells faintly of cigarettes despite the no smoking signs. I chose it specifically because it's nothing like my childhood home. No memories here, no shadows, yet I haven't slept. Every morning at precisely 7:20, I find myself wide awake, staring at the ceiling, feeling the weight of unseen eyes on me. It always happened at 7:20. I was 23 when it began. After college, I'd moved back home temporarily while looking for work in the city. My father had converted my childhood bedroom into a home office, so I was staying in the guest room down the hall. It was smaller, with walls painted a pale blue that looked almost gray in certain light. A single window faced east, letting in the first rays of dawn. That summer was unusually cold and damp. Fog would settle over our neighborhood each night and linger well into the morning, turning familiar shapes into looming specters. I'd wake to a world muffled and transformed, the sun a dim orb trying to burn through the haze. Dad worked as a civil engineer, often leaving early for construction sites. He'd move quietly through the house in the pre-dawn hours, careful not to wake me. I'd hear the coffee maker gurgling downstairs, the soft creak of the front door, the muted rumble of his truck starting in the driveway. Then silence, until my alarm would go off at 8 hours. Except for that morning in July, the morning everything changed. I woke before my alarm, the room bathed in a strange, diffuse light. The fog outside was particularly thick, pressing against the window like something alive. I lay there, caught in that liminal space between sleep and wakefulness, when I sensed, rather than heard movement in the doorway. A figure stood there, silhouetted against the hallway. In my half-conscious state, I assumed it was my father, perhaps checking if I was awake before he left for work. "Morning," I mumbled, my voice rough with sleep. The figure didn't respond but moved into the room. Its movements were strangely fluid, as if it were gliding rather than walking. I blinked, trying to clear my vision. As it approached, I realized something was wrong. The shape was all wrong. Too dark, too solid, like a cutout of a person rather than a person itself. No features were discernible, just a perfect silhouette of a man, as if someone had taken scissors to black construction paper and created a life-sized paper doll. My breath caught in my throat. I tried to speak again, but no sound came out. The figure continued forward until it reached the edge of my bed. Then, with that same unsettling fluidity, it sat down. The mattress didn't dip under its weight. I lay paralyzed, convinced I was still dreaming. The figure remained motionless, facing me though it had no face, no eyes. Yet I could feel it watching me, studying me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. I squeezed my eyes shut, counting slowly to 10. When I opened them, the figure was gone. The bedside clock read 7:21. Shaking, I got up and moved through the house, calling for my father. No response. His truck wasn't in the driveway. In the kitchen, I found a note on the counter. Left at 5:30. Meeting in Springfield. Back late. Leftovers in fridge. I stood there, clutching the note, trying to rationalize what I'd seen. Sleep paralysis, maybe. A waking dream. The mind plays tricks in that space between sleeping and waking. That had to be it. I went about my day, applying for jobs online, going for a run, meeting a friend for lunch. By evening, I'd almost convinced myself it was nothing. The next morning, I woke at 7:20 exactly. No alarm, no external sound. Just my eyes snapping open as if on command. The figure was already seated at the foot of my bed. This time, I reacted. I jerked upright, scrambling backward until I hit the headboard. "Who are you?" My voice came out as a hoarse whisper. "What do you want?" The figure didn't move, didn't speak, just sat there, a hole in the fabric of reality shaped like a man. After what felt like hours but must have been seconds, it turned its head toward me. The movement was wrong, too smooth, too precise, like animation with missing frames. Then it was gone. Not gradually, not fading away. One moment it was there, the next it wasn't, as if someone had flipped a switch. The clock read 7:21. My father returned late that night. I heard him moving around downstairs, the familiar sounds of his routine, keys dropping into the ceramic bowl by the door, refrigerator opening and closing, the creak of his favorite chair in the living room. I lay in bed, listening, gripping the sheets. Part of me wanted to go downstairs to tell him what I'd seen, to ask if he'd ever experienced anything strange in the house. But I didn't. Something held me back. Some instinct, some primal fear that speaking about it would make it more real, would give it power. So I lay awake, watching the shadows on my ceiling, waiting for morning. It continued for weeks. Every morning, 7:20 exactly. The figure would appear, sometimes by the door, sometimes already seated on my bed, sometimes standing by the window, a black cutout against the fog. Always the same featureless silhouette. Always silent. Always watching. I began setting my alarm for 7:15, thinking I could somehow prevent it by being awake beforehand. It made no difference. The figure still appeared, right on schedule. I tried staying up all night once, determined to face it with a clear, alert mind. I fell asleep at 6:55 and woke at 7:20 to find it looming over me. I started sleeping on the couch downstairs. The figure found me there too. My father noticed the changes in me, the dark circles under my eyes, my jumpiness, the way I'd flinch at sudden movements. "You don't look well," he said one evening as we ate dinner in silence. "Are you sleeping okay?" I pushed food around my plate, avoiding his eyes. "Just stress. Job hunting." He nodded, studying me with concern. "Maybe you should see someone. Doctor might prescribe something to help you sleep." I almost laughed. What would I tell a doctor? I'm being visited by a shadow person every morning at exactly 7:20. Can you prescribe something for that? Instead, I just nodded and changed the subject. But I did start to wonder about my mental health. Was I experiencing some kind of psychotic break? Hallucinations can seem incredibly real. Maybe the pressure of post-college life, the uncertainty of my future, had triggered something in my brain. I began researching psychological disorders, reading accounts of people with similar experiences. Some described shadow people, dark figures at the foot of their beds, feelings of being watched. Many were diagnosed with sleep disorders, anxiety, or various forms of psychosis. Yet none of these explanations felt right. The precision of it, always 7:20, never a minute earlier or later, suggested something more than random neural misfiring. The consistency, the deliberateness of its actions, felt purposeful, intelligent. And then there was the cold. I hadn't noticed it at first, but each appearance brought with it a drop in temperature. Subtle at first, then increasingly pronounced. By the fourth week, my breath would fog in the air during its visits, the chill so intense it made my teeth ache. One morning, after it disappeared, I noticed something on the window. Frost. Delicate patterns crystallized on the glass, despite it being August. I took photos of the frost patterns with my phone. Evidence. Proof that something physical was happening, that it wasn't all in my head. I started keeping a journal, documenting each visit in detail, where the figure appeared, how long it stayed, any variations in its behavior, looking for patterns, for meaning. And slowly, I began to notice things. The figure was changing, subtly at first, then more dramatically. It was becoming more defined. What had started as a featureless silhouette began developing. Not features exactly, but suggestions of them. A slight protrusion where a nose would be, indentations where eyes should sit. It was becoming more like a person, more like my father. By the 6th week, I was falling apart. I'd stopped looking for jobs, stopped calling friends back, stopped leaving the house except for necessities. My father's concern turned to frustration, then anger. "Whatever's going on with you, you need to deal with it," he said one night, his voice tight with suppressed emotion. "This isn't healthy. This isn't living." If only he knew. That night, lying in bed, dreading the morning, I made a decision. I would confront my father, ask him directly if he knew anything about what was happening, if the house had a history I didn't know about, if he'd ever experienced anything similar. But when morning came, and with it my visitor, something changed. The figure appeared by the window as usual, but as I watched, heart pounding, it turned toward me with a new deliberateness. Then it raised what would have been its arm and pointed, not at me, but at the wall behind me, the wall that separated my room from my father's. For the first time, I spoke to it directly, my voice steadier than I expected. "What are you trying to tell me?" The figure remained motionless, still pointing. Then slowly, it lowered its arm and moved toward the bed. It sat down, closer to me than ever before. The cold was intense, burning my lungs with each breath. And then it spoke, not with a voice, not with words, but somehow I heard it all the same. A pressure in my mind, a knowing that bypassed my ears. "He knows." The clock clicked to 7:21, and it was gone. I waited until evening to confront my father. He came home late, smelling faintly of whiskey. I was sitting at the kitchen table, the house dark except for the single light above me. He paused in the doorway, keys still in hand. "What are you doing sitting in the dark?" I looked up at him, really looked at him, perhaps for the first time in years. The lines around his eyes, the gray in his beard, the slight stoop to his shoulders that hadn't been there when I was younger. "Dad," I said quietly, "I need to ask you something." He sighed, dropping his keys into the bowl with a clatter that seemed too loud in the quiet house. "Can it wait until morning? I'm beat." "It's about the house," I pressed. "Has anything strange ever happened here? Anything you couldn't explain?" His expression changed, something flickering behind his eyes before his face settled into careful neutrality. "What are you talking about?" "I think there's something in this house," I said, the words coming out in a rush. "Something that isn't natural. I've been seeing things, every morning, at exactly 7:20. He stood very still, his hand still on the doorframe. Then he moved to the refrigerator, took out a beer, and sat down across from me. He didn't open the beer, just rolled it between his palms, staring at the condensation forming on the can. 7:20, he repeated, his voice flat. "Yes, always 7:20. He nodded slowly, as if confirming something to himself. "What does it look like, this thing you're seeing?" The question caught me off guard. I'd expected denial, concern about my mental health, not this quiet acceptance. Like a shadow, a silhouette of a man. At first it was featureless, but now it's starting to look like... I couldn't finish the sentence. My father's eyes met mine, and in them I saw something I'd never seen before. Fear. "Like me," he finished for me. "It's starting to look like me." The world seemed to tilt beneath me. "You know about it," I whispered. "You've seen it too." He took a long breath, then finally opened his beer and took a drink. "Not exactly. Not the way you're seeing it." He paused, seeming to choose his words carefully. Your grandfather, my father, he used to talk about something similar. Said it started when he was about your age. What is it? I asked, my mouth dry. My father shook his head. He never knew for sure. Called it different things at different times. A ghost, a demon, his own madness. Toward the end, he became convinced it was something else entirely. What? A version of himself, from another place, trying to, I don't know, make contact, replace him. He wasn't always clear. I thought about the figure pointing to my father's room. He knows. Did anything happen to him? To Grandpa? My father's face darkened. Nothing happened to him. But your grandmother. She left. Couldn't handle his obsession with it, the way it consumed him. He took another drink. That's why I never told you much about them. Why we never visited. And you? I pressed. Have you experienced anything? He set the beer down, staring at some middle distance. Not the way he described, not the way you're describing, but sometimes I wake up at exactly 7:20, with no memory of dreaming, but feeling like I've been somewhere else, doing things I can't remember. His eyes refocused on me. It skipped me somehow, or it's been waiting. Waiting for what? I don't know. He stood abruptly. But we should leave. Both of us. This house. Maybe it's the house. I shook my head. I tried sleeping elsewhere. It found me. My father paced the kitchen, his movements agitated. Then we need to figure out what it wants, what it's trying to tell you. It spoke to me today, I said quietly. It said, he knows. I think it meant you. My father stopped pacing, his back to me. Yes, he said finally. I've always known, I think, even without seeing it myself. I felt it, waiting. The next morning, my father insisted on being in my room at 7:20. We sat side by side on the bed, watching the clock tick toward the appointed time. You might not see anything, I warned him. It might only show itself to me. He nodded grimly. We'll see. 7:20 arrived. The figure appeared by the window, more defined than ever before. Not just the suggestion of features now, but clear details. The exact shape of my father's nose, the set of his shoulders, even the way his hair fell across his forehead. Next to me, my father went rigid. Jesus Christ, he whispered. It's real. The figure turned toward us, its movements smoother now, more natural. It regarded us for a long moment, then did something new. It smiled, not a warm smile, not a human smile. It was an approximation of a smile, like something that had studied human expressions but never felt the emotion behind them. Then it spoke again, that same pressure in my mind, but stronger now, clearer. Soon. The clock turned to 7:21, and it vanished. My father's face had gone pale. We need to leave, he said. Now, today. I couldn't argue. We packed quickly, throwing clothes into suitcases, grabbing essentials. By noon, we were in my father's truck, driving away from the house, away from the town. But as we crossed the county line, I felt it. A coldness seeping into the car, a pressure in my mind. I checked the time on the dashboard clock, 7:20 p.m. I turned to tell my father, but the words died in my throat. He was smiling, not his smile, its smile. Soon, he said, in a voice that wasn't quite his own. That was 12 years ago. I never went back, never spoke to my father again. He called for a while, left messages I couldn't bring myself to listen to. Eventually, he stopped trying, until last week when I got the call about his death. And now I'm here, in this motel room, at 7:19 in the morning, waiting. The digital clock on the nightstand glows red in the dim light. My heart pounds so hard I can feel it in my fingertips. 7:20. Nothing appears. I exhale slowly, relief washing over me. Then I catch my reflection in the mirror across the room. I'm smiling. But I'm not smiling. I raise my hand to my face. My reflection doesn't. Soon, I think, in a voice that isn't quite my own. Now. The first night I slept in my father's house after his funeral, I woke to the sound of his wall clock ticking. The same clock that had stopped 3 years ago, the day he was diagnosed. Its hands frozen at 3:42, a moment preserved in time like an insect in amber. Dad had refused to fix it, saying it was keeping the right time somewhere. Now, in the thick darkness of his bedroom, its methodical ticking filled the space with mechanical heartbeats. I didn't turn on the light. I didn't need to. I knew what I would see. The brass hands of the antique timepiece moving steadily forward, counting seconds that my father no longer had. Instead, I pulled the blanket tighter around my shoulders and listened, each tick driving deeper into my consciousness until sleep finally reclaimed me. In the morning, the clock was silent again, its hands frozen at 3:42. I hadn't planned to stay in the house. My intention had been to spend a week sorting through Dad's belongings, listing the property with a realtor, then returning to my apartment in the city. I'd taken bereavement leave from work, giving myself 14 days to dismantle the remains of my father's life, a clinical approach to grief. The house sat isolated at the edge of Harwick Woods, a craftsman-style structure my father had renovated with his own hands over decades. Every floorboard, every hinge, every pane of glass held some memory of him hunched over with tools, muttering instructions to himself as he worked. Now those same floorboards creaked beneath my feet as I moved through rooms that felt both familiar and foreign. On the third day, while clearing out the kitchen cabinets, I found a collection of spices my father had meticulously organized, each bottle labeled in his precise handwriting, arranged alphabetically. He'd been particular about his cooking, a hobby he'd taken up after my mother left when I was 12. "Food is how we remember who we are," he would say, though I never quite understood what he meant. I was reaching for a jar of dried basil when the pepper container, a tall glass cylinder filled with black peppercorns, suddenly launched itself from the shelf. It flew horizontally, as if pushed by an invisible hand, sailing past my ear and smashing against the far wall. Peppercorns scattered across the floor like tiny black beetles, their spicy scent filling the air. A rational explanation formed immediately in my mind. I must have disturbed the shelf, creating an imbalance. Simple physics. Yet I couldn't shake the sensation that the jar had been deliberately aimed, the trajectory too purposeful to be accidental. I found myself speaking aloud to the empty kitchen. "Was that necessary, Dad?" The house responded with silence. I swept up the peppercorns, carefully collecting them in my palm. Dad had grown these himself in the garden out back, drying them on screens in the shed. As I disposed of them, I felt a pang of guilt, as if I were discarding something precious, something alive. That afternoon, I ventured into my father's study, a room I'd been avoiding. His presence lingered most potently here, in the weathered leather chair behind the oak desk, in the bookshelves stuffed with field guides and philosophy texts. The air smelled of pipe tobacco and lemon oil furniture polish. A large picture window overlooked the backyard and the dense woods beyond. Dad had spent countless hours here, binoculars in hand, documenting the birds that visited his carefully maintained feeders. His journal lay open on the desk, the last entry dated 3 weeks ago, just days before the heart attack that took him. "Spotted the barred owl again this morning. He's been hunting near the creek. Makes me wonder what he sees that I don't." I settled into his chair, feeling the leather conform to my body in ways that felt wrong, as if the chair were betraying its true owner. Outside, the bird feeders hung empty, neglected in the days following his passing. I made a mental note to fill them before I left. One final act of caretaking. As I leafed through his journal, a shadow passed over the desk. I glanced up at the window in time to see an enormous bald eagle swooping down into the yard. It landed on the railing of the back deck, not 20 feet from where I sat. Eagles weren't uncommon in the area, but they rarely ventured so close to houses. This one turned its head toward the window, fixing me with a golden stare so intense I felt pinned in place. Its massive body, perfectly still except for the slight ruffling of feathers in the breeze. "What do you want?" I whispered, though I knew the bird couldn't hear me through the glass. The eagle cocked its head slightly, as if considering my question. Then it opened its beak in a silent cry before spreading its enormous wings and launching back into the sky. I rushed to the window, watching as it circled once over the house before disappearing into the tree line. My heart hammered in my chest, though I couldn't articulate why the encounter had unsettled me so deeply. Dad would have been thrilled. He'd documented only 3 eagle sightings in 15 years of bird watching. The bird's appearance felt deliberate, performative even, like a message. Dad's voice echoed in my memory. "Eagles don't show themselves without reason. They're messengers in many cultures, you know." I turned back to the desk and noticed the journal had fallen open to a different page. A pen roll, I told myself. But my eyes caught on the entry revealed. "Dream of an eagle last night. Perched on the deck railing, staring into the study. Felt like it was waiting for something. Waiting for me, perhaps." The entry was dated 6 months ago. I closed the journal with trembling hands. That night, I heard the clock again. Tick, tick, tick. Mechanical and precise, cutting through the silence of the sleeping house. This time, I did turn on the light. The clock's hands were moving, sweeping steadily around the face, approaching midnight. I crossed the room, my bare feet cold against the hardwood floor, and lifted the timepiece from the wall. Its weight was substantial in my hands, the brass warm to the touch as if it had been sitting in sunlight rather than hanging in a dark room. I turned it over, expecting to find new batteries installed, evidence of some prank or my own forgetfulness. But the battery compartment was empty. The mechanism that should have powered the hands remained still and silent beneath my fingers even as the second hand continued its journey around the face. I nearly dropped the clock when the minute hand jumped forward with an audible click, aligning with the hour hand at midnight. 12 resonant chimes filled the room, each one vibrating through the clock's frame and into my palms. When the final chime faded, the clock stopped. The hands frozen at midnight, no longer at 3:42. I carefully returned it to the wall, backing away as if from something venomous. Sleep eluded me for the remainder of the night, my mind racing with explanations that grew increasingly implausible as darkness gave way to dawn. The next morning, I called the only person who might understand, my uncle, my father's older brother. We hadn't spoken since the funeral, where he'd gripped my shoulder with calloused hands and said, "He's still here, you know. The dead don't leave so easily, especially not stubborn old fools like your dad." I dismissed his words as grief-induced sentimentality, the kind of thing people say to comfort themselves. Now I wasn't so sure. "You're experiencing it too, then," he said after I described the clock, the pepper, the eagle. Not a question, but a confirmation. "Experiencing what?" I asked, though I already knew the answer. "Your father saying hello." His tone was matter-of-fact, as if discussing the weather rather than supernatural visitations. "That's not possible," I replied, though my conviction wavered. "He's gone." "Gone where?" My uncle laughed, a rough sound like stones tumbling down a hillside. "Death isn't an ending, it's a transformation. Your father knew that. He prepared for it." "What does that mean? Prepared how?" A pause stretched between us, filled with the static of the phone line and unspoken knowledge. "Come see me," he said finally. "There are things I should show you, things your father left." I agreed to visit the following day, though uncertainty gnawed at me. My uncle lived deeper in the woods, in a cabin he'd built himself, following in my father's self-sufficient footsteps. I hadn't been there in years, not since a childhood fishing trip that ended with my father and uncle arguing bitterly about something they refused to explain to me. As I hung up the phone, movement in the backyard caught my eye. A rooster, proud and red-feathered, strutted across the lawn with deliberate steps. I stared in disbelief. There had never been chickens on the property, and the nearest farm was miles away. The rooster paused in the middle of the yard, puffed out its chest, and crowed, a piercing sound that seemed to echo across the landscape. Then it fixed me with a beady-eyed stare so reminiscent of my father's scrutinizing gaze that I took an involuntary step backward. It crowed again before turning and disappearing into the underbrush at the edge of the woods, leaving no trace of its passage through the dewy morning grass. That afternoon I found myself drawn to the shed behind the house, my father's workshop where he'd spent countless hours crafting furniture and restoring antiques. The padlock hung open on the door, though I was certain I hadn't unlocked it since my arrival. Inside, dust motes danced in the shafts of light that penetrated the grimy windows. The familiar smell of sawdust and machine oil enveloped me, so strongly associated with my father that for a moment I expected to find him hunched over his workbench, glasses perched on the end of his nose as he focused on some delicate task. Instead, the workshop stood empty and waiting, tools arranged with military precision on pegboards, half-finished projects draped with cloths like shrouded figures. I moved through the space, trailing my fingers over surfaces my father had touched thousands of times, feeling the grain of wood he had shaped and smoothed. At the back of the shed, partially hidden behind stacked lumber, I noticed a door I didn't recognize, narrow and unadorned, seemingly built into the wall itself. Had it always been there? I tried to recall the workshop's layout from previous visits, but found my memory unreliable, clouded by the passage of time and the distortion of grief. The door opened with surprising ease, revealing a steep staircase descending into darkness, a root cellar perhaps. Dad had mentioned plans to build one for storing his garden harvest, but I hadn't realized he'd completed it. Curiosity overcame my hesitation. I retrieved a flashlight from a nearby shelf and began my descent, the wooden steps creaking beneath my weight. The air grew cooler with each step, carrying a musty scent of earth and something else, something sharp and metallic that tickled the back of my throat. The cellar was larger than I expected, the ceiling low enough that I had to stoop slightly. My flashlight beam cut through the darkness, revealing rough stone walls lined with shelves, jars of preserved vegetables and fruits, labeled and dated in my father's handwriting. Typical for a root cellar, and yet... The beam of light caught something unusual on the far wall, symbols drawn or carved into the stone, circles interlocking with triangles, spirals feeding into one another, patterns that seemed to shift and move when viewed from the corner of my eye. In the center of the room stood a small table, its surface bare except for 4 objects arranged in a precise square. A feather, eagle I presumed, a small cloth bag, which, when I cautiously opened it, contained peppercorns, a brass clock key, and a single rooster spur. My hands trembled as I examined each item, the flashlight beam dancing erratically across the walls, making the carved symbols seem to writhe and pulse. The objects on the table corresponded exactly to the strange occurrences I'd experienced since arriving at the house, as if they were components of some elaborate mechanism or ritual. The realization sent ice through my veins. These weren't random incidents. Whatever was happening had been prepared, calculated, arranged by my father. The sound of the workshop door slamming shut above made me jump, the flashlight falling from my grip and extinguishing as it hit the stone floor. In the sudden darkness, I heard something moving on the stairs. Not footsteps exactly, but a sliding, dragging sound that raised the hair on my arms. "Dad?" The word escaped my lips before I could stop it, a childish plea in the face of growing terror. No response came, only the continued sound of something descending toward me, punctuated now by a rhythmic ticking that seemed to emanate from the walls themselves. I scrambled to find the flashlight, my hand sweeping blindly across the cold floor. When my fingers finally closed around it, I nearly sobbed with relief. I clicked it on, pointing the beam toward the staircase, prepared to confront whatever was approaching. The stairs were empty. The dragging sound had stopped, though the ticking continued, growing louder, faster, surrounding me. Not mechanical like a clock, but organic, like the chittering of insects or the clicking of beaks. The symbols on the walls seemed to glow faintly now with a light of their own, pulsing in time with the accelerating rhythm. I backed toward the stairs, desperate to escape, when my foot struck something on the floor. A book, its leather binding cracked with age. It hadn't been there before, I was certain. Had it fallen from a shelf? Been placed there while I was distracted? Despite my terror, I found myself reaching for it, drawn by a compulsion I couldn't explain. The book fell open in my hands, pages turning of their own accord until they settled on a passage written in my father's unmistakable script. The boundary thins. The signs have manifested. Eagle to watch, pepper to taste, clock to hear, rooster to announce. The door opens both ways. The final line was underlined 3 times, the pen having pressed so hard it tore through the paper. He is coming through. The ticking reached a fever pitch, the air in the cellar growing thick and difficult to breathe. The walls seemed to contract around me, the cymbals pulsing faster, brighter. A high-pitched whine filled my ears, drowning out all other sound. And in the corner of the cellar, where the shadows were deepest, something began to take shape. A figure, indistinct at first, then gradually solidifying, a silhouette I recognized with bone-deep certainty. The slope of the shoulders, the tilt of the head, the way the right hand curled slightly at the side. Dad. But wrong somehow, distorted, as if viewed through rippling water or warped glass. The figure extended a hand toward me, fingers elongated beyond human proportions, stretching across the space between us with impossible reach. I fled, scrambling up the stairs on hands and knees, the book clutched against my chest. Behind me, the whining sound rose to a scream that might have been my name, might have been nothing human at all. I burst through the workshop door into the blessed normality of daylight, slamming it shut and collapsing against it, gasping for air that didn't reek of earth and metal and otherness. When my breathing finally slowed, I looked down at the book still clutched in my white-knuckled grip. Its pages were blank now, as if the text I'd read had never existed. But tucked between the pages was a photograph I'd never seen before. My father standing in the backyard, smiling at the camera. Behind him, clearly visible at the edge of the woods, stood a figure too tall, too thin, its features blurred as if in motion. And on the back of the photograph, in handwriting that was almost, but not quite, my father's. The door opens both ways. Come find me. I'm leaving the house tomorrow, abandoning my plans to sort through Dad's belongings or sell the property. Some things should remain undisturbed, some doors left closed. I've called a locksmith to secure the workshop, though I doubt conventional locks will make a difference if what I fear is true. The clock on the wall ticks steadily now, keeping perfect time. The eagle returns each morning to perch on the deck railing, watching. Peppercorns appear in my shoes, my pockets, my coffee cup, and each dawn, the rooster crows from the edge of the woods, beckoning. My uncle's words echo in my mind. He's still here. Not a comforting sentiment, but a warning I failed to heed. Dad is trying to come back, or something wearing his shape is trying to come through. And the most terrifying realization, the thought that keeps me awake as the clock counts the hours until dawn. Part of me wants to open that door again, to see what emerges, to follow where it leads. Because what if it really is him? What if he's waiting for me? The boundary thins. The signs have manifested, and I am listening. Story 3. The fluorescent lights of vintage reels flickered overhead, casting an unnatural blue-white glow across rows of plastic cases. My reflection in the security mirror hung in the corner was distorted, stretched like taffy across the convex surface. I'd been watching the clock for the past hour, the minute hand dragging with excruciating slowness toward closing time. But I wasn't counting down to freedom. I was counting down to him. The store smelled of dust and the synthetic strawberry air freshener that failed to mask the musty scent of old carpeting. Rain pattered against the windows, creating rivulets that transformed the neon open sign into a bleeding smear of red against the darkness outside. Tuesday nights were always dead, except for him. He'd been coming in every Tuesday at 11:30 p.m. for the past 6 weeks, lingering until closing, always hovering near the counter where Theo worked. I'd known Theo since high school, though we'd never been close. When I moved back to town after college failed to stick, she was one of the few familiar faces. Now we shared shifts at this dying video store, one of the last in the country, a relic clinging to existence in our forgotten town. The owner kept it running more out of nostalgia than business sense. Most nights, we'd get maybe 10 customers. The Tuesday night creep was as reliable as the sunrise. I reorganized the horror section for the third time that night, keeping my movements casual while maintaining a clear line of sight to the counter. He was there again, pretending to browse the new releases while stealing glances at Theo. A tall, gaunt man with skin so pale it seemed to absorb the fluorescent light rather than reflect it. His clothes always hung from his frame as if they belonged to someone else, someone larger who had slowly been hollowed out from within. "Looking for anything specific tonight?" I called out, my voice cutting through the ambient hum of the dying overhead light. He turned slowly, his neck rotating first, followed by his shoulders and torso in an unnaturally segmented motion. His smile never reached his eyes. "Just browsing," he replied, his voice a dry whisper that somehow carried across the store. "I'll know what I want when I see it." The way his gaze slid back to Theo made my skin crawl. She was busy with inventory, seemingly oblivious, her dark hair falling across her face as she checked items against her clipboard. But I'd seen the tension in her shoulders whenever he entered the store, the way she kept the counter between them at all times. "We're closing in 15, Theo announced, not looking up from her clipboard. Her voice was steady, professional, but I caught the slight tremor in her hands. "Time flies," the man said, approaching the counter with a single DVD case. As he set it down, his fingers lingered too long, too close to where Theo's hand rested on the countertop. She pulled back imperceptibly. I moved closer, pretending to organize the candy display next to the register. The DVD he'd selected was a psychological thriller about a stalker. The irony wasn't lost on me. "Membership card?" Theo asked, her eyes fixed on the computer screen. "You know I don't have one," he replied, leaning forward. "You always ask. I like that about you. Consistent." I caught a whiff of something strange. Not body odor, not cologne, but something chemical, like formaldehyde mixed with wet earth. My stomach turned. "It would save you money," she continued, her voice flat. $5. As he paid, he leaned in closer. "Nasty night out there. Supposed to get worse. I could walk you home after closing. Make sure you get there safe." The air in the store seemed to thicken. Theo's fingers froze over the keyboard. "That's not necessary," she replied. "I don't live far." "I know," he said, his lips pulling back to reveal 2 white teeth. "On Maple Street, the blue house with the porch swing, number 42. The chill that ran down my spine had nothing to do with the store's overactive air conditioning. How did he know where she lived? "That's not," Theo started, but I cut her off. "I'm walking her home tonight," I said, stepping closer to the counter. "Like I do every Tuesday." His eyes shifted to me, and for a moment, they seemed completely black in the harsh lighting. Then he blinked, and they were a watery blue again. A trick of the light, I told myself. "How considerate," he replied, taking his DVD without breaking eye contact with me. "Another time, perhaps." As he walked toward the door, he called back over his shoulder, "See you next Tuesday." The bell above the door jangled as he left, but the heaviness in the air remained. "Has he been bothering you before?" I asked Theo once I was sure he was gone. She exhaled slowly. "Just the usual creepy customer stuff, but he's never mentioned my address before." Her voice wavered slightly. "I should report him." "Definitely," I agreed. "Want me to actually walk you home tonight?" She hesitated, then nodded. "If you don't mind, just this once." We closed up in silence, both jumping when the security system beeped as Theo armed it. Outside, the rain had intensified, drumming against the pavement in heavy sheets. We shared my umbrella, hurrying through the deserted streets. Every shadow seemed to shift and elongate as we passed beneath the sputtering streetlights. "Do you really think he knows where I live?" Theo asked, her voice nearly drowned out by the rain. "Probably just a lucky guess," I said, trying to sound more confident than I felt. "Maple's a common street name, and blue is a common house color." "But the porch swing? The number?" She pulled her coat tighter around herself. I've seen him a few times outside the store. Never approaching, just watching. Standing across the street, or at the bus stop even though no bus comes that late. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I scanned the darkness around us, half expecting to see his gaunt silhouette in the distance. The streets were empty, but I couldn't shake the feeling of eyes following our progress. There, Theo said suddenly, pointing ahead. That's my house. Sure enough, a blue house with the number 42 clearly visible stood halfway down the block. A porch swing swayed gently in the wind, creaking back and forth as if recently vacated. Jesus, I muttered. He hadn't been guessing. As we approached the house, a movement across the street caught my eye. A figure stood beneath a large oak tree, motionless despite the pouring rain. The streetlight above it flickered, plunging the figure into darkness before illuminating it again. In that brief moment of visibility, I could have sworn the figure was impossibly tall, its limbs too long, its head cocked at an unnatural angle. Then the light stabilized and there was nothing there. Did you see that? I asked, grabbing Theo's arm. See what? She followed my gaze, squinting into the darkness. Nothing, I said after a moment. Just shadows. I walked Theo to her door, waiting as she fumbled with her keys. The porch light cast harsh shadows across her face, making her look older, more frightened. Thanks for walking me, she said, her voice barely audible over the rain. I'm being paranoid, right? He's just a creepy guy, not actually dangerous. I wanted to reassure her, but the image of that figure across the street lingered in my mind. Maybe call in sick next Tuesday, I suggested instead. Better safe than sorry. She nodded, then hesitated. Do you want to come in for a minute? Until the rain lets up? I glanced back at the street. The tree where I'd seen the figure stood empty, its branches swaying in the wind. But the uneasiness remained, a physical pressure against my chest. Sure, I said. Just for a minute. Her house was warm, filled with mismatched furniture that somehow worked together. Family photos lined the walls. Theo smiling with an older woman I assumed was her mother. Theo in a graduation cap. Theo with a dog. Normal, everyday images that should have been comforting. But as I looked closer, something seemed off about the photos. In each one, Theo smiled directly at the camera, but her eyes seemed to be looking slightly to the side, as if aware of something just out of frame. Nice place, I said, trying to shake off my growing unease. Very homey. It's my aunt's, Theo replied, hanging her wet coat on a hook by the door. She's away for a few months taking care of my grandmother in Florida. I'm house-sitting. That stopped me cold. So you don't actually live here? Theo looked confused. No, I'm just staying until January. Why? The creep at the store, I said slowly. He knew this address, called it your house. Her face paled. That's not possible. I haven't told anyone at work where I'm staying. The employee records still have my old apartment listed. We stared at each other, the implications hanging heavy in the silence between us. The only sound was the rhythmic creaking of the porch swing outside, moving faster now as the wind picked up. I should go, I said finally. Lock all your doors and windows. Call the police if you see anything suspicious. She nodded, hugging herself. I will. Thanks again. Outside, the rain had slowed to a drizzle, but the wind had intensified, howling through the trees and sending dead leaves skittering across the wet pavement. I pulled my collar up against the chill and started walking home, my mind racing. How had the creep known Theo's temporary address? Was he stalking her? The thought made my blood boil. I'd known guys like him in high school. Predatory, obsessive, treating women like prizes to be claimed rather than people. But something about this felt different, more unsettling. The way he moved, that chemical smell, those eyes that seemed to swallow light rather than reflect it. I was so lost in thought that I almost missed it, a subtle wrongness in the rhythm of my footsteps. For every step I took, I heard two. One belonged to me, the other was coming from behind. I stopped abruptly, my heart hammering against my ribs. The echo continued for half a second after my own feet went still, a soft, wet sound like bare feet on pavement, before it too ceased. Slowly I turned around. The street behind me stretched empty and dark, glistening with rain. Nothing moved except the branches swaying overhead and the mist rising from the warm pavement. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding thin and unconvincing even to my own ears. No response, just the distant rumble of thunder and the steady drip of water from leaves and gutters. I stood there for a long moment, straining to hear anything unusual, to see any movement in the shadows. Nothing. With a nervous laugh at my own paranoia, I turned to continue home, and froze. 20 feet ahead of me, a figure stood in the middle of the road. Tall and thin, its proportions were wrong somehow, as if someone had taken a normal human silhouette and stretched it vertically. It was too dark to make out details, but I didn't need to see its face to know who it was. "What do you want?" I called out, balling my hands into fists at my sides. My voice echoed off the surrounding houses, making me suddenly conscious of how deserted the street was, how far from help. The figure didn't respond. It didn't move. It just stood there, watching, a darker shape against the darkness. I considered my options. Going forward meant confronting whatever was waiting for me. Going back meant returning to Theo's house, and potentially leading this thing straight to her door. I could try cutting through someone's yard, but most had fences, and the thought of being trapped in a narrow side passage with that thing following me was even worse. "I'm calling the police," I announced, pulling out my phone. The screen lit up, casting a blue glow over my immediate surroundings. The battery indicator showed 3%, barely enough for a quick call. When I looked up again, the figure was gone. My thumb hovered over the emergency call button as I scanned the street. Had it moved closer? Retreated? Impossible to tell in the near total darkness. The streetlight that should have illuminated this section of road was out, creating a pool of blackness that could hide anything. A low chuckle came from somewhere to my left. I whirled toward the sound, my phone's weak light slicing through the darkness, revealing nothing. "Stop fucking around," I shouted, fear giving way to anger. "I don't know what your problem is, but Theo isn't interested. Leave her alone." "Theo," came the whispered reply, the voice seeming to emanate from everywhere and nowhere at once. "Always Theo." My phone died with a faint beep, plunging me back into darkness. The sudden absence of light was disorienting, making me momentarily dizzy. I blinked rapidly, willing my eyes to adjust faster. "What is that supposed to mean?" I demanded, turning in a slow circle, trying to pinpoint the source of the voice. "You don't remember, do you?" The voice was closer now, a dry whisper just behind my right ear. I spun around, swinging wildly, my fist connecting with nothing but empty air. The mind protects itself from trauma, builds walls, creates new truths. "What the hell are you talking about?" My voice cracked, betraying my fear. "Vintage reels," the voice continued, now coming from somewhere to my left. Such an appropriate name, everything on repeat. Tuesday, after Tuesday, after Tuesday. A chill that had nothing to do with the night air crawled up my spine. "I don't understand." "Yes, you do," the voice insisted, suddenly in front of me. I could make out the silhouette now, standing just beyond arm's reach. "Deep down, you know, you've always known." "Known what?" I whispered, a terrible dread building inside me. "Theo doesn't work at Vintage Reels," the figure said, taking a step closer. "Theo hasn't worked anywhere in 6 months. Not since the accident." The world seemed to tilt beneath my feet. "You're lying," I said, but even as the words left my mouth, something cold and heavy settled in the pit of my stomach. A memory trying to surface, like a corpse rising from the depths of a lake. "The store closes at midnight," the figure continued, its voice changing, becoming more familiar with each word. "You leave together. Every Tuesday night you walk her home. Except that one night, the night you were late, the night he was waiting." Images flashed through my mind. Theo's face, pale and frightened under the harsh fluorescent lights. The clock showing 12:05 a.m. My hurried apology for being late to pick her up. The empty street as we walked home. The sound of footsteps behind us, getting closer. "No," I whispered, pressing my palms against my temples as if I could physically hold back the memories threatening to break through. "That's not what happened. I walked her home tonight. She's safe." "You walk her home every Tuesday night," the figure agreed, now close enough that I could smell that strange chemical odor. "In your mind, but in reality? Theo's been gone for 6 months. The doctors say your brain fractured that night, unable to process what happened." "Shut up," I shouted, backing away. "You're trying to confuse me, to get to Theo." "Look at me," the figure commanded. "Really look." Against my better judgment, I raised my eyes. The clouds had parted momentarily, allowing a sliver of moonlight to illuminate the street. In that pale light, I could finally see the figure clearly. It was me. Not exactly me. This version was gaunt, hollow-cheeked, with dark circles under bloodshot eyes. But unmistakably my face, my body, stretched and distorted as if reflected in a funhouse mirror. "This is what you really look like," my doppelganger said softly. "Not the healthy version you see in your mind. You haven't eaten properly in months, haven't slept. The guilt is consuming you from within." "No," I whispered, but doubt had taken root, spreading through my thoughts like poison. "Theo is alive. I just walked her home. To a house she's never lived in," my double countered. "To a life she'll never have. You create this fantasy every Tuesday night. The doctors call it a fixed delusion, a way for your mind to rewrite history." The world around me seemed to waver, reality rippling like the surface of a pond. For a moment I saw a different street, not the quiet residential road where Theo's aunt lived, but a busier thoroughfare. Yellow police tape fluttering in the wind, red and blue lights reflecting off wet pavement. Theo's face, unnaturally pale, eyes staring without seeing. I squeezed my eyes shut, willing the vision away. "You're not real," I insisted. "None of this is happening." "I'm the only real thing here," my doppelganger replied. "I'm the truth you've been running from, the guilt you can't face." When I opened my eyes again, he was gone. The street was empty, silent except for the distant rumble of thunder and the sound of my own ragged breathing. With shaking legs, I turned and began walking, not toward my apartment, but back to Theo's house. I needed to see her, to prove to myself that she was real, that this night was real. The blue house looked exactly as it had when I'd left it. Porch swings still swaying in the wind, lights still glowing warmly behind drawn curtains. I climbed the steps, relief washing over me. It had all been some sort of hallucination, a waking nightmare brought on by stress and fear. I raised my hand to knock, then hesitated. Through the thin curtain covering the front window, I could see a silhouette moving inside. Theo, safe and sound. But as I watched, a second silhouette appeared beside the first. They stood close together, their shadows merging into one before separating again. I couldn't make out details, just shapes against the light, but something about the second figure made my blood run cold. It was tall, too tall, its proportions subtly wrong. I backed away from the door, nearly falling down the porch steps in my haste. This wasn't right. Something was very wrong. As if sensing my presence, the taller shadow turned toward the window. The curtain twitched aside, just enough for a pale face to peer out. It was me, the gaunt, hollow-eyed version of myself, staring back with an expression of infinite sadness. Behind him, Theo stood motionless, her face blank, empty. Not alive, not truly, but a puppet animated by my fractured psyche. "No," I whispered, backing further away. "No, this isn't real." The apparition of myself placed one hand flat against the window glass. His lips moved, forming words I couldn't hear but somehow understood perfectly. "See you next Tuesday." I turned and ran, fleeing from the truth I couldn't face, already feeling my mind begin to rewrite reality, erasing this moment of clarity. resetting the loop that would begin again in 7 days. By morning, I would remember none of this. I would go to work at Vintage Reels, a store that had closed 6 months ago. I would watch over Theo, a woman who no longer existed except in my guilt-ravaged mind. And next Tuesday, at 11:30 p.m., a gaunt man who knew too much would enter the store, and the reel would begin to play again. Story 4. The first thing I noticed about her family's estate was how the iron gates seemed to close behind our car with deliberate slowness, as if savoring the sound of metal scraping against metal. My girlfriend squeezed my hand reassuringly as we drove up the winding gravel path toward the Victorian mansion that loomed against the twilight sky. I'd been dating her for 6 months, but this was my first time meeting her family. She'd been evasive about them, mentioning only that they were traditional and particular about certain things. "They'll love you," she whispered, her breath warm against my ear, though something in her voice sounded hollow. "Just remember what I told you. Don't mention the past, don't ask about the portraits, and whatever you do, don't wander the halls at night." I nodded, attributing her strange rules to the eccentricities of old money. The house grew larger as we approached, its windows like vacant eyes tracking our arrival. I couldn't shake the feeling that the building itself was assessing me, measuring my worth against some ancient standard I couldn't possibly understand. Her mother greeted us at the door, a tall woman with silver-streaked hair pulled back so tightly it seemed to stretch her skin into an approximation of a smile. Her father stood behind her, his face a weathered map of stern lines, his eyes never quite meeting mine. They didn't embrace their daughter. They didn't shake my hand. They simply nodded and gestured for us to follow them inside. The interior of the mansion was suffocating, heavy drapes blocking most of the fading daylight, antique furniture crowding every room, and a pervasive smell of dried flowers and something else I couldn't identify, something vaguely medicinal. Family portraits lined the walls, generations of stern faces with eyes that seemed to follow me as I passed. Their features were oddly similar despite spanning what must have been centuries. The same high foreheads, the same thin lips, the same penetrating gaze. "We've prepared a special dinner," her mother announced, leading us to a formal dining room where candles provided the only illumination. "To celebrate your commitment." I glanced at my girlfriend, confused. We hadn't discussed any commitment beyond dating. She avoided my eyes, suddenly fascinated by the pattern on her plate. The dinner was strange. Meat so rare it leaked crimson onto the white china, vegetables that tasted bitter and unfamiliar, wine that made my tongue feel numb after just a few sips. Throughout the meal, her family asked questions that seemed designed to expose something, though I couldn't tell what. "Do you believe in binding oaths?" her father asked, cutting precisely into his meat. "In promises that transcend death?" her mother added, her fork hovering near her lips. "In family traditions that must be honored, regardless of personal cost?" An aunt I hadn't been properly introduced to inquired from the shadows of the far end of the table. I answered as politely as I could, increasingly aware of how my girlfriend grew more withdrawn with each passing minute. By dessert, a dense, dark cake that tasted of spices I couldn't name, she was practically a stranger beside me, her earlier warmth replaced by a detached formality that mirrored her family's. After dinner, her father suggested she show me to my room. "You'll be staying in the East Wing," he said, his tone making it clear this wasn't a suggestion. "We've prepared it specially." The East Wing was separated from the main house by a long corridor lined with more portraits. As we walked, I noticed my girlfriend's posture changing, her shoulders straightening, her steps becoming more measured, her breathing falling into rhythm with the ticking of the grandfather clock we passed. "What's going on?" I whispered, grabbing her arm gently. "You're acting different. This whole situation feels wrong." "Nothing's wrong," she replied, her voice flat. "This is just how we are, how we've always been." She pulled away from my grasp. "The family has expectations, traditions. You'll understand soon enough." My room was large but oppressive, dominated by a 4-poster bed with heavy curtains. The wallpaper featured an intricate pattern that, upon closer inspection, revealed itself to be tiny, interconnected wedding rings. A large armoire stood against one wall, its wood dark with age and polish. "Try to sleep," she said from the doorway. "Tomorrow is an important day for us." Before I could ask what she meant, she closed the door. I heard a distinct click of a lock turning. Heart racing, I tried the handle. Locked. I called out, but no one answered. The silence in the room was absolute, as if the walls themselves absorbed sound. I checked my phone. No signal. Of course. I examined the room more carefully. The windows were sealed shut with what looked like centuries of paint. The fireplace was blocked by an iron grate bolted to the wall. There was no other exit except the locked door. On the writing desk, I found a thick document bound in leather. Opening it revealed what appeared to be a marriage certificate, ornate and old-fashioned, with blank spaces for signatures. A chill ran down my spine as I realized what was happening. This wasn't a simple visit to meet the family. It was a trap. They intended to force me into marriage, into becoming part of whatever twisted lineage stared down from those portraits. Sleep was impossible. I lay on the bed fully clothed, listening to the house. At first there was nothing but silence. Then, as midnight approached, according to my watch, the only timepiece in the room, I began to hear things. Soft footsteps in the corridor, whispered conversations in a language I didn't recognize, and occasionally, what sounded like distant weeping. At 3 a.m. the door opened. My girlfriend stood there, transformed. She wore a vintage wedding dress, yellowed with age, her hair arranged in an old-fashioned style. Behind her stood her parents and what appeared to be other family members, all holding candles that cast grotesque shadows on their faces. "It's time," she said, her voice no longer her own, deeper, older somehow. "The binding must occur before dawn." I backed away as they entered the room. "I don't understand. We never discussed marriage. You can't force me to sign anything." Her father smiled for the first time since I'd arrived. "Force is such an ugly word. We prefer to think of it as guiding you toward your destiny. Every generation, a new blood must join our line. The family must continue. The pact must be honored." "What pact? What are you talking about?" I demanded, my back pressed against the wall. Her mother stepped forward. "Our ancestor made a bargain centuries ago. In exchange for prosperity and longevity, each generation must bring in new blood. A willing signature, freely given." She emphasized the word willing with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. "And if I refuse?" "No one refuses," my girlfriend said, her eyes reflecting the candle light strangely. "By dawn, you'll understand. You'll sign." They left a quill pen and a small knife on the desk beside the marriage certificate. The implications were clear. As they filed out, my girlfriend lingered. "Don't make this difficult," she whispered, suddenly sounding more like herself. "Please. For both our sakes." Fear flickered across her face before the mask of formality returned. The family always gets what it wants. Once again, I was locked in, but now desperation gave me focus. I had to escape before dawn. I examined every inch of the room, looking for any weakness. The floors were solid, the windows unyielding, the chimney blocked. But behind the massive armoire, I discovered a section of wallpaper that looked slightly newer than the rest. Pushing with all my strength, I managed to move the armoire just enough to reveal what lay behind. A door, small and ancient, sealed with paint but not locked. Using a letter opener from the desk, I scraped away at the paint until I could turn the rusted handle. The door opened to a narrow servant's passage, thick with dust and cobwebs. Taking only my phone for light, I squeezed through and found myself in a cramped corridor that seemed to run between the walls of the house itself. The air was stale, difficult to breathe. Faint scratching sounds suggested rodents or worse, but I pressed on, away from the room, away from that certificate waiting for my blood and signature. The passage twisted and turned, occasionally opening to small chambers that must have once allowed servants to tend fireplaces or deliver items without being seen. In one such chamber, I found old photographs piled in a forgotten box. Holding my phone light closer, I felt my blood freeze. They showed wedding ceremonies, dozens of them, spanning what appeared to be over a century based on the changing styles. Different couples, different eras, but always the same scenario: a nervous-looking outsider beside a member of the family. And in each photo, the new blood had the same vacant expression, the same strange light reflected in their eyes that I'd seen in my girlfriend tonight. Deeper in the box were newspaper clippings, missing persons reports, always young men or women who had disappeared without trace. The dates corresponded roughly with the wedding photos. My hands trembled as I continued through the passage, now desperate to find an exit. The scratching in the walls grew louder, and occasionally I heard whispering that seemed to come from within the very house itself. Voices pleading, bargaining, despairing. After what felt like hours of navigating the claustrophobic passages, I found a narrow staircase leading down. It ended at a small door that, miracle of miracles, wasn't sealed. It opened into a cellar stacked with wine bottles covered in dust and, more disturbing, rows of wedding attire from different periods, all preserved as if waiting for new occupants. Moonlight filtered through a small window at ground level, just large enough for a person to squeeze through. I climbed on top of a crate, forced the window open, and pulled myself out into the cool night air. I emerged in the garden behind the house, surrounded by immaculately maintained hedges and stone statues that, in the moonlight, looked unnervingly like frozen people. I ran, staying low, following the gravel path that led back to the main gate. But as I approached, I saw it was chained shut. The iron bars were too high to climb, too sturdy to break. I was still trapped on the estate. A light appeared in an upstairs window of the house, then another, and another. They had discovered my absence. I hid in the shadows of a groundskeeper's shed, trying to think. The property was vast but must have boundaries, places where I could slip away. As I peered into the darkness beyond the manicured lawns, I saw something that made no sense. The landscape seemed to ripple, like heat waves on hot asphalt, but it was a cool night. Beyond that distortion, nothing was clearly visible, just a gray haze. Voices called my name. Her voice, her parents' voices, others I didn't recognize. Flashlights swept the gardens. I had to move. I sprinted toward the rippling boundary, unsure what I would find, but certain I couldn't stay. The air grew thick as I approached, resistance pushing against me like running through water. The voices behind me grew urgent, panicked. "Stop! You don't understand!" her father shouted. "There's nothing beyond the boundary. You'll be lost forever." I hesitated for just a moment, glancing back. The family had gathered at the edge of the lawn, their faces contorted with fear that seemed genuine. My girlfriend pushed forward, reaching toward me. "Please," she cried, sounding entirely herself again. "If you cross, you can never return. You'll be trapped between neither here nor there, like the others who tried to escape." "Others?" I called back. "Look at me," she pleaded. "Really look." In the moonlight, her form seemed to flicker. For an instant, I saw her as she truly was, not the vibrant woman I'd been dating, but something withered and ancient wearing her like a costume. The illusion reasserted itself immediately, but I couldn't unsee that momentary revelation. "What are you?" I whispered. "We are the bound," her mother answered, stepping forward. "Trapped here by the original pact. Each generation must bring in new blood to maintain our semblance of life. Without it, we fade into what we truly are: shadows, memories, less than ghosts." "The marriage certificate. A binding ritual," her father explained. "It ties your life force to the estate, to us. You become family. You share our fate." "And if I refuse? If I cross this boundary?" My girlfriend, or the thing wearing her form, looked devastated. "Then I failed the family. I will wither while they continue with new blood from another source. And you'll exist in the in-between. Not here with us, Not in the real world either. Lost. I took another step toward the boundary, feeling it resist me like thick gel. This can't be real. This is some kind of shared delusion. Or you've drugged me. If only it were that simple, she said sadly. How do you think you met me? Why do you think you were drawn to me despite all the warning signs? How many gaps are in your memory of our relationship? We've been preparing you for months, making you receptive, making you want this. Fragments of memories surfaced. Strange gaps in my recollection, inconsistencies I'd dismissed. The nagging feeling that something about our relationship had never quite made sense. Had I ever truly known her? Had anything been real? The boundary pulsed behind me. The way out. Or possibly another trap. The family watched, waiting for my decision, their forms occasionally flickering to reveal glimpses of their true nature. Ancient, withered things sustained by whatever dark bargain their ancestor had made. Dawn was approaching, the sky lightening almost imperceptibly. I had to choose. There is a third option, my girlfriend said softly, extending her hand. Sign willingly. Join us truly. The estate provides pleasures and powers you cannot imagine. Yes, you'll be bound here, but is your life out there so fulfilling? So complete? Here, you'll never age, never sicken. You'll be family. For a moment, just a moment, I considered it. Was my life beyond this estate really worth fighting for? What was I returning to? A lonely apartment? A mediocre job? Here was eternity, of a sort. But then I thought of the wedding attire in the cellar, decades of trapped souls, the newspaper clippings, the scratching in the walls. I stepped backwards into the boundary, feeling it envelop me like thick syrup. The family cried out in unison, a sound of genuine anguish. My girlfriend ran forward, reaching for me, her form flickering rapidly between the woman I thought I knew and something ancient and desperate. "You don't understand," she screamed. "Neither choice is escape. The boundary doesn't lead to freedom." As the resistance of the boundary closed around me, her final words reached me, distant but clear. "It leads to becoming like us, but alone. Forever." The world dissolved into gray mist. I felt myself falling, or perhaps floating, impossible to tell which. When the sensation stopped, I found myself somewhere. Not the estate, not anywhere I recognized. Just a gray limbo that extended in all directions. I walked for what seemed like hours, finding nothing, no one. The gray never changed. There was no sun, no horizon, no features of any kind. Just endless, formless nothing. Until I saw a shape in the distance. A house. As I approached, my heart sank. It was the estate, exactly as I'd left it. The iron gates opened as I approached, an invitation or a taunt, impossible to determine which. I turned and ran in the opposite direction. After an eternity of running through featureless gray, I saw it again. The same house, the same open gates. No matter which direction I fled, I always ended up back at those gates. Always faced with the same choice: enter willingly or remain in this limbo forever. Sometimes, I think I see others in the gray distances, shapes moving aimlessly, perhaps other new bloods who chose as I did. We never seem to get closer to each other, forever isolated in our individual purgatories. I've lost track of how long I've been here. Time has no meaning in this place. Occasionally, I approach the gates, stare at the house beyond, consider entering. Each time I turn away, convinced that resistance is still possible, that there must be another way out. But in my darkest moments, I wonder, what if my girlfriend was telling the truth? What if neither choice was escape? What if I'm trapped in an endless loop of my own making? And sometimes, in the corner of my eye, I catch glimpses of something watching me from beyond the gates. Something wearing a familiar face, waiting patiently for me to realize there was never any escape at all. The certificate still waits on that desk, I'm sure. The pen and knife beside it. Maybe tomorrow I'll go through those gates. Maybe I already have, countless times, my memory wiped clean with each new cycle. Maybe this gray world isn't real either. Maybe I'm still in that room, hallucinating these endless escapes and returns, my mind creating elaborate fantasies rather than accepting the truth of my situation. Or maybe I never left my apartment 6 months ago. Maybe I'm lying in bed, caught in the grip of the most vivid nightmare imaginable. I only know one thing for certain. I can still see the house from here. The gates are still open. And sooner or later, willingly or not, I'll go back inside. After all, the family always gets what it wants. Story 5. The neon lights of Vegas have a way of making everything seem both more real and less real at the same time. I'd been at the tables for hours, watching my modest winnings from earlier in the evening slowly bleed away. The casino floor, a labyrinth of flashing machines and green felt, had begun to take on that surreal quality that comes around 3 in the morning when the crowds thin out but never quite disappear. I wasn't drunk, just tired. Sleep-deprived and running on the fumes of coffee and adrenaline that had kept me going through my 3-day business trip. My presentation had gone well that morning, and I'd decided to reward myself with one night of gambling before flying home tomorrow. Now, as I cashed out my remaining chips, significantly fewer than I'd started with, I felt the weight of exhaustion settling into my bones. The Mirage Palace was one of those newer luxury establishments off the main strip, all gleaming marble and crystal chandeliers designed to make you forget that you were essentially in a sophisticated trap. I'd read somewhere that casinos are built like mazes, with no clocks and few obvious exits, all to keep you playing longer. Standing in the middle of the main floor, I could believe it. Despite having passed through the lobby several times since checking in, I found myself momentarily disoriented. A cocktail waitress passed by with a tray of colorful drinks, and the scent of alcohol and artificial fruit made my stomach turn slightly. Time to call it a night. I oriented myself toward what I thought was the bank of elevators leading to the hotel portion of the complex. The casino's carefully engineered soundscape, the constant chiming of slot machines, occasional bursts of celebration, low murmurs of dealers, seemed to shift as I walked, becoming slightly muffled, as if I were moving through water. The elevator bank was tucked away in an alcove, the lighting noticeably dimmer than the main floor. I pressed the up button and watched the numbers above the doors, tracking the car's descent from the upper floors. That's when I noticed her. She stood about 10 feet away, watching the same elevator doors with an intensity that seemed odd. Something about her posture made me take a second look. She stood too still, like a mannequin placed in the corner of a department store. She wore a simple black dress, elegant but not flashy, her dark hair pulled back from her face, which I couldn't quite make out in the dim lighting. The elevator arrived with a soft chime. As I moved toward the opening doors, she approached suddenly. "Excuse me," she said, her voice carrying a slight accent I couldn't place. "Would you mind helping me? I need to reach the 13th floor, but my keycard isn't working with the elevator." I paused, one foot already in the elevator. 13th floor? I don't think this building has one. I'd been staying at the Mirage Palace for 3 days, and like many hotels, it skipped from 12 to 14 in its numbering system. Superstition built into the architecture. Her smile didn't reach her eyes. "Of course it does. All these places do. They just hide them." Something cold slithered down my spine. I'd never considered myself superstitious, but her certainty disturbed me. "I just need someone to help me operate the elevator correctly," she continued, stepping closer. "It requires a special sequence." The fluorescent lights above us flickered momentarily, and in that split second, her face seemed to change. Something about the shadows under her eyes deepening, her smile widening just a fraction too much. But when the light stabilized, she looked normal again, just a woman asking for help. Against my better judgment, I held the door. "I can try," I said, though a warning bell had begun to sound somewhere in the back of my mind. She glided into the elevator with unnatural grace, standing closer to me than social norms would dictate. The doors closed with a finality that made my chest tighten. "You need to press 14, then lobby, then 14 again. Then hold the door close button for 3 seconds, she instructed, her eyes fixed on the panel. I hesitated, then followed her instructions. Nothing happened. The elevator began its normal ascent to my floor, the 8th. "You did it wrong," she said, her voice dropping to a whisper. "We need to try again." Before I could respond, she reached across me and hit the emergency stop button. The elevator jerked to a halt between floors. My heart rate spiked immediately. "What are you doing?" I demanded, reaching for the button to restart the elevator. She caught my wrist with surprising strength. Her hand felt ice cold against my skin. "You promised to help me," she said. Her eyes, which I now noticed were an unusual shade of amber, almost seemed to glow in the fluorescent lighting. "No one ever helps me reach the 13th floor." I pulled my arm free. "This isn't funny. I'm restarting the elevator and getting out on my floor." She stepped back, a look of disappointment crossing her features. "Fine, but you'll see me again. Everyone who notices me does." I jabbed the button to restart the elevator, and after a moment's hesitation, it continued its journey upward. When the doors opened on the 8th floor, I practically bolted out, not looking back to see if she had followed or continued upward. Only when I reached my room and locked the door behind me did I realize I was shaking. Sleep didn't come easily that night. Every time I drifted off, I jerked awake with the sensation of cold fingers touching my wrist. Around dawn, I finally fell into a deeper sleep, only to be awakened by the sound of housekeeping in the hallway a few hours later. In the harsh light of morning, the encounter seemed less sinister. I'd been exhausted, slightly on edge from losing money, and the woman had probably just been confused about the floor numbering. Perhaps she was from a country where 13 wasn't considered unlucky. Still, something about the memory of her eyes kept nagging at me. After a shower and coffee, I felt more like myself. I had a few hours before my flight, so I decided to pack and then grab some breakfast at one of the casino restaurants. As I waited for the elevator in the hotel corridor, I found myself watching the floor numbers with unnecessary attention. 8, 7, 6. The car stopped on the 5th floor. When the doors opened, my blood froze. She stood there wearing the same black dress, her expression blank until she recognized me. Then her lips curved into a smile that made my skin crawl. "Going down?" she asked, as if we were strangers meeting for the first time. I took an involuntary step backward. "I'll catch the next one." The doors began to close, but not before I caught a glimpse of her face contorting with anger, the edges of her mouth stretching impossibly wide. By the time the next elevator arrived, I had almost convinced myself I'd imagined it. Over breakfast, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The restaurant was crowded with tourists and business people, the normal morning rush, but every time I looked up from my plate, I expected to see her sitting at a nearby table or standing by the entrance. The eggs tasted like ash in my mouth, and the coffee did nothing to dispel the fog of unease that had settled over me. I decided to check out early and head to the airport. Better to wait there than spend another minute in this hotel. As I approached the front desk, I noticed a plaque on the wall detailing the history of the Mirage Palace. Opened in 1997, renovated in 2010, my eyes caught on a line near the bottom. The original structure suffered significant damage in a fire in 1986, resulting in 13 fatalities. 13. The number jumped out at me like a slap. I shook my head, trying to dislodge the growing paranoia. It was just a coincidence, and besides, the current building wasn't even the original structure. The clerk processed my checkout efficiently, barely looking up from his computer. "Did you enjoy your stay, sir?" "Yes, fine," I lied. Then, unable to help myself, I added, "Quick question. I was told by someone that there's a 13th floor, but I noticed the elevators skip from 12 to 14. The clerk's fingers paused over his keyboard. He looked up at me, his professional smile never wavering. "We don't have a 13th floor, sir. Most Vegas hotels don't, for superstitious reasons." "That's what I thought," I said, feeling slightly foolish. Someone must have been confused. He nodded and returned to his task. As he handed me my receipt, he added casually, "Though there is a staff elevator that accesses all mechanical floors. Perhaps that's what they meant." Outside, waiting for my taxi, I squinted in the harsh desert sunlight. After the perpetual twilight of the casino, The real world seemed almost painfully bright. The taxi arrived, and as I settled into the back seat, relief washed over me. In a few hours I'd be home, and this strange experience would become nothing more than an anecdote to share over drinks with friends. The driver, an older man with leathery skin and a weathered baseball cap, caught my eye in the rearview mirror. "Mirage Palace, huh? You stay there often?" "First time," I replied, checking my phone for messages. He nodded sagely. "Fancy place. Built it right over the old Starlight Casino after it burned down. Bad business, that fire." My attention snapped back to him. "You mean the fire in 1986? "That's right. 13 people didn't make it out." He shook his head. "Some say that's why they built the new place so quick and fancy. Cover up the tragedy, you know. Vegas doesn't like reminders of bad luck." The chill returned to my spine. Did they ever determine the cause of the fire? The driver's eyes met mine in the mirror. "Officially, electrical fault on the 13th floor. Unofficially, some say a woman started it. Guest who'd been caught trying to lure people to empty rooms. Never caught her." My mouth went dry. "What do you mean, lure people?" He shrugged. "Different stories. Some say she was running scams, getting people alone to rob them. Others say it was worse, trafficking maybe. All I know is after the fire, they found her room on the 13th floor, but never found her body." We rode in silence for several minutes as I processed this information. It was probably just local legend, the kind of ghost story that accumulates around any tragedy. But the coincidence was unsettling. "You all right back there?" the driver asked, eyeing me with concern. "You're looking a bit pale." "I'm fine," I assured him, though my heart was racing. "Just tired." At the airport, I found myself jumping at shadows, convinced I would see her again, standing at a gate, browsing in a gift shop, seated across from me at the bar where I tried to steady my nerves with a drink. But she never appeared, and gradually, as boarding time approached, I began to relax. My relief was short-lived. As I settled into my window seat on the plane, a voice beside me made my blood run cold. "We meet again," she said, her amber eyes gleaming with amusement. What a coincidence. It was impossible. I hadn't seen her board. I hadn't seen her at the gate. Yet here she was, sliding elegantly into the seat next to mine, arranging her black dress around her with those unnaturally graceful movements. "You're not real," I whispered, gripping the armrests until my knuckles turned white. She laughed, a sound like breaking glass. "Of course I am. As real as the 13th floor." "There is no 13th floor," I insisted, my voice rising slightly, drawing a concerned look from a flight attendant passing by. "Is everything okay, sir?" the attendant asked, her gaze moving from me to the seat beside me and back again, her expression puzzled. I looked at the woman in black, then back at the flight attendant. "Yes," I said hesitantly. "We're fine." The flight attendant nodded and continued down the aisle. The woman beside me leaned closer, her breath cold against my ear. "She doesn't see me. Only you do. Only those who notice me, who agree to help me." My mind raced. Was I hallucinating? Having some kind of breakdown? The lack of sleep, the stress of travel, perhaps even something I'd unknowingly ingested. There had to be a rational explanation. "What do you want from me?" I asked, keeping my voice low. She smiled, revealing teeth that seemed just slightly too sharp. "I want you to help me reach the 13th floor. That's all I've ever wanted." Even if I believed you, even if I wanted to help, I can't. I'm on this plane, leaving Vegas. Her expression darkened. "Are you sure about that?" A jolt of turbulence shook the plane, and I gripped the armrest tighter. When I looked back at her, the seat was empty. My breath caught in my throat. I frantically scanned the cabin, but she was nowhere to be seen. The rest of the flight passed in a haze of anxiety. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw her face, that unnatural smile. Every time the plane shuddered with turbulence, I expected to open my eyes and find myself back in that elevator. Home offered no respite. That night, alone in my apartment, I dreamed of endless corridors and elevators that never reached their destination. I woke gasping for air, convinced I could smell smoke and feel cold fingers around my wrist. Over the following days, I researched the Mirage Palace and the fire that destroyed its predecessor. The facts aligned with what the taxi driver had told me. 13 fatalities, cause determined to be an electrical fault on the mechanical level between the 12th and 14th floors. What he hadn't mentioned, what I discovered in archived news reports, was that one of the victims had never been identified. A woman, estimated to be in her 30s, found in a service elevator. I began seeing her everywhere. A glimpse of a black dress disappearing around a corner. A flash of amber eyes in a crowd. The sensation of being watched as I tried to sleep. Was I going mad, or was something impossible happening to me? A week after returning from Vegas, I received a package. No return address, just my name and address in elegant handwriting. Inside was a single item, a hotel key card for the Mirage Palace. No room number, no accompanying note. That night, I dreamed of standing in an elevator. The woman in black stood beside me, her cold hand in mine. "Press the buttons," she whispered. 14, lobby, 14, hold. I woke with a start, my heart pounding. On my nightstand, impossibly, sat the keycard that I had locked in a drawer the night before. I've tried everything. Thrown away the keycard only to find it back in my possession. Consulted doctors who find nothing physically wrong with me. Even visited a priest who blessed my apartment while looking at me with poorly concealed skepticism. Yesterday, I received a phone call from an unknown number. When I answered, there was only the sound of an elevator chime, then a woman's voice. "All these places have a 13th floor. They just hide them. I've booked a return ticket to Vegas, not because I believe her, not because I think there's really a 13th floor or a woman who died in a fire decades ago. I'm going because I need to prove to myself that none of this is real, that I'm suffering from some kind of breakdown that can be treated. The rational part of my mind says I should check myself into a hospital instead. But rationality feels increasingly distant, like a language I once knew but am rapidly forgetting. As I pack for my trip, I can't shake the feeling that I never actually left Vegas, that this past week has been the illusion, and the reality is that I'm still there, trapped in an elevator between the 12th and 14th floors, with a woman who needs my help to reach a destination that doesn't exist. Or perhaps the truth is even more disturbing, that I never made it out of that elevator at all. That when she pressed the emergency stop button, something happened that my mind can't or won't process. That all of this, the flight home, my research, even this moment now, is just my consciousness creating a more palatable reality than whatever is actually happening. I keep checking my wrist, where I swear I can still feel the imprint of her icy fingers. Sometimes, in certain lights, I think I can see marks there, like burns, but in the perfect shape of a handprint. The taxi will be here soon to take me to the airport. My keycard sits on the table, waiting. I don't know what will happen when I return to the Mirage Palace, when I step into that elevator again. All I know is that, real or not, she'll be waiting for me, the woman who needs help reaching the 13th floor. And part of me, the part that grows stronger with each passing day, suspects that this time, I'll help her reach it. Story 6. The first time I saw the truck, I was grading papers in my classroom after hours. A faded blue Ford, rusted around the wheel wells, idling at the corner where Maple Street meets the main road leading away from the school. Something about it made me pause, pen hovering over a half-marked essay. The man behind the wheel wasn't looking at the road, but at something, or someone, on the sidewalk. I couldn't see what had caught his attention from my second-floor window, but when he leaned his head out of the driver's side, the fluorescent parking lot lights caught his face. Gaunt, hollow-eyed, his mouth moved, forming words I couldn't hear. Then the truck lurched forward, disappearing around the bend, leaving nothing but a puff of exhaust hanging in the October air. Just another random moment. It shouldn't have stuck with me, but it did. 3 days later, I was leaving the teacher's lounge when I overheard the principal talking with the school resource officer. Their voices carried through the half-open door. "Third report this month. Same description every time. Blue truck, older man, asking about a lost dog. And you're sure it was near school property? Within 2 blocks. Parents are getting concerned. I lingered, pretending to check my phone. The resource officer sighed. I'll increase patrols during drop-off and pickup. Without a plate number, there's not much else we can do. I walked away before they noticed me, but the conversation clung to my thoughts like cobwebs. Blue truck, lost dog, the classic lure. Everyone knew about it. The stranger asking for help finding a non-existent pet. A tactic as old as stranger danger itself. That night, I dreamed of the truck. In my dream, I was standing on the sidewalk outside the school, and the truck was idling at the curb. The driver's face was hidden in shadow, but his voice carried clearly through the open window. "Have you seen my dog?" he asked. "Little brown thing. Answers to the name of guilt." I woke up sweating. Our district had been under a microscope for months. 3 teachers from the high school had been arrested last spring. Inappropriate relationships with students, all swept under the rug until one brave kid finally spoke up. The scandal rocked our small community, left parents suspicious, administrators defensive, and the rest of us caught in the crossfire of heightened scrutiny and eroded trust. We'd all been interviewed, backgrounds rechecked, social media accounts scrutinized. Those of us who remained were presumed innocent, but the cloud of suspicion hung over every male teacher in particular. Every interaction with a student was suddenly fraught with new tension. Had I seen the signs? Should I have noticed something off about those teachers? The questions gnawed at me. We'd shared conference rooms, holiday parties, graduation ceremonies. I'd laughed at their jokes, complained about the same administrative decisions, covered their classes when they were out sick. What else had I missed? The second time I saw the truck, I was driving home. It was parked outside the gas station a mile from campus, and I almost didn't notice it. But something made me look twice. That same faded blue, those same rusted wheel wells. The man was pumping gas, his back to me. Tall, thin, wearing a gray jacket despite the lingering warmth of early fall. I slowed down, considering pulling in. I could get his license plate, report it to the resource officer. But what would I say? That I saw a man with a blue truck? That I'd overheard a conversation not meant for me? That I had a bad feeling? As if sensing my attention, the man turned, and for a moment I thought he looked directly at me. A shiver crawled up my spine. I pressed the gas and drove past. In my rearview mirror, I watched him get back into his truck. Was he following me? I took 3 random turns before heading home, heart hammering against my ribs. That night, I researched local news reports about attempted abductions or suspicious persons. Nothing matched the blue truck. No reports of a man asking about a lost dog. No warnings from police. Had I imagined the conversation between the principal and the resource officer? The days that followed brought a prickling awareness. I started seeing blue trucks everywhere. At traffic lights, in grocery store parking lots, driving past my house at odd hours. None of them were the truck. Wrong model, too new, different shade of blue. But each sighting wound the spring of my anxiety tighter. The teacher's lounge had become a different place since the arrests. Conversations died when certain names were mentioned. Nobody wanted to talk about what had happened, yet it was all anyone thought about. "Heard they're interviewing students again," the chemistry teacher said one morning, stirring her coffee with slow, deliberate movements. Building a broader case. "They should leave those kids alone," said the English department head. "They've been through enough." I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. The night before, I'd dreamed of the truck again. This time I'd approached it, and as I got closer, I realized the man behind the wheel had my face. Older, gaunt, hollow-eyed, but unmistakably me. "You okay?" the chemistry teacher asked. "You look like you haven't slept." "Fine," I said. "Just behind on grading." She nodded, but her eyes lingered a moment too long. Did she see something in my face? Some guilt I wasn't aware of carrying? That afternoon I stayed late again, partly to catch up on work, partly because I'd been avoiding going home to an empty house filled with too many thoughts. The parking lot was nearly empty when I finally packed up. The security lights cast long shadows across the asphalt. My footsteps echoed in the stillness. And there it was, the blue truck, parked at the far end of the lot. Headlights off, engine silent, waiting. My keys dug into my palm as I clutched them. I considered going back inside, calling security. But what would I say? The truck wasn't doing anything wrong by being parked there. Instead, I walked to my car, trying to project a confidence I didn't feel. I kept my eyes forward, resisting the urge to look at the truck, to see if someone was inside watching me. My hands shook as I unlocked my door. As I slid into the driver's seat, I heard it, a dog barking. Short, sharp yaps that seemed to come from the direction of the blue truck. I froze, key halfway to the ignition. There was no dog. There had never been a dog. I started my car and pulled out of the parking lot so quickly my tires squealed. In my rearview mirror, the blue truck remained motionless, a darker shadow among shadows. Sleep eluded me that night. Every creak of the house, every distant car engine had me sitting upright, heart racing. Around 3 a.m, I gave up and went to the kitchen for water. That's when I saw it, a single tuft of brown fur on the living room carpet. I hadn't owned a pet in years, not since my ex took the cat in the divorce. There was no reasonable explanation for animal fur in my house. I picked it up, rolled it between my fingers. It felt real. But was it? Lately, I'd been questioning everything, my memory, my perceptions, my sanity. The next morning, the fur was gone. Had I thrown it away? Had it never existed? I couldn't be sure anymore. At school, rumors circulated about an additional teacher being investigated. No names were mentioned, but sideways glances followed me down the hallway. Or did I just imagine they did? During my planning period, the principal called me into his office. My throat constricted as I sat across from him, hands folded in my lap to hide their trembling. "We've had reports of a suspicious vehicle hanging around after hours," he said. "Security is reviewing camera footage. Have you noticed anything unusual in the parking lot?" The blue truck flashed in my mind, the sound of a dog barking, the fur on my carpet. "No," I heard myself say. "Nothing unusual." Why did I lie? The question haunted me as I returned to my classroom. Was I protecting the man in the truck? Or was I afraid of sounding paranoid, of drawing attention to myself during a time when any unusual behavior raised red flags? That evening, I decided to drive by the school again. I told myself I was being a concerned citizen. If the truck was there, I'd get the license plate this time, report it properly. The parking lot was empty, no blue truck, no mysterious man. I felt a strange mixture of relief and disappointment. As I turned to head home, my headlights swept across the school's main entrance. Something moved in the shadows beside the door. I slowed down, peering through the darkness. A dog sat there, small, brown, watching me with unblinking eyes that reflected my headlights like tiny moons. It didn't bark, didn't move, just stared as I drove past. My hands clenched the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles turned white. There was no dog. There couldn't be. The school was locked, the grounds empty, yet I'd seen it as clearly as I now saw the road ahead of me. When I got home, I double-checked every lock, drew every curtain. As I moved through the living room, something crunched under my shoe. I looked down to find dog kibble scattered across the carpet. I lived alone. I had no dog. I never bought dog food. I swept up the kibble with shaking hands, dumped it in the trash, then checked every closet, under every bed, behind every door. No signs of intrusion, no explanation for the dog food on my floor. That night, I didn't even try to sleep. I sat in my living room with all the lights on, jumping at every sound. Around dawn, I dozed off in my armchair and dreamed of the man in the truck again. This time, he was parked in my driveway. This time, he got out and walked to my front door. This time, his face was clearer, hollow-eyed, gaunt, familiar in a way I couldn't place. "Have you seen my dog?" he called through the door. "Have you seen what you've been hiding?" The next day at school, exhaustion clouded my thoughts. I went through the motions of teaching, barely registering the concerned looks from colleagues, the whispers that followed me down the hall. During lunch, I overheard two teachers talking in the bathroom. They found something on the security cameras. Some guy hanging around the parking lot at night. Did they identify him? Not yet, but they're reviewing more footage. Apparently he's been there multiple times. My stomach clenched. Had the cameras caught me driving by last night? Would they think I was the suspicious person being reported? After school, the principal stopped me in the hallway. Everything okay? You seem distracted lately. Just tired, I said, forcing a smile. End of semester crunch. He nodded, but his eyes held something else. Concern? Suspicion? If you need to talk, he said, my door is always open. What did he know? What did he suspect? The questions multiplied like shadows at sunset. That night it rained, a steady, relentless downpour that drummed against the roof and windows. I sat in my kitchen, a cup of tea growing cold before me, listening to water gurgle through the gutters. A sound cut through the rain, the distinctive click of my front door unlocking. I hadn't imagined it. The sound was clear, mechanical, real. I reached for my phone, ready to call 911, but stopped when I heard another sound. A dog whining, scratching at the door. Slowly, I stood and moved toward the front of the house. The door was still locked when I reached it, deadbolt engaged, chain in place. No signs that anyone had tried to enter. I pressed my ear to the wood, listening. Nothing but the sound of rain. Had I imagined it? Was I losing my mind? I turned to go back to the kitchen, and froze. Wet paw prints led from the door across my living room carpet, disappearing into the hallway that led to my bedroom. My breath caught in my throat. I followed the prints, each step heavier than the last. They ended at my closed bedroom door. With trembling fingers, I turned the knob and pushed the door open. The room was empty, but my laptop sat open on the bed, screen glowing in the darkness. I hadn't left it there. I was certain I'd put it on my desk before leaving for school that morning. I approached it slowly, as if it might bite. On the screen was a single open document, a police report. A report I'd never seen before, never created, yet somehow saved to my hard drive. The report detailed a suspicious incident. A man in a blue truck approaching someone outside the elementary school in our district, asking about a lost dog. The report was filed 3 years ago. The description of the man matched what I'd seen. Tall, thin, gaunt-faced. At the bottom of the report was a note. Vehicle registered to resident at 1421 Oakwood Drive. My address, my home. But I didn't own a blue truck. I drove a gray sedan, had never owned a truck in my life. With shaking hands, I closed the laptop and went to the window. The rain had stopped. Moonlight spilled across my driveway, illuminating my car, my gray sedan, parked where I'd left it. And behind it, partially hidden by shadows, the outline of what could only be a blue truck. I staggered back from the window, heart pounding against my ribs. This wasn't real. Couldn't be real. I was hallucinating, having some kind of breakdown. I grabbed my phone and pulled up the flashlight app, then forced myself back to the window. I shined the light toward the driveway. There was no truck, just my car, glistening with raindrops in the moonlight. Relief flooded through me, followed immediately by doubt. Had the truck been there a moment ago? Or had my mind conjured it from my fears? A notification sound from my laptop made me jump. I approached it cautiously, opened the screen. The police report was gone. In its place was my email, open to a message I didn't remember receiving, from an address I didn't recognize. No subject line, just an attachment, a photo. My cursor hovered over it. Every instinct screamed not to open it, yet my finger clicked almost of its own accord. The photo loaded, a blue Ford truck, parked in what was unmistakably my driveway. The timestamp in the corner showed it was taken 5 minutes ago. A sound behind me, nails clicking on hardwood. I whirled around. Nothing there. Just my empty bedroom, shadows pooling in the corners. But on the floor, a small leather dog collar, brown, worn, with a metal tag that caught the light from my laptop screen. I picked it up with trembling fingers and turned the tag over to read the engraving. Instead of a name, there was a date. The date, 3 years ago, when the first teacher in our district was arrested. And below that, a single word: guilty. I dropped the collar as if it had burned me. It hit the floor with a soft thud, then disappeared. There 1 second, gone the next, like it had never existed at all. Outside, a dog began to bark. Short, sharp yaps that seemed to come from my driveway. I forced myself to the window again, bracing for what I might see. The blue truck was back, idling at the curb. The driver's door hung open, but I couldn't see anyone inside or around it. As I watched, frozen, the truck's headlights flashed once, twice, 3 times, like it was signaling to me. Then the engine died, and silence fell again. I sank to the floor beneath the window, pulling my knees to my chest. Was any of this real? The truck, the dog, the collar, the report? Or was my mind fracturing under the weight of suspicion and paranoia that had blanketed our school since the arrests? Had I somehow been involved? Were there gaps in my memory, things I'd witnessed but chosen to forget? Had I seen warning signs in those teachers and said nothing? Done nothing? Or was something else happening? Something I couldn't begin to understand. In the silence of my bedroom, with moonlight painting silver rectangles on my wall, I realized I might never know the truth. Whether the man in the truck was real or a manifestation of my guilt, whether the dog existed or was a symbol of something lost, something buried, these questions might remain unanswered. But one thing was certain: I would be looking over my shoulder from now on, jumping at the sound of barking dogs, watching for blue trucks in my rearview mirror, and wondering, always wondering, if I was being haunted by something outside myself, or something within. Later that night, as I finally drifted toward an uneasy sleep, my phone chimed with a text message. Unknown number. 3 words that made my blood freeze in my veins. Found my dog. I never saw the blue truck again after that night. But sometimes, in the dark hours before dawn, I swear I hear a dog barking outside my window. And every time I look, there's nothing there but my own reflection staring back at me. Hollow-eyed, gaunt, watching, waiting. Story 7. The first night I spent in my new house, my dog wouldn't come inside. Cooper had never been difficult before, a gentle retriever mix with an easygoing temperament, but that evening, he planted his paws at the threshold of the front door and refused to budge. His ears flattened against his skull as he stared past me into the empty foyer, a low whine building in his throat. "Come on, boy," I coaxed, tugging gently at his leash. "It's just a new place. You'll get used to it." Cooper's response was to back away, nearly pulling the leash from my grip. Something in his wide-eyed panic made the hair on my arm stand up. I eventually carried all 70 pounds of him inside, his body trembling against my chest the entire time. I'd bought the house, a contemporary craftsman built just 5 years ago on the outskirts of town, after my divorce. It represented everything I wanted: a fresh start, modern conveniences, no history to haunt me. The previous owners had barely lived in it a year before relocating for work. The price had been surprisingly reasonable for such a new construction, but I hadn't questioned my good fortune. Not then. That first week, I attributed Cooper's behavior to the adjustment period. He refused to venture upstairs and spent nights curled at the foot of the couch instead of in his bed. He would stare at empty corners, his head tilted as if listening to something I couldn't hear. Sometimes he would bolt suddenly from a room, hackles raised, for no apparent reason. Then came the cold spots. I first noticed it while unpacking boxes in the den, a pocket of air so frigid it made my breath visible, despite the thermostat reading a comfortable 72 degrees. I walked through it and felt as though I'd been dipped in ice water, only to emerge on the other side back into warmth. The HVAC specialist I called found nothing wrong with the system. "These new builds sometimes have quirks," he explained with a shrug. "Might just be uneven air distribution. Give it time to balance out." The cold spots didn't balance out. They moved. I'd find one hovering at the top of the stairs 1 hour, then lurking in the master bathroom the next. Cooper would avoid these areas entirely, taking elaborate detours through the house. By the second week, the lights began to behave oddly. Not the dramatic flickering you see in movies, but subtle disturbances. Bulbs dimming momentarily when I entered certain rooms, then brightening again when I spoke aloud. The ceiling fixture in the dining room would turn on by itself in the middle of the night, illuminating the empty table below. The electrician found no shorts, no wiring issues, nothing to explain the phenomena. Sometimes these smart homes have glitches, he offered. Maybe reset your system. But my house wasn't wired with smart technology. The switches were manual, the fixtures standard. I began to feel watched, especially in the master bedroom. The sensation would creep over me gradually, a prickling awareness that started at the nape of my neck and spread across my shoulders until I couldn't focus on anything else. I'd spin around expecting to find someone standing behind me, but there was never anyone there. Just the cool, empty room with its pristine walls and untouched corners. Sleep became elusive. I'd drift off only to jerk awake at 3 a.m, convinced I'd heard footsteps on the stairs or movement in the hallway. Cooper would be awake too, his eyes fixed on the bedroom door, a continuous tremor running through his body. After 3 weeks, I stopped unpacking. Boxes remained stacked in corners, their contents untouched. I couldn't shake the feeling that the house didn't want me to settle in, that I was the intruder here, not the other way around. It was a Tuesday evening when I first heard the voice. I was in the kitchen, washing dishes, when the water suddenly turned ice cold in my hands. The lights above the sink dimmed to a sickly yellow glow. A whisper came from just behind my left ear, so close I could feel the phantom breath against my skin. "You can call me Gary." I dropped a plate, the crash as it shattered against the tile floor echoing through the house. I spun around, heart pounding, but the kitchen was empty. Cooper, who had been dozing in the living room, began barking frantically, not at me, but at something beside me that I couldn't see. "Hello?" I called out, my voice embarrassingly unsteady. "Is someone there?" Silence answered, but the cold spot lingered, hovering just beside me like an unwelcome companion. I didn't sleep at all that night. I sat in the living room with all the lights on. Cooper pressed against my leg as we both stared at the darkened hallway leading to the stairs. Around dawn, I finally dozed off, only to dream of digging in the backyard, my hands sinking into soil that felt too soft, too recently disturbed. I called a realtor the next morning but stopped short of listing the house. What would I say? That my dog was afraid of the place? That I'd felt cold spots and heard a voice calling itself Gary? She'd think I was having a breakdown. Maybe I was. Instead, I did what any rational person trying to cling to their sanity would do. I researched the property's history. The house was new, yes, but the land had been there forever. The county records showed nothing unusual. The lot had been part of a larger parcel that was subdivided for development in 2016. Before that, it had been vacant land for decades, previously part of a large farm that had been parceled off gradually since the 1950s. I expanded my search, looking into local history. The area had been rural until relatively recently, mostly farmland and scattered homesteads dating back to the early 1800s. Nothing stood out. No reported tragedies, no mentions of anyone named Gary. The voice didn't return immediately, but the cold spots persisted, as did Cooper's anxious behavior. I began to wonder if I was experiencing some sort of stress response to the divorce, projecting my unsettled emotions onto the physical space around me. I scheduled an appointment with a therapist. Dr. Winfield listened patiently as I described the events of the past month, careful to keep my tone measured and rational. When I finished, she didn't immediately suggest antipsychotics, which I took as a positive sign. "Have you considered that you might be experiencing a normal adjustment reaction?" she asked. Moving into a new home after a significant life change can trigger all sorts of psychological responses. "Even cold spots that move around the house?" I asked. "Our minds can manifest physical sensations when under stress," she replied. "And as for your dog's behavior, animals are incredibly sensitive to their owners' emotional states." It was a reasonable explanation. I wanted to believe it, but it didn't account for the voice, which I deliberately left out of my account to Dr. Winfield. Some things sound too crazy to say aloud, even in a therapist's office. The following weekend, I forced myself to continue unpacking. The house had to become a home eventually, I reasoned. I couldn't live surrounded by boxes forever. As I arranged books on the built-in shelves in the den, the temperature plummeted. My fingers grew numb as I worked, my breath forming clouds in front of my face. Cooper, who had been watching from the doorway, began to growl, a deep, rumbling sound I'd never heard from him before. "It's okay," I said, though whether I was reassuring him or myself wasn't clear. "There's nothing here." "You're wrong about that." The voice came from directly behind me this time, masculine with an odd, hollow quality as if spoken through a long tube. I dropped the book I was holding, my heart hammering against my ribs. "Who's there?" I demanded, turning slowly to face an empty room. "What do you want?" "You can call me Gary," the voice repeated, now seeming to come from the corner of the ceiling. "And I was here first." Cooper's growl escalated to frantic barking. He backed away from the den entrance, his tail tucked between his legs. "This is my house," I said, surprised by the steadiness in my voice. "I bought it. I live here now." A laugh echoed through the room, bouncing off the walls in a way that made it impossible to locate the source. "The house is new. The land is old. You build on top of things, but that doesn't make them go away." The cold intensified, a freezing wave that seemed to pass through my body. The overhead light flickered rapidly, casting the room in stuttering shadows. I stumbled backward, knocking into the bookshelf. "What things?" I asked, my teeth beginning to chatter. "What are you talking about?" But the voice had gone, the temperature slowly returning to normal, leaving me alone with my racing thoughts and a terrified dog. I didn't tell Dr. Winfield about this encounter during our next session. Instead, I nodded along as she suggested coping strategies for anxiety and adjustment disorders. I filled the prescription she gave me but left the pills untouched on my bathroom counter. Medication wouldn't fix what was happening in my house. I was certain of that now. Against my better judgment, I found myself searching online for paranormal experts. Most seemed like obvious charlatans, but I eventually came across a woman named Eleanor who described herself as a sensitive, rather than a psychic or medium. Her website was understated, her approach presented as more scientific than spiritual. I sent her an email, keeping my description vague. Unexplained phenomena in a new house, looking for possible explanations. Eleanor arrived on a Sunday afternoon. She was in her 60s, dressed in practical slacks and a button-up shirt, looking more like a retired librarian than someone who communicated with the dead. Cooper, surprisingly, took to her immediately, pressing against her leg as she entered the house. "He knows I'm here to help," she said, scratching behind his ears. "Animals have better sense about these things than we do." I gave her a tour of the house, pointing out where the cold spots tended to appear, where the lights behaved oddly. I mentioned the voice but downplayed my reaction to it, not wanting to seem unhinged. Eleanor moved through the rooms slowly, occasionally pausing to place her palm against a wall or stare into an empty corner. She didn't use any equipment or perform any rituals, which somehow made the whole process seem more credible. In the backyard, she stopped abruptly, her eyes fixed on a spot near the edge of the property where I'd been planning to build a shed. "This land has memory," she said quietly. "Not the house. It's too new, too sterile. But the ground beneath." She knelt down, her hand hovering just above the grass. Something was buried here, not in a proper way. A chill ran through me that had nothing to do with the supernatural. "A body?" Eleanor shook her head. "Not exactly, but something that was once part of someone. Something that holds emotion, memory." "Like what?" She stood up, brushing dirt from her knees. "I can't say for certain, but whatever it is, it's been disturbed by the construction. New foundations have a way of unsettling old secrets. And, Gary, names have power," she said. "If that's what it calls itself, then that's important. A connection to identity, to what was lost or taken." Eleanor recommended I consider having the area excavated. but cautioned that disturbing the site further might intensify the activity rather than resolve it. She left me with no concrete answers, only more questions and a growing sense of dread. That night, I dreamed again of digging in the backyard. In the dream, my hands struck something solid beneath the soil, not bone, but metal. A box, small and rusted, with a padlock that crumbled at my touch. Inside was a watch, old-fashioned and tarnished, its face cracked, the hands frozen at 3:17. Engraved on the back was a single word: Gary. I woke with dirt under my fingernails. The realization that I had been sleepwalking sent a jolt of terror through me. I stumbled to the bathroom, scrubbing frantically at my hands as if I could wash away more than just soil. When I looked up at the mirror, a stranger's face stared back at me for just an instant, gaunt, with hollow eyes and a grimace that might have been a smile. Then it was gone, replaced by my own pale reflection. I spent the remainder of the night in my car, parked at the end of the driveway with Cooper in the passenger seat. As dawn broke, I watched my house from a distance, trying to see it as just a structure, just wood and concrete and glass. But it seemed to watch me back, its windows like eyes, patient and knowing. The rational part of my mind insisted there had to be an explanation. Gas leaks could cause hallucinations. Carbon monoxide poisoning could explain the headaches, the disorientation. Settling foundations could account for strange noises. But none of these explanations covered everything I'd experienced, and tests for environmental hazards all came back negative. The voice returned with increasing frequency over the following days. Sometimes just a whisper, sometimes clear as if someone were standing beside me. Always the same message, with occasional variations. You can call me Gary. I was here first. Some things don't go away. I began to leave digital voice recorders running in different rooms, hoping to capture evidence of what I was hearing. Most recordings contained nothing but the ambient sounds of an empty house, but one, left in the den overnight, captured something that made my blood run cold when I played it back. My own voice, speaking in a tone I didn't recognize. The watch keeps time even when buried. Gary knows. Gary always knows. I have no memory of saying those words. Yesterday, I finally worked up the courage to dig where Eleanor had indicated in the backyard. I told myself I was disproving a superstition, taking control of my deteriorating mental state. 3 feet down, my shovel struck something solid. Not a box as in my dream, but a concrete slab that didn't match the surrounding soil. It looked deliberate, placed there intentionally, recently. I should have stopped then, called someone, the police, a contractor, anyone. Instead, I kept digging around the edges of the slab, trying to determine its size and purpose. As I worked, the air around me grew impossibly cold, my sweat freezing on my skin despite the afternoon heat. Some things should stay buried. The voice, Gary's voice, whispered from everywhere and nowhere. "What are you?" I shouted into the empty yard. "What do you want from me?" The ground beneath my feet seemed to shift, the hole I'd dug appearing shallower than it had been moments before, as if the earth were slowly pushing back what I'd displaced. A dizzying sensation overtook me, the world tilting on its axis. When my vision cleared, I was standing in my bedroom, staring at my own reflection in the full-length mirror. Behind me, visible just over my shoulder, stood a figure, blurred and indistinct, but unmistakably there. Not threatening, but watchful, waiting. "You can call me Gary," it said, its voice now coming from my own reflected mouth. "Or you can call me by my real name." My lips moved in the mirror, forming a name I didn't speak aloud, a name I somehow knew but couldn't recall once the moment passed. The figure nodded, seeming satisfied, then faded until only I remained in the reflection. I haven't returned to the hole in the backyard. I haven't called the police or a contractor or even Eleanor. Something tells me I already know what I'd find beneath that concrete slab. Not a body or a box, but a watch. My watch. The one I don't remember owning, don't remember burying, don't remember losing along with parts of myself I can no longer name. Cooper sleeps peacefully now, no longer afraid of the house or its invisible occupant. Sometimes I catch him watching me with an expression that seems almost like pity. I still feel the cold spots, still see the lights respond to unspoken commands, but they no longer frighten me. They feel familiar, like old memories surfacing after being long submerged. Last night, I found myself standing in the backyard again, staring down at the partially excavated hole. The concrete slab had been completely exposed, and in the moonlight, I could make out what looked like words etched into its surface. I knelt down to read them, my fingers tracing letters that seemed to shift and change under my touch. The inscription, when it finally settled into legibility, was simple. Here lies what Gary left behind. I should be terrified. I should be listing the house, fleeing to a hotel, seeking psychiatric help. Instead, I find myself wondering what else I've left behind. What other parts of myself might be buried in places I've forgotten. And I wonder if the voice I've been hearing belongs to a ghost at all, or if it's just an echo of someone I used to be, calling me home to the place where I left something essential behind. The house is new. The land is old. And memory, it seems, is older still, outlasting brick and bone, concrete and consciousness. Some things, once buried, refuse to stay in the ground. I think I'll keep digging tomorrow, not to banish what haunts this house, but to uncover it, to remember. After all, you can call me Gary, or at least part of me once was. Story 8. The sounds began on a Tuesday in March. A high, thin wailing that sliced through the hushed atmosphere of the European War Museum's Holocaust Memorial Wing. I was checking the humidity monitors when I heard a woman gasp. Not unusual in this section, the exhibits provoke strong reactions, but her face had drained of all color, and she clutched her handbag with white-knuckled intensity. "Do you hear that?" she whispered, her eyes darting around the dimly lit room. I paused, listening. Nothing but the gentle hum of the climate control system and the distant murmur of visitors in adjacent galleries. "I'm sorry, ma'am." "Hear what exactly?" Her gaze locked onto mine, searching. The crying, the wailing. Someone's in terrible pain. Her companions, two older adults who shared her high cheekbones and deep-set eyes, nodded emphatically beside her. "We all hear it," the older man confirmed, his voice trembling slightly. "It's coming from behind that wall. I've worked as the museum's preservation specialist for 6 years. I know every inch of this building, its creaking floorboards, the places where pipes knock, the way sound travels oddly through certain corridors. There was nothing behind that particular wall except mechanical rooms. I'll check it out," I assured them, though I suspected they were experiencing some kind of shared auditory illusion, perhaps triggered by the emotional weight of the exhibits. They thanked me and moved on reluctantly, casting nervous glances over their shoulders. I made a perfunctory inspection of the area, but found nothing unusual. Just another peculiar incident to add to the growing collection of oddities I'd experienced since the museum's recent expansion into the East Wing. The section that once housed part of Bethlehem Royal Hospital. Most people don't realize it when they visit. The museum's brochures make only passing reference to the building's varied historical uses. But before it became a repository for the artifacts of human conflict, these halls contained different kinds of suffering. Bedlam, they called it. The oldest psychiatric institution in the world, notorious for its treatments and conditions. I hadn't given the building's history much thought until that Tuesday, with the wailing only some could hear. The following week, I was cataloging new acquisitions in my office when my supervisor called. "We've had 3 separate reports of disturbing sounds in the Holocaust Wing," he said without preamble. "Can you check if there's an audio installation malfunctioning?" "What kind of sounds?" I asked, though I already knew. "Crying, wailing. One visitor described it as keening. Said it sounded like a woman in unbearable grief." My office felt suddenly colder. "I'll look into it." The Holocaust Memorial Wing was quiet when I arrived. A few visitors moved solemnly through the displays of photographs, artifacts, and testimonials. No one appeared distressed beyond the expected emotional response to such material. I checked every audio installation, every speaker, every digital display, all functioning normally. As I was about to leave, my phone buzzed with a text from the security desk. Woman at entrance very upset. Asking for you by name. Says you spoke last week. She stood in the marble-floored lobby, composed but visibly exhausted. Dark circles shadowed her eyes. I can't stop hearing it, she said simply. Even when I'm not here. I hear it in my dreams. I suggested we talk in the museum cafe. Over bitter coffee, she told me she'd researched the building after her visit. Her hands trembled as she pushed a folder across the table. Did you know about this? Inside were printouts of historical records, newspaper clippings, architectural plans. I skimmed them while she watched intently. The Holocaust Memorial Wing, she said, tapping a floor plan with one manicured fingernail. It's built directly over what used to be the women's ward in Bethlehem Hospital. The most severe cases were housed there, the ones who screamed for days without stopping. This building has a complicated history, I acknowledged, but it's been extensively renovated. There's nothing left of the original structure in that section. Isn't there? She leaned forward, her voice dropping. I started hearing the crying the moment I stepped into that room. My family heard it too. No one else did. Why us? Why that specific sound? I had no answer for her. After she left, I found myself drawn back to the Holocaust wing, now empty of visitors as closing time approached. The room felt different in the half-light, larger somehow, with shadows pooling in corners where the track lighting didn't reach. I stood in the center of the space, surrounded by images of human suffering documented with clinical precision, and I listened. Nothing. Then, a shift in air pressure, the faintest change in the room's acoustics. My ears popped slightly, as if I'd descended in elevation, and I heard it. A high, thin sound at the very edge of perception. Not quite human, but not mechanical either. A keening that seemed to vibrate in my molars before reaching my eardrums. It lasted perhaps 3 seconds before fading, leaving behind a silence that rang in my ears. I told myself it was exhaustion, suggestion, the power of the woman's conviction affecting my perception. I almost believed it. That night in my cramped apartment, I dreamed of corridors that stretched and contracted like living things, of walls that breathed, of voices just beyond comprehension, speaking urgently in languages I almost understood. I woke drenched in sweat, heart pounding, convinced someone was watching me from the darkened corner of my bedroom. The digital clock read 3:17 a.m. I reached for the lamp, but hesitated, suddenly certain that illuminating the room would reveal something I wasn't prepared to see. The darkness seemed to thicken, to press against my skin like damp cloth. You heard us. The words weren't spoken aloud. They formed directly in my mind, as clear as if they'd been printed on the inside of my skull. I lunged for the lamp, fingers scrabbling against the nightstand. Light flooded the room, revealing nothing but my own disordered sheets and the banal furnishings of a bachelor's apartment. Sleep eluded me for the remainder of the night. The next morning I went to work early, determined to research the building's history more thoroughly. The museum's archives contained little about its time as Bethlehem Hospital. A deliberate omission, I suspected, but the City Historical Society had digitized many of their records, accessible through our research database. What I found disturbed me more than the whispering darkness of my bedroom. The East Wing, where the Holocaust Memorial now stood, had indeed housed the women's ward, specifically patients diagnosed with melancholia and hysterical grief. Treatment records from the 19th century detailed ice baths, isolation, and other remedies for patients who exhibited excessive emotional demonstrations, particularly wailing and keening. One case history particularly caught my attention. A woman admitted in 1887, whose name had been redacted in the digital records. She had been brought to Bethlehem after the deaths of her entire family in a tenement fire. The attending physician noted that she would sit silently for days, then suddenly begin a high, piercing lamentation unlike anything in nature. Her grief was deemed unnatural and infectious, as other patients would begin to wail upon hearing her. She died in the hospital in 1889, The cause of death was listed simply as failure to thrive. I was so absorbed in my research that I jumped when my supervisor appeared at my office door. "We've had 2 more complaints about sounds in the Holocaust wing," he said. "Engineering can't find anything wrong with the building systems. I'm considering temporarily closing the exhibit." Something cold settled in my stomach. "That seems extreme. It's probably just an acoustic anomaly." He gave me a strange look. "You haven't heard anything yourself?" I hesitated too long before answering. "No, nothing unusual." "Good." He nodded. "Because the preservation team can't start having the same delusions as our more sensitive visitors. We need level heads." After he left, I sat motionless, staring at my computer screen without seeing it. Was I experiencing delusions? The woman and her family had heard the sounds. Other visitors had reported them. I had heard something, not definitive, but enough to unsettle me deeply. I needed to return to the Holocaust wing to listen again, more carefully. The room was crowded that afternoon. A tour group moved through, their guide speaking in hushed, respectful tones about the artifacts on display. I positioned myself against the back wall, ostensibly checking temperature readings, but actually watching the visitors' reactions. Most moved through with solemn faces, pausing at particularly moving photographs or testimonials. Nothing out of the ordinary. Then I noticed a middle-aged woman who had separated from the group. She stood perfectly still in the center of the room, head cocked slightly, as if listening. Slowly, her expression changed from interest to confusion, to something approaching dread. I moved toward her, but before I could speak, she turned abruptly and hurried from the room, one hand pressed to her mouth. I followed her into the corridor. "Excuse me," I called softly. "Are you all right?" She spun around, startled. "I'm fine. I just..." She glanced back toward the Holocaust wing. "Did you hear that? In there?" My pulse quickened. "What did you hear?" "Crying. A woman crying." She wrapped her arms around herself, though the museum was kept at a constant 68 degrees. But it wasn't normal. It was like it was coming from inside my head and outside at the same time. "Did anyone else in your group react?" She shook her head. They were listening to the guide. I stepped away to look at a display case, and that's when I heard it. "Has anything like this happened to you before?" I asked carefully. "Never." She hesitated. "But..." "My grandmother was a Holocaust survivor. She never talked about it, but my mother said she would sometimes wake up crying in the night. That sound in there. It reminded me of how my mother described my grandmother's nightmares." A chill crawled up my spine. The woman from last week and her family members had also shared a distinctive appearance. Those high cheekbones, those deep-set eyes, features that might indicate Eastern European ancestry. "Thank you for telling me," I said. "If you'd like to report this officially..." But she was already backing away. "No, thank you. I think I've seen enough for today." I watched her hurry toward the exit, a terrible suspicion forming in my mind. That evening, I stayed in the museum after closing, telling security I needed to finish some preservation work. Once alone, I returned to the Holocaust wing and turned off all the lights except for the dim emergency strips along the floor. The darkness transformed the space. Glass cases became portals of infinite depth. Photographs on the walls seemed to shift slightly, their subjects moving just beyond the threshold of perception. I sat on a bench in the center of the room and waited. Time stretched and compressed. My eyes adjusted to the darkness until I could make out the outlines of display cases, the geometric shapes of informational placards. I focused on my breathing, on the soft sound of air moving through my nostrils, down my throat. How long I sat there, I couldn't say. Minutes or hours. Time lost meaning in that windowless space. Then, as before, a subtle change in air pressure. A feeling of the room expanding beyond its physical dimensions. The keening began. Distant at first, like the cry of some far-off Arctic animal. It grew slowly louder, more distinct. A woman's voice, twisted by unbearable grief into something barely human. The sound seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, from the walls themselves, from the space between atoms. I remained motionless, my heart hammering against my ribs. The wailing modulated, taking on a rhythmic quality that reminded me horribly of language, as if the grief had structured itself into a kind of communication. And then I understood with terrible clarity. The sound wasn't random, it was names. The voice was reciting names in a cadence of pure anguish. My skin prickled with gooseflesh. Without conscious decision, I found myself responding, whispering into the darkness, "I hear you." The keening stopped abruptly. The silence that followed pressed against my eardrums like cotton wool. "You hear us." The same voice, that wasn't a voice from my bedroom, formed directly in my consciousness. "Yes," I whispered. "What do you want me to know?" The darkness in front of me seemed to condense, to gather itself into a suggestion of form, not a visual hallucination. I could see nothing with my eyes, but a sense of presence, of attention focused with terrible intensity. Some griefs echo forever. "Are you—" I swallowed hard. "Are you from the hospital? From Bethlehem?" "We are the unheard, the unconsoled. But why the Holocaust exhibit? Why do only some people hear you?" Those who carry grief recognize its voice. The presence seemed to shift, to expand until it filled the room, pressing against me from all sides. "You carry something, preserver of memories. What shadows hang from your bones?" Images flashed through my mind. Memories I'd buried so deeply I'd convinced myself they no longer existed. My mother's face, gaunt with the cancer that would take her when I was 12. The way my father retreated into silence afterward. The crushing weight of being the only one left to remember. "Everyone has grief," I whispered. "Not like yours. You preserve others' pain to contain your own. A museum of suffering inside your skin." That's not true. But even as I denied it, I knew. My obsession with preservation. My career dedicated to maintaining artifacts of humanity's darkest moments. What was I trying to prevent from being lost? The darkness pulsed around me, almost gentle now. "We see you, preserver. We recognize our own." A strange calm settled over me. "What happened to you? To the woman who cried for her family?" They tried to silence her, to contain her grief in these walls. But some things cannot be contained. And now? Now we wait for those who can hear, those whose blood remembers. The visitors who heard you, they were descendants of Holocaust victims. Grief recognizes grief across generations, across time. The presence began to recede, the pressure in the room gradually normalizing. "You have preserved our voices, preserver. For that, we are grateful." "Wait," I called softly. "Are you real? Or am I? What is more real than pain remembered?" The voice faded. The room returned to ordinary darkness, the displays mere objects again. I sat trembling on the bench, uncertain if I'd experienced something supernatural or a momentary break with reality. Both possibilities terrified me equally. The next morning, I requested access to the museum's original architectural plans. The curator gave me an odd look but didn't question my purpose. The plans confirmed what I already suspected. The Holocaust Memorial Wing wasn't just built over the former women's ward of Bethlehem Hospital. The museum's designers had preserved elements of the original structure: load-bearing walls, floor joists, even portions of the original flooring beneath the modern installation. The materials of human suffering, repurposed to commemorate different suffering. I returned to my office and drafted 2 emails. The first, to my supervisor, detailed an acoustic anomaly I'd discovered in the Holocaust Wing, a quirk of architecture that could create the illusion of voices under certain conditions. I recommended minor modifications that would alleviate the issue without disrupting the exhibits. The second email I saved to drafts but never sent. In it, I attempted to explain what I'd experienced, what I now believed about the museum, and perhaps about the nature of suffering itself. How pain might imprint itself not just on human memory and DNA, but on physical spaces. How grief might be a force as real and measurable as gravity, binding together those who experience its crushing weight across time and space. How some voices refuse to be silenced, no matter how thick the walls we build around them. I deleted the draft and went back to work, preserving the artifacts of human memory. Some nights I still dream of corridors that breathe and darkness that speaks. Some days, passing through the Holocaust wing, I hear the faintest echo of that keening cry. I no longer fear it. After all, what is more real than pain remembered? What is more human than bearing witness to suffering that would otherwise be forgotten? I listen to the voices no one else can hear. I preserve their testimony alongside the more tangible artifacts of history. And sometimes, in the quietest hours of the museum, when the visitors have gone and I walk the shadowed galleries alone, I add my own grief to the chorus, not in words or cries, but in silent recognition. The building remembers. The walls record our suffering. And for those with ears to hear, the past is never truly silent. Sometimes I wonder if I've lost my grip on reality, if the pressure of my work, the constant immersion in humanity's darkest chapters, has fractured something essential in my mind. But then I see them, the visitors who pause suddenly in the Holocaust wing, heads tilted, expressions shifting from confusion to recognition to dread. I watch them hurry away, shaken by something they cannot explain. And I know, I am not alone in hearing the echoes. I am merely one of the few who chooses to listen. Story 9. The bottle flew across the room like it had been thrown by an invisible hand. 1 second it was sitting there on the display shelf. The next, it was airborne, cap splitting off mid-trajectory before the whole thing crashed against the wall. The sound of plastic hitting drywall echoed through the empty store, followed by the soft patter of vitamin-enriched water spreading across the floor. That wasn't even the worst part. The worst part was the giggling. High-pitched, childlike laughter that had no source, no explanation. It had started moments before the bottle took flight. Soft at first, then louder, like someone had slowly turned up a volume knob on reality itself. And I was the only one there to witness it all. I'd been working at Coastal Nutrition for just over 3 months when the first incident occurred. The small health supplement shop sat nestled between a defunct tanning salon and an overpriced coffee place on Collins Avenue, just far enough from the tourist-heavy stretches of South Beach to maintain a veneer of local authenticity. The owner, a perpetually absent figure known only as the doctor by staff, had hired me after a 10-minute interview that consisted mainly of making sure I could operate a point-of-sale system and wouldn't steal the merchandise. The pay was decent, and the hours suited my insomniac tendencies. I worked the closing shift, 4 p.m. to midnight, 5 days a week. The shop rarely saw customers after 8 p.m., which left me alone with rows of vitamins, protein powders, and those ridiculous detox teas that promised everything short of immortality. Late October in Miami still carries the sticky remnants of summer heat. That night, the air conditioning had been struggling all day, leaving the store in a state of muggy discomfort. I'd propped the back door open slightly, hoping to create some airflow, but all it seemed to do was let in the distant sounds of traffic and the occasional drunken shout from revelers starting their night far too early. I was restocking the refrigerated case with those expensive vitamin waters that came in bottles shaped like hourglasses, allegedly designed to fit better in car cup holders, though I suspected the real purpose was to justify the $7 price tag. The store was silent except for the humming of refrigeration units and the soft music playing through my earbuds. That's when I felt it, a sudden drop in temperature that rolled through the store like a wave. Not the pleasant coolness of a functioning air conditioner, but a bone-deep cold that seemed to seep into my marrow. I straightened up, breath misting in front of my face. That wasn't normal. Not in Miami. Not even in October. I pulled out my earbuds, listening for the rattling death throes of the AC unit. Maybe it had finally given up and was now somehow pumping out freezing air in its final moments. But there was no mechanical groaning, no sound at all except for a faint whispering. The sound was barely perceptible at first, like the rustle of pages being turned in another room. I moved toward the front of the store, scanning the empty aisles for any sign of a customer who might have slipped in while I was restocking. The shop remained empty, Yet the whispering grew more distinct, resolving into what sounded like multiple voices overlapping. They were high-pitched, with that peculiar sing-songy quality that belongs exclusively to children. But there were no children here. The front door remained locked. I always locked it after 10 p.m., letting any potential late-night customers knock for entry. The back door was just as I'd left it, propped open only enough to let in a thin strip of humid night air. "Hello?" I called out, immediately regretting how my voice shattered the strange quiet, how it trembled slightly on the second syllable. The whispering stopped abruptly. The silence that followed felt heavier somehow, expectant, like the store itself was holding its breath. Then came the giggling, soft at first, a single voice that might have been mistaken for the sound of bottles clinking together, before being joined by another, then another, building into a chorus of childlike amusement that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. My skin prickled with goosebumps as I spun around, searching for the source. "This isn't funny," I called out, trying to force authority into my voice. "The store is closed. You need to leave." The giggling intensified, and with it came a shift in the air. Not temperature this time, but pressure. My ears popped as if I'd descended too quickly in an elevator. The fluorescent lights overhead flickered once, twice, then stabilized. That's when the bottle launched itself from the display case. One moment it was sitting there among its identical siblings. The next, it shot horizontally across the room as if fired from a cannon. The cap split off mid-flight, spinning away in its own trajectory as water arced through the air. Both pieces hit the wall with enough force that I flinched involuntarily. Then silence, complete and absolute. The giggling cut off as suddenly as it had begun. The cold dissipated, warmth rushing back into the space like water filling a vacuum. I stood frozen, staring at the plastic shrapnel and the growing puddle on the floor. My phone vibrated in my pocket. Midnight, end of shift. I should have felt relief. Instead, a deep unease had taken root in my stomach, a sensation that something fundamental had shifted in the world around me. I cleaned up the mess mechanically, my movements stiff and robotic. I told myself there was a logical explanation: air pressure from the back door, an unstable shelf, my own tired mind playing tricks. But I knew, even then, that I was lying to myself. I didn't tell anyone about what happened that night. Who would I tell? The owner who never showed up? The morning shift worker who communicated exclusively through terse notes left by the register? My non-existent friends in the city I'd moved to on a whim after my life fell apart back home? Instead, I did what any rational person would do. I convinced myself it had been nothing. A hallucination brought on by exhaustion, perhaps, or some strange convergence of physics that made a bottle rocket across a room. The voices, the laughter, that was harder to explain away, but I managed it. Sounds from outside. A podcast playing in my earbuds that I'd forgotten about. Anything but what it had seemed to be. For 3 nights, nothing happened. The store remained just a store, boring, quiet, predictably mundane. I began to relax, to believe my own rationalizations. Then came the 4th night. I was at the counter, scrolling through my phone during the dead hours between 10 p.m. and closing. The store had been empty for over an hour. Outside, rain pelted against the windows, unusual for the season but not unheard of. The drumming of water against glass had nearly lulled me into a trance when I felt it. That same cold wave washing over me, pulling me back to full alertness. My breath clouded in front of my face. The fluorescent lights hummed louder, their glow intensifying to an almost painful brightness before dimming again. I gripped the edge of the counter, suddenly dizzy as the air pressure shifted dramatically. "Not again," I whispered, the words escaping before I could stop them. As if in response, a soft giggle echoed from the back of the store, then another, closer this time, then a third, right beside my ear. I jerked away, nearly falling off the stool. There was no one there, no one visible at least. But I could feel a presence, as tangible as a hand on my shoulder. The air felt thick, resistant, as if I were moving through gelatin instead of empty space. "What do you want?" I asked, hating how my voice shook. The giggling intensified, multiplied, until it seemed to fill every corner of the shop. The sound had a strange quality to it now. Not quite human, with an echo that suggested vast spaces rather than the cramped confines of a retail store. One by one, items began to move on the shelves. Not violently, not flying through the air like the bottle had, but shifting slightly, rotating, sliding forward, some tipping over with gentle thumps. It was as if dozens of invisible hands were idly playing with the merchandise, curious but not malicious. I stood paralyzed, watching as an entire shelf of protein bars rearranged itself into a perfect pyramid. Bottles turned to face the same direction. Capsules inside vitamin containers rattled like tiny maracas. Then, as suddenly as it began, everything stopped. The cold receded, the pressure normalized, and the giggling faded into the ambient noise of the rain. I was left standing in what appeared to be a normal store, except for the inexplicably reorganized merchandise. I spent the next hour putting everything back in its proper place, my hands trembling so badly I dropped several items. The entire time I felt watched, not by anything visible, but by presences that seemed to hover just beyond the corner of my eye, retreating whenever I turned my head. The incidents continued, escalating in frequency and intensity. Each night brought new manifestations, whispers that formed almost words, shadows that moved against the flow of light, moments when gravity seemed to hiccup, sending lightweight items floating momentarily before dropping back to their places. I started documenting everything in the Notes app on my phone, partly to convince myself I wasn't losing my mind, partly to search for patterns. The phenomena always began with the cold, followed by the pressure change, then the voices. The physical manifestations varied, but they were growing stronger, more deliberate. I researched the building's history during daylight hours, when the memories of the previous night seemed more like bad dreams than reality. The structure dated back to the 1940s, originally a single large space that had been divided into smaller retail units in the 1980s. Before that, it had been a pharmacy, then briefly a doctor's office, then a series of failed businesses. Nothing in its past suggested tragedy or trauma. No deaths, no disasters, nothing that would typically create a haunting according to the dubious websites I found myself browsing. Yet something was there. Something that seemed to be growing stronger, more confident, with each passing night. I considered quitting, but the economy was tight, jobs scarce, and beneath my fear lurked something else, a growing curiosity, a need to understand what was happening. Each night I told myself would be my last, and each night I returned, heart pounding as I unlocked the front door. The morning shift worker, a perpetually uninterested graduate student, began leaving notes about the state of the store when he arrived. Items misplaced, refrigerator doors left open. Once, all the price tags removed from an entire aisle of products. "Did you have a meltdown last night or what?" One note read, "The doctor's coming to check inventory next week. Get it together." I left no reply. What could I say? That I wasn't responsible? That invisible children were playing in the store after hours? I'd sound insane. Perhaps I was insane. 6 weeks after the first incident, I arrived for my shift to find the owner, the doctor, waiting for me. He was a small man with wire-rimmed glasses and the perpetual expression of someone smelling something unpleasant. He didn't offer his hand when I entered, just looked me up and down with clinical detachment. "Inventory numbers aren't adding up," he said without preamble. "Product displacement is at unacceptable levels." Explanation. His staccato speech pattern made me wonder if he charged by the word. I mumbled something about reorganization, about trying different display strategies. He didn't appear convinced. "Installing cameras tonight," he announced. "Security measure, cost-effective monitoring, you continue normal operations." My stomach dropped. Cameras. Evidence. Either they would capture the inexplicable events, proving I wasn't responsible or insane, or they would show nothing, suggesting I was either a thief or suffering from some kind of dissociative episodes. I wasn't sure which possibility terrified me more. The technician arrived an hour later, installing small black domes in each corner of the store, and a larger camera behind the register. The doctor watched the entire process, then left with the technician, reminding me that the system would be fully operational by the time my shift ended. Left alone, I felt a strange sense of anticipation. Would the presences, appear knowing they were being watched? Or did such concerns belong only to the corporeal world? I received my answer just after 11 p.m. The cold came first, as it always did, but more intense than ever before. Frost actually formed on the glass doors of the refrigerated section, spreading in delicate crystalline patterns. The pressure dropped so suddenly that pain lanced through my sinuses, bringing tears to my eyes. Then the voices, not giggling this time, but singing. A simple melody, the kind of schoolyard chant that children have passed down for generations. I couldn't make out all the words, but phrases floated through the icy air. Circle round, what was lost is finally found. See us now, hear us call. Through the veil, through the wall. The cameras. I suddenly remembered the cameras. They would be capturing this, recording the temperature drop visible in my clouded breath, capturing the audio of the singing. Evidence. Proof. I looked up at the nearest camera dome, its small red light indicating it was active. As if following my gaze, the singing stopped. A moment of silence stretched out, heavy with expectation. Then a single voice, different from the childlike tones, deeper, resonant, spoke directly beside my ear. No witnesses. Every camera dome shattered simultaneously, sending plastic shards and electronic components raining down onto the floor. The larger camera behind the register didn't just break, it crumpled, as if crushed by an enormous invisible hand, wires spilling out like mechanical entrails. I should have run then. Any rational person would have fled, abandoning job and dignity in favor of survival. Instead, I stood rooted to the spot, a strange calm settling over me as I accepted what I'd known for weeks. This was real. Whatever presence occupied this space existed beyond rational explanation, beyond physics, beyond my capacity to deny it any longer. "What do you want from me?" I asked, my voice steady for the first time since the phenomena began. In response, every bottle in the refrigerated section launched itself against the back wall, not one by one, but simultaneously, dozens of containers flying as if shot from cannons, caps splitting, liquid spraying in choreographed arcs. The cash register drawer slammed open, then closed, then open again, rattling like chattering teeth. Price tags peeled themselves from shelves and swirled through the air in a miniature tornado. Through it all, the singing resumed, louder now, joined by that deeper voice weaving a counter-melody underneath the childish chanting. The words shifted, became clearer. Trapped so long, trapped so deep. Secrets that the shadows keep. Find the truth beneath the store. Break the seal and free the door. A bottle struck the wall beside my head, showering me with liquid. I flinched but held my ground. What truth? What door? I called out over the cacophony of moving objects and unearthly singing. Everything stopped. The suspended price tags dropped to the floor. The broken bottles ceased their assault on the walls. The temperature remained frigid, my breath clouding before me, but the oppressive quality of the air lifted slightly. Silence stretched for several seconds before the deep voice spoke again, this time seeming to come from the floor beneath my feet. Below, always below. The basement wasn't on any of the building plans I'd researched. According to official records, the structure had no subterranean level, just a concrete slab foundation poured in the 1940s. Yet here was a door, hidden behind the shelving unit I'd pulled away from the wall, revealed after I'd prized up the laminate flooring the voice had directed me to. A small square trapdoor with a recessed metal handle. No lock. Nothing to prevent anyone from discovering it except the heavy shelving unit that had been positioned directly above it, presumably since the store opened. I should have called someone. The owner, the police, anyone who could serve as witness or backup for what I was about to do. Instead, I found myself gripping the cold metal handle and pulling upward, watching as the door lifted to reveal a set of narrow wooden stairs descending into darkness. The air that rose from the opening was stale, laden with the sense of dust and something medicinal that tickled the back of my throat. I used my phone's flashlight to illuminate the space below, a room perhaps 15 feet square, with walls of bare concrete and a floor covered in what appeared to be old linoleum tiles. The beam of light revealed little else: some abandoned shelving, a few broken chairs, cardboard boxes disintegrating with age. Nothing that explained the phenomena upstairs, nothing that warranted decades of concealment. I placed my foot on the first step, wincing at the creak of ancient wood. The sound echoed in the small space below, suggesting emptiness rather than the cluttered room my light had revealed. Another step, another creak. The air grew colder as I descended, yet strangely easier to breathe, as if the oxygen were somehow purer down here. Halfway down the stairs, my light caught something on the far wall, markings or writing, too distant to make out clearly. I continued my descent, each step feeling like a commitment to something I couldn't quite articulate. When I reached the bottom, I swept my light across the room again, taking in details I'd missed from above. The floor wasn't covered in linoleum as I'd first thought, but in small hexagonal tiles, like those in old bathrooms. The shelving wasn't for retail display, but resembled medical cabinets, their glass doors long since shattered. The cardboard boxes contained glass bottles, ancient medicine containers with faded labels, and the walls were covered in writing. Not graffiti, not maintenance markings, but line after line of text written in what appeared to be multiple different hands. Some portions were neat and methodical, others frantic and barely legible. All seemed to be variations on a single theme. I hear them when I'm alone, they speak through the walls. Voices in the medicine children who never were. The doctor makes them, but they aren't real. Can't be real. They aren't real. Help us help them below. Always below. The writing covered every inch of wall space, wrapping around pipes and electrical conduits, squeezed into corners and crawling along the ceiling. Some of it appeared decades old. The ink faded to near invisibility. Other portions looked fresher, though none seemed recent. In the center of the room stood a single wooden cabinet that I hadn't noticed from the stairs. Unlike everything else in the basement, it appeared well maintained, its surface free of the dust that coated every other object. It was about waist high, with a single drawer that was slightly ajar. I approached it slowly, my flashlight beam steady despite the trembling in the rest of my body. The singing had begun again upstairs, muffled by distance but still audible. Those same haunting, childlike voices weaving their cryptic melody. As I drew closer to the cabinet, the singing grew louder, as if somehow channeled through the wooden structure. The drawer pulled open smoothly, without the resistance one would expect from old furniture. Inside lay a single item, a leather-bound book, its cover unmarked except for small discolorations that might have been water damage or something else entirely. I lifted it carefully, surprised by its weight. The singing intensified, now seeming to come from the book itself, vibrating against my fingertips. The deep voice that had spoken earlier rumbled beneath the childish chorus, a single repeated phrase: "Read and see, read and see, read and see." I opened the book. The first page contained a single line of text, written in elegant script. Patient records and observations. Dr. P. Thorne. The pages that followed contained dated entries stretching back to 1944, detailing treatments and subjects with clinical detachment. I skimmed through, catching phrases that made my stomach turn. Orphaned subjects ideal for sustained testing. No familial interference. Remarkable tolerance in prepubescent physiology. The entries grew more disturbing as I continued. Detailed descriptions of experiments performed on children, of medicine administered that no legitimate doctor would recognize, of reactions and outcomes, recorded with scientific precision, but no hint of human empathy. The singing had stopped. The basement fell silent except for the sound of my own ragged breathing as I turned page after page, absorbing horrors committed decades before my birth, in this very building, beneath a floor I had walked on day after day. The final entry, dated September 1952, read simply, "Termination of program required due to unforeseen persistence of auditory phenomena, Post-subject expiration. Containment measures implemented. Site closed and repurposed. No further documentation to be maintained. I closed the book, my hands shaking so badly I nearly dropped it. Auditory phenomena. Post-subject expiration. Clinical language masking unspeakable reality. Children who had died here, whose voices somehow remained, persisting through decades of darkness. The air in the basement shifted, warming slightly. The silence took on a waiting quality, as if the very space around me was holding its breath, anticipating my reaction, my judgment, my understanding. "I'm sorry," I whispered, though the words felt hopelessly inadequate. "I'm so sorry for what happened to you." The temperature dropped again, but differently this time. Not the bone-deep cold of before, but a gentle coolness, like stepping into shade on a hot day. The singing resumed, softer now, less urgent, almost peaceful. No words, just melody, drifting around me like mist. I placed the book back in the drawer and closed it gently. There was evidence here, proof of historical atrocities that should be brought to light, victims who deserved recognition and justice, even decades later. In the morning, I would make calls, file reports, ensure that what happened here wouldn't remain buried any longer. But for now, in this moment, something else was happening. The singing changed, shifted into something that might almost be called joyful. The air around me stirred, brushing against my face like gentle fingers. For a brief moment, I thought I could see them. Faint outlines of small figures dancing around the room, twirling in patterns that left traces of light in the darkness, like sparklers on a summer night. Then they were gone. The basement fell silent and still. The temperature normalized. My phone's flashlight, which had remained steady throughout, suddenly dimmed. The battery drained to its last few percent. I made my way back up the stairs, each step lighter than the last. At the top, I turned for one final look at the room below. It appeared empty now, just an abandoned storage space with decades of dust and debris. Whatever presence had occupied it seemed to have departed. As I closed the trapdoor and replaced the flooring, I wondered if I had freed them somehow, if acknowledgement of their suffering had been all they needed to move on, or perhaps they were still here, watching, waiting to see if I would keep my unspoken promise to expose the truth. I returned to the main floor of the store to find everything in perfect order. The bottles that had exploded against the walls were back on their shelves, intact. The broken cameras had been repaired, their red lights blinking steadily. Even the price tags that had swirled through the air were back in place, as if the night's events had never occurred. Only the book in my hand, which I had taken despite my intention to leave it, proved that anything had happened at all. That, and the soft, distant sound of children's laughter that followed me as I locked the shop and stepped out into the warm Miami night. I don't know if the voices were real, or if the history I uncovered existed outside my own fracturing mind. The building records I checked the next day showed no basement level. The owner, the doctor, claimed the security footage showed me talking to myself, moving items around the store, damaging property. He fired me on the spot. The book disappeared from my apartment 3 days later. Sometimes I think I hear singing from inside my walls. I still dream of that basement room. In my dreams, the children are waiting for someone to believe their story, to believe in them. I wake with their voices echoing in my mind, and for a moment, just a moment, I can see them standing around my bed, watching me with eyes that hold neither malice nor forgiveness, but simply the patient knowing of those who have glimpsed the thin membrane between what we call reality and something far more vast. I believe them now. Whether that makes me enlightened or insane no longer seems to matter. After all, reality is just what we agree to see together. And I'm no longer certain I'm seeing alone. Story 10. The knocking started at exactly 6:17 p.m. I remember the precise time because I'd been staring at the clock waiting for my wife to call. She was supposed to be home from her hospital shift an hour ago. 3 sharp raps on the front door broke my trance, followed by the unmistakable sound of something heavy being set down on the porch. I wasn't expecting any deliveries. Our house sits at the end of a long, winding driveway, nearly a quarter-mile from the main road. We bought it specifically for the privacy, a doctor and a writer, both craving isolation for different reasons. Leanna needed somewhere to decompress after 12-hour shifts in the ER. I needed silence for my increasingly fruitless attempts at finishing my novel. The house had delivered on both promises, until tonight. The knocking came again, more insistent. I moved to the window, careful to stay hidden behind the curtain. The porch light had burned out 3 days ago, and I hadn't gotten around to replacing it. All I could make out was a tall silhouette standing beside what looked like a large cooler. "Delivery for Dr. Leanna?" the voice called out. Male, deep, with an accent I couldn't place. I didn't move. We never got deliveries this late, and never without notice. More importantly, almost no one called my wife Dr. Leanna. It was always Dr. Chen or just Leanna, never both. "Hello? I have your special order." The voice had an eager edge that made the hair on my arms stand up. Silence settled between us, the visitor on the porch, me frozen at the window. The autumn wind whispered through the pine trees surrounding our property, creating that distinct rustling that always sounds like whispered conversations. After what felt like minutes, I heard a heavy sigh. "I can see you in there, you know. Just need a signature. It's getting cold out here." My breath caught. The curtains were drawn. There was no way he could see me. Unless, I glanced up at the window, realizing my silhouette might be visible against the light behind me. I quickly stepped back, deeper into the shadows of our living room. The logical part of my brain, the part that wasn't suddenly racing with adrenaline, told me this was probably just a delivery person at the wrong address. But the writer in me, the part that had spent the last 8 months crafting a psychological thriller about stalking and paranoia, immediately spun darker scenarios. "I know you're home alone," the voice continued, softer now. "The doctor's working late tonight. She ordered this special for you." A cold weight settled in my stomach. How did he know Leanna wasn't home? And what could she possibly have ordered that would arrive this late, delivered by someone who knew our schedules? I moved to the side table where we kept a baseball bat, a relic from my college days that Leanna had often suggested we donate. I grasped it firmly and approached the door. "Who is it?" I called out, trying to keep my voice steady. "Artisan Meats," the man replied immediately. "Special delivery for the doctor's husband. Premium cuts, just like she ordered." We never ordered meat for delivery. Leanna was nearly vegetarian, and I only ate meat occasionally. Nothing about this made sense. "I think you have the wrong house," I called through the door. "We didn't order anything." The man on the other side gave a low chuckle. "No mistake. Got the order right here. Surprise him, it says. 742 Pine Hollow Road. He'll be alone." "That's you, right?" My mouth went dry. That was our address, but how would he know I was alone? I pressed my eye to the peephole, but all I could see was darkness. Had the porch light been working, I might have seen more, might have been able to get a better sense of the situation. As it was, I could only make out a vague shape. "I'm not interested," I said firmly. "Please leave." Another chuckle, this one even lower, almost a growl. "Can't do that. Got my orders, and this meat needs to be delivered. It's getting ripe." As he said this, a peculiar odor began to seep through the door, not the coppery smell of fresh meat, but something older, sourer. The scent triggered a visceral memory from my childhood, the time our freezer lost power during a summer vacation, and we returned to a house filled with the stench of rotting food. "I've called the police," I lied, my fingers tightening around the bat. "They'll be here any minute." The man didn't respond immediately. When he did, his voice had changed subtly, higher pitched, almost sing-song. "No need for that, just doing my job. I'll leave it here for you. When the doctor gets home, you can tell her you refused your gift. I'm sure she'll understand." I heard the sound of something being set down, then footsteps moving away from the door. I counted to 100 before carefully approaching the window again. The porch appeared empty. Against every instinct, I cracked the door open, bat raised. The cooler sat there, an ordinary white styrofoam box about the size of a small suitcase. No delivery person in sight, just the box and that strange, sour smell. Stronger now. I closed and locked the door without touching the cooler. My hands trembled as I pulled out my phone and called Leanna. It went straight to voicemail, which wasn't unusual during her shifts. I sent a text instead. "Did you order any food delivery for me tonight?" I waited 5 minutes. No response. I called again. Voicemail. The rational explanation was that this was a mistaken delivery, or perhaps some new local business with extremely poor marketing tactics. But nothing about it felt right. The timing, the knowledge that I was alone, the way he said the doctor instead of using Leanna's name. I poured myself 2 fingers of whiskey and drank it in one swallow, then sat in the darkened living room, bat beside me, phone in hand. Outside, the wind picked up, branches scraping against the windows like fingernails. I tried to focus on my breathing, tried to convince myself I was overreacting. An hour passed. The cooler remained on the porch. Leanna hadn't responded. I tried calling the hospital directly, but at this hour, I just got the automated system. I didn't want to use the emergency line just because I was spooked by a delivery man. At some point, I must have dozed off in the chair. I woke with a start, disoriented. The house was completely dark now. I had turned off the lights earlier, not wanting to be a visible target through the windows. The digital clock on the cable box read 11:42 p.m. My neck ached from the awkward position, and my mouth was dry from the whiskey. As I stood to get some water, a movement outside caught my eye. A flashlight beam, sweeping across our front yard, coming from the direction of the driveway. I froze, watching the light bob and weave through the trees. It was moving with purpose, heading straight for the house. I grabbed my phone again. Still no messages from Leanna. It was now nearly midnight, well past when her shift should have ended. The light stopped at the edge of the clearing around our house. Then it blinked out. In the sudden darkness, my other senses heightened. I could hear rustling outside, subtle movements in the underbrush. Whoever was out there was approaching the house, now in complete darkness. I considered my options. Call 911? But what would I say? There's someone with a flashlight on my property? There was still a rational explanation. Perhaps Leanna's car broke down, and she was walking home. But something deep in my gut told me this wasn't Leanna. A new sound cut through the night. A soft, wet thud against the side of the house. Then another. And another. Like something damp and heavy being thrown against the siding. I moved through the dark house, following the sounds to the kitchen. They continued, rhythmic now. Thud, 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 coming from just outside the kitchen window. With trembling fingers, I pulled back the corner of the blind. The porch light on this side of the house was still functioning, casting a yellow glow over the backyard. Directly below the window, a man stood with his back to me. He wore what looked like a white butcher's apron, stained dark in the poor light. At his feet was the cooler from the porch, now open. One by one, he was removing objects from the cooler and flinging them against the house. From my angle, I couldn't see what they were, only that they were dark, irregularly shaped, and made that horrible wet sound when they hit the siding. I let the blind fall back and pressed myself against the wall, heart hammering so loudly I was certain he would hear it. The thuds continued, now moving around the perimeter of the house. He was circling the building, throwing these objects against every wall. My phone buzzed in my pocket. A text from Leanna. "Sorry, crazy night. Just leaving now. Be home in 20. Everything okay?" My fingers could barely type the response. "Someone here. Brought meat delivery. Now throwing things at house. Call police." I pressed send, then immediately silenced my phone. The thuds had stopped. The sudden silence was somehow worse than the noise had been. Then, a new sound. A squeak. The back door, which I was certain I had locked, slowly opening. I raised the bat and pressed myself into the corner of the kitchen, hidden from the direct line of sight from the door. The hinges protested as the door swung wider. Heavy footsteps entered the kitchen, accompanied by the distinct sound of something wet dripping onto the tile floor. The smell hit me again, that rotting, sour odor, but stronger now, mixed with something metallic. "Special delivery," came the voice, the same one from earlier. "Premium cuts for the doctor's husband. She's on her way home now, you know. Called to make sure you got your gift." My blood turned to ice. He knew I'd just been texting with Leanna. "What do you want?" I managed to croak out. The footsteps stopped in the center of the kitchen. I could see his shadow stretching across the floor, elongated and distorted. "Just doing my job," he said, delivering what was ordered. "I didn't order anything," I said, tightening my grip on the bat. "Not you," he replied, and I could hear the smile in his voice. "The other one. The one who watches your house. The one who knows when you're alone." A car's headlights swept across the kitchen windows as a vehicle turned into our long driveway. "Leanna." Relief flooded through me. The man in my kitchen chuckled. "Right on time." Something in his tone turned my relief to dread. I lunged from my hiding place, bat raised, but the kitchen was empty. The back door stood open, swinging gently in the breeze. On the floor, a trail of dark, wet footprints led from the door to the center of the room, then simply stopped. I rushed to close and lock the back door, then ran to the front of the house. Through the window, I could see Leanna's car approaching, headlights illuminating the driveway in sweeping arcs as she navigated the curves. And there, standing at the edge of the driveway, was a figure. Not the delivery man, but someone else. Or something else. In the brief moment the headlights illuminated it, I could see it was tall and thin, with limbs that seemed too long, too jointed. It raised one elongated hand in greeting, not to me, but to Leanna's approaching car. Then the headlights swept past, and it was gone. I burst through the front door, yelling Leanna's name, waving my arms frantically for her to stop. Her car screeched to a halt halfway up the driveway, and I sprinted toward it, constantly checking the tree line, the shadows, expecting to see that figure emerge again. I reached her car and yanked open the driver's door. "We need to go," I gasped. "Now. Someone's here. Someone was in the house." Leanna stared at me, her face pale in the car's interior light. "What are you talking about? What happened?" "A man, delivering meat. He said you ordered it, then he was throwing things at the house." She reached out and touched my face, her doctor's eyes assessing me. "You're burning up," she said. "Let's get you inside, and you can tell me everything." "No," I grabbed her arm. "We can't go back in there. He was in the kitchen. He knew I was texting you." Leanna's expression shifted from concern to alarm. She reached for her phone. "I'm calling the police." While she made the call, I stood guard beside the car, bat still in hand, scanning the darkness. The police promised to be there within 15 minutes. An eternity. "We should wait somewhere else," I insisted. "Drive down to the main road." But Leanna shook her head. "If someone's been in our house, I want to know what they've taken. The police are on their way." She was always the practical one, the brave one. Reluctantly, I followed her back to the house, staying between her and the tree line the entire way. At the front porch, the cooler was gone. Inside, the house was exactly as I had left it, except for the kitchen. There were no wet footprints, no signs that anyone had entered through the back door. The door itself was locked, just as it should have been. "I don't understand," I whispered. "He was here. Right here." Leanna moved through the house, checking each room, turning on all the lights. I followed close behind, bat at the ready. Nothing was disturbed, nothing was missing. When the police arrived, they searched the property thoroughly. They found no cooler, no wet objects thrown against the siding, no footprints in the soft earth around the house. The officer looked at me with thinly veiled skepticism as I recounted my story. "Probably just some kids playing a prank," he concluded. "We'll patrol the area tonight. but everything seems secure now. After they left, Leanna made me tea and sat with me on the couch. "Maybe you fell asleep working on your novel," she suggested gently. "You've been so immersed in it lately. Maybe the line between your thriller and reality got a little blurred." I wanted to believe her. It was a rational explanation. I had been working obsessively on my book, a story about a man who believes he's being stalked but can't convince anyone else of the danger. The parallels were too obvious to ignore. But as we sat there, the house quiet around us, I noticed something Leanna didn't. On the side of her white doctor's coat, just visible at the sleeve, a small, dark stain. The same color as the footprints I'd seen in the kitchen, the same color as the stains on the delivery man's apron. And when she reached for her tea, her sleeve pulled back slightly, revealing a small mark on her wrist that I'd never seen before. A symbol, like a butcher's cleaver crossed with a crescent moon. "What's that?" I asked, pointing to the mark. Leanna glanced down, then quickly pulled her sleeve back into place. "Just a stamp from the hospital cafeteria," she said. "They're using it to track meal purchases." But I'd been to that cafeteria dozens of times. They'd never used stamps. As Leanna sipped her tea, I noticed her watching me over the rim of the cup, her eyes calculating in a way I'd never seen before. She seemed to be waiting for something, expecting something. Outside, the wind picked up again, branches scraping against the windows. But now, in the rhythmic scratching, I could almost make out words. Special delivery, premium cuts, right on time. I don't sleep anymore. I can't. Every time I close my eyes, I see that figure at the edge of our driveway, with its two long limbs and the way it greeted Leanna's car like an old friend. I see the stain on her coat, the mark on her wrist. Most nights, she works late at the hospital, but sometimes, in the early morning hours, I hear her on the phone, speaking too quietly for me to make out the words. Once, I caught a phrase. "He's not ready yet. Needs more time." The meat in our freezer, which she brings home from the organic butcher near the hospital, I can't bring myself to eat it. The cuts don't look quite right, the marbling too complex, the color slightly off. I've started locking my bedroom door at night. She notices but doesn't say anything. Yesterday, I found a business card tucked into my laptop. White background, black text, no logo, just 3 words and a phone number. Artisan Meats Delivery. I don't know if I'm losing my mind or if something impossible is happening in this house. All I know is that when Leanna looks at me now, I sometimes catch her measuring me with her eyes, the way a butcher might appraise a prime cut. And sometimes, when she thinks I'm not looking, I see her checking her watch and glancing out the window as if she's waiting for a delivery. Story 11. The sound always begins the same way. A subtle scratch against metal, like fingernails searching for purchase. It's faint at first, so faint I questioned whether I heard anything at all. But in the suffocating silence of 3 a.m., when the dormitory settles into its nightly stupor, that sound finds clarity. And now, 3 weeks into the fall semester, I no longer question whether it's real. What keeps me awake is wondering what makes it. I didn't choose room 217. Housing assignments are random, and upperclassmen get priority. As a transfer junior with no established connections, I landed at the bottom of the list. The building itself is unremarkable. Westfield Hall, a 5-story brick structure from the 1970s that houses about 200 students. My single room sits at the end of the 3rd-floor corridor, the last in a row of identical doors, each leading to identical boxes where students sleep, study, and slowly descend into finals week madness. I noticed the door first. Nothing dramatic, just a subtle movement when I was unpacking. I'd set it open with the rubber stopper to move my things in, and twice it had closed itself. Campus maintenance explained it away when I mentioned it during their welcome rounds. Old building settles, floors ain't level anymore. The maintenance worker, mid-50s, weathered hands, eyes that had seen every possible dorm room disaster, shrugged it off. "If it bothers you, we can adjust the hinges next week." It seemed reasonable enough. The floors did slope slightly, and the windows were drafty. I didn't think about it again until the 3rd night. when the door slammed shut while I was reading. Not the gentle swing of an uneven floor, but a decisive slam, the kind made by someone announcing their presence. The hallway was empty when I checked. Sleep came easily those first few nights. The exhaustion of navigating a new campus, memorizing my schedule, and the social anxiety of being surrounded by established friend groups left little energy for midnight ruminations. But that changed during the second week when I woke to what sounded like someone trying to pry open the heating vent near my desk. The sound was methodical. Scratch, pause, as if something were testing the metal grate, searching for weakness. I switched on my lamp and the noise stopped immediately. The vent cover appeared untouched, its 4 screws still tight against the wall. Sleep didn't return easily that night. The next morning, I convinced myself it was just the building's old heating system preparing for the approaching autumn chill. Yet something compelled me to examine the vent more closely. The metal grate was standard issue, about 12 by 6 inches, positioned at floor level beside my desk. What caught my attention were the barely perceptible marks on the inside of the grate, thin lines that didn't match the manufactured pattern. They looked fresher somehow, as if something had been testing its strength from within. When I reported it to maintenance, they sent someone different this time, younger, eager to prove himself useful. He removed the grate, shone a flashlight into the duct, and proclaimed it clean. Probably just hearing the system kick on, these old buildings make all kinds of noises. He replaced the cover and tightened the screws a bit more than they had been before. That should keep it quiet. It didn't. The scratching returned 3 nights later, more insistent this time. I didn't turn on the light immediately, choosing instead to listen. There was purpose in those sounds, a deliberate quality that heating systems don't possess. When I finally hit the switch, I could have sworn I heard something scurry deeper into the ventilation shaft. I began recording everything in a journal: times, durations, descriptions of sounds. The door incidents increased to daily occurrences. Sometimes just a gentle swing closed, other times a violent slam that echoed down the hallway. No one else seemed to notice or care. My neighbors were either always out or had mastered the art of minding their own business, a dormitory survival skill I was quickly learning to appreciate. The third week brought a new development. I woke one night to the distinct sensation of my blanket being tugged from the foot of the bed, not the slight pull of shifting in sleep, but a deliberate, sustained tug, as if someone were slowly trying to expose me to the cold air. I kicked reflexively and felt resistance, followed by release. The room was empty when I bolted upright, heart hammering against my ribs. Sleep deprivation began to affect my studies. During lectures, I would catch myself drifting, my notes becoming nonsensical scribbles. My reflection in the bathroom mirror each morning revealed darker circles under increasingly bloodshot eyes. Fellow students began to keep their distance, perhaps sensing something unstable in my demeanor. My academic advisor noticed too. During a scheduled meeting about course selections, he asked if everything was all right. I considered telling him about the door, the vent, the blanket, but stopped myself. The rational part of my brain still insisted there must be logical explanations, and voicing these experiences out loud would make me sound unhinged. Instead, I blamed adjustment difficulties and promised to establish a better sleep routine. That night, determined to capture evidence, I set up my phone to record audio while I slept. The resulting file contained mostly the ambient sounds of the building: distant doors, the occasional laugh or conversation from the hallway, the low hum of the heating system. But at the 3:17 a.m. timestamp, something changed. The background noise seemed to drop away, replaced by what sounded like breathing, heavy, labored breathing that wasn't mine. I played it repeatedly, trying to attribute it to some mechanical source, but couldn't shake the impression of something alive, something listening. The breathing was followed by a prolonged period of silence, then the now familiar scratching at the vent. But this recording captured nuances my half-asleep brain had missed, variations in pressure and rhythm that seemed almost like communication. When played at higher volume, I could discern a pattern: 3 quick scratches, pause, 2 slow ones, pause, repeat. I didn't show the recording to anyone. Who would I show it to? Campus security would dismiss it as a prank. Maintenance had already demonstrated their indifference. And my fellow students, already regarding me with a mixture of curiosity and concern, would only find further reason to avoid me. Instead, I began researching the building's history, spending hours in the university archives. Westfield Hall had been built on the former site of a university hospital wing. Demolished in 1972 after funding for a newer medical center became available. The archives contained nothing sensational, no reports of tragic deaths or unethical experiments. Just mundane administrative records of a building that had outlived its usefulness. The librarian, noticing my persistent research, mentioned that the building's original blueprints were kept in a special collections area. When I reviewed them the next day, I discovered something unsettling. The ventilation system in Westfield Hall hadn't been completely rebuilt during the conversion. They'd adapted parts of the hospital's original air circulation infrastructure. The vent in my room connected to a much larger network than I'd imagined, including a sealed maintenance shaft that ran vertically through the building. That night, I wedged my desk chair under the doorknob and placed a row of empty soda cans in front of the vent. If anything moved either entry point, I'd hear it. Then I took 2 melatonin tablets, desperate for uninterrupted sleep. The crash jolted me awake at 3:14 a.m. The cans lay scattered across the floor, and the vent cover had been partially dislodged, one screw completely removed and resting several feet away. The chair remained firmly wedged under the doorknob. Whatever had entered hadn't come through the door. As I stared at the vent, frozen in place, something moved in my peripheral vision. A shadow, darker than the darkness of my room, seemed to flow from the vent opening and across the floor. Not the distinct shadow cast by an object, but something with substance and depth, like ink spilling across the floor, but vertical, building upon itself. It moved with purpose, flowing toward the foot of my bed. I couldn't scream, couldn't move. My lungs forgot their function as the shadow began to rise, forming what appeared to be a hunched figure. No distinct features were visible, just a density, an absence of light more complete than ordinary darkness. The room temperature plummeted. My breath clouded before me as the shadow continued its deliberate approach. It reached the edge of my bed and paused. Though it had no discernible face, I felt it studying me, assessing. The sensation of being observed by something that shouldn't exist paralyzed me more effectively than any restraint. Then it began to climb onto the bed. The weight distribution on my mattress shifted as something substantial pressed against the foot of the bed. The blanket moved again, this time not just being tugged but depressed, as if invisible hands were gripping it to pull up onto the mattress. I could track its progress by the impressions forming in the fabric, steady indentations moving methodically toward where I lay. My paralysis broke when the cold touched my ankle, a sensation like being gripped by fingers that had never known warmth. I kicked violently and scrambled backward until my back hit the wall. The shadow recoiled but didn't retreat, hovering at the foot of the bed like a predator recalculating its approach. The standoff lasted minutes that stretched like hours. Eventually, almost reluctantly, the shadow began to recede. It slipped off the bed and flowed back toward the vent, condensing as it moved until it appeared to pour itself through the opening like liquid through a funnel. The temperature gradually returned to normal. I didn't sleep again that night. When dawn finally broke, I examined the vent cover. The missing screw lay where I'd seen it in the darkness, and the cover itself hung at an angle, secured by only 3 points. The inside of the duct showed fresh scratch marks. That day, I skipped all my classes and went to the campus health center. The doctor listened patiently to my sanitized account of insomnia and stress, omitting any mention of shadows or breathing recordings. She prescribed a mild sleep aid and recommended counseling, suggesting my symptoms aligned with an adjustment disorder, possibly exacerbated by the isolation of being a transfer student. I filled the prescription but didn't take the medication. Clear-headedness seemed essential for whatever was happening. Instead, I purchased a small digital recorder with better audio capabilities than my phone, a motion-activated camera, and a new screwdriver to secure the vent cover properly. After reinforcing the vent with additional screws and duct tape, I placed the recorder near it, and positioned the camera to capture both the vent and the door. Then I waited, pretending to sleep while watching through barely open eyes. The recorder activated first, at exactly 3:12 a.m. The red indicator light blinked as it captured audio too faint for my ears. 2 minutes later, the door handle turned slowly, though I'd locked it before lying down. It rotated completely before releasing with a soft click. The motion detection camera flashed as it captured images of the door, which now began to shake slightly within its frame. The movement escalated until the entire door vibrated violently, though no sound accompanied the motion, as if the air itself were absorbing the noise. Just as suddenly as it began, the shaking stopped. My attention shifted to the vent as the tape began to bulge outward. Whatever pressure built behind it caused the metal cover to bend slightly despite the additional screws. The recorder's indicator blinked frantically now, capturing sounds still imperceptible to me. Then everything stopped. The room fell into a stillness so complete it felt manufactured. Even the ambient sounds of the building, the ever-present hum of electricity, the distant footsteps of night owls returning to their rooms, vanished, replaced by a vacuum of silence. In that silence, I heard my name whispered from the vent. Not my given name, but a childhood nickname known only to my family. A name I hadn't heard or used since elementary school. The voice didn't belong to anyone I recognized. It contained too many layers, as if multiple people were speaking in perfect synchronization. The cold returned, more intense than before, and with it came the shadow. It emerged from the vent despite the reinforcements, seeping through imperceptible gaps like smoke through a keyhole. This time it didn't flow across the floor, but instead climbed the wall, spreading across the ceiling until it hung directly above me. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. The shadow descended slowly, not toward me, but around me, encircling my bed like a curtain being drawn. Through gaps in this undulating darkness, I could see my room becoming increasingly distant, as if the space between us was stretching. The last thing I remember before losing consciousness was the shadow condensing above me, forming what appeared to be a face, or rather, the suggestion of a face, with hollows where eyes should be. As I stared into those empty spaces, I felt something staring back, something ancient and patient. I woke in the campus medical center. According to the attending physician, my neighbor had called security after hearing disturbing noises from my room. They found me unconscious on the floor, hypothermic despite the room being properly heated. I had been asleep for nearly 20 hours. My room was searched during my absence. The vent cover was found intact, all screws properly fastened. The recorder and camera were on my desk, both completely drained of battery but otherwise functional. The recordings, however, contained nothing. The audio file was silent, and the camera's memory card was empty, as if never used. The university psychologist diagnosed me with extreme sleep deprivation, possibly complicated by parasomnia, sleep behaviors that manifest in partially wakeful states. In other words, she believed I was experiencing hallucinations born from exhaustion and stress, perhaps acting out my nightmares while semi-conscious. I was granted temporary medical leave and moved to different housing upon my return, a newer building with modern ventilation and solid core doors that close properly on level floors. My former room in Westfield Hall remains vacant this semester, listed as under renovation in the housing portal. I've reviewed the medical explanation countless times, trying to accept it. Sleep deprivation can indeed cause hallucinations. Stress can manifest in physical symptoms. Old buildings make strange noises that active imaginations transform into something sinister. Yet I cannot explain how the recorder captured my childhood nickname when I reviewed it weeks later, after retrieving my belongings from the room. The file wasn't empty as they claimed. It had been corrupted somehow, reduced to static except for that one clear moment when my name was called. Nor can I explain the series of bruises found on my ankle during my medical examination. Bruises that formed a distinct pattern of 4 fingers and a thumb, each pressing with identical pressure, as if something had grabbed me with inhuman precision. Sometimes at night, I still wake to the sound of scratching. The maintenance staff in my new building has checked the vents twice, finding nothing. They suggest it might be mice in the walls, though no other residents have reported similar disturbances. I've started taking the prescribed sleep medication, which helps most nights. But sometimes, in that liminal space between wakefulness and sleep, I feel the temperature drop. And in those moments, I wonder if what haunted room 217 was ever confined to that space at all, or if it found something in me that it recognized, something that exists in the spaces between what we know to be real and what we fear might be. Something that perhaps has always been there, waiting for acknowledgement, waiting for belief. And sometimes, when I'm honest with myself in the darkest hours of night, I wonder if it followed me here, not through vents or doors, but through something more permeable, the boundaries of my own perception. After all, the scratching always begins at exactly 3:12 a.m., no matter where I sleep. Story 12. I first noticed it 3 weeks after moving into my apartment. The sensation was subtle, a slight depression at the edge of my mattress, as if someone had just sat down. My body tensed instinctively, eyes snapping open to scan the darkness. Nothing. Just the pale moonlight filtering through half-drawn blinds, casting elongated shadows across my bedroom floor. "Hello?" I called out, immediately feeling foolish. The apartment was locked, secured. I lived alone. Sleep came reluctantly that night, my mind conjuring explanations. The building settling, a peculiarity of the mattress, the lingering effects of stress from the move, reasonable answers for an unreasonable feeling. But it happened again the next night, and the night after. I've always been a restless sleeper, prone to kicking off blankets in fitful dreams. Yet lately I'd wake to find myself neatly tucked in, sheets folded with precision around my shoulders, as if someone had carefully arranged them while I slept. At first I dismissed it. Perhaps I was sleeping more soundly than usual, my unconscious body finding comfort in stillness. The truth was, I hadn't slept soundly in years, not since the accident that took her. My mother had always tucked me in that way, with the top sheet folded just so, forming a perfect right angle at my shoulder. "To keep the nightmares away," she'd say, her fingers brushing my forehead in a touch so light it might have been imagined. Impossible memories. That's what my therapist called them. "The mind creates connections where none exist," he explained during our last session, pen tapping rhythmically against his notepad. "It's looking for patterns, for comfort in the familiar." I stopped seeing him after that. Some comfort shouldn't be explained away. The Xbox incident was harder to rationalize. I'd fallen asleep on the couch after an exhausting day at work, the television silent, the apartment still. I woke at 3:17 a.m. to the distinctive startup sound and the green glow of the console illuminating the living room. On screen, a game I hadn't played in months, my mother's favorite puzzle game, the one we used to play together on weekends. I hadn't touched the controller. It sat undisturbed on the coffee table, out of reach. Power surge, I told myself. Electronic malfunction. The explanation felt hollow even as I formed it, but I clung to it nonetheless, shutting down the system and retreating to my bedroom, double-checking the locks as I went. That night, the depression on my mattress was more pronounced, lingering longer. As I drifted toward uneasy sleep, I could have sworn I felt fingers, cool, familiar, brushing hair from my forehead. The photograph appeared on my phone 3 days later. I was scrolling through my gallery, deleting old screenshots, when I found it. A picture of myself asleep in bed, face half buried in the pillow, sheets tucked precisely around my shoulders. The angle was odd, as if taken from above and slightly to the side, near the bedroom door. My heart stuttered. I checked the timestamp. 3:17 a.m., the night before. My apartment has one entrance, a front door with 2 deadbolts and a chain. I keep it locked obsessively. The windows are similarly secured, especially since I live on the 11th floor. There was no way someone could have entered, taken this picture, and left without my knowledge. Unless they never left at all. Unless they were already here. I began to notice other changes. Items shifted slightly from where I'd left them, the scent of lavender, her perfume, lingering in empty rooms. The thermostat adjusted 2 degrees warmer than my usual setting, exactly how she had always kept our house. "You'll catch cold," she used to say, fingers adjusting the dial while I protested that I preferred the coolness. The logical explanations wore increasingly thin. Memory lapses, sleepwalking, stress manifesting in peculiar ways. I installed a discrete camera in my bedroom, angled to capture the entire space, particularly the edge of the mattress where I felt the depression night after night. The footage showed nothing unusual. Me sleeping, occasionally shifting position, the sheets mysteriously adjusting around my form as if moved by invisible hands. At precisely 3:17 a.m., a brief pixelation distorted the image. Electronic interference, perhaps. And when it cleared, the blankets were perfectly tucked around my shoulders. Nothing else. No intruder. No explanation. I deleted the app the next morning. Some things are better left unobserved. "You've been looking tired lately," my coworker remarked over coffee. "Everything okay at home?" Home. The word felt strange, disconnected from the space I occupied. My apartment wasn't a home. It was a collection of rooms where increasingly inexplicable things occurred, where I felt simultaneously alone and watched. "Just adjusting to the new place," I replied, the lie coming easily. "Still getting used to the sounds." The sounds. Yes, there were those too. Soft footsteps in the hallway when no one was there, the gentle creak of floorboards bearing invisible weight, and sometimes, in the liminal space between wakefulness and sleep, what sounded like humming, a lullaby my mother used to sing. I began leaving work later, finding reasons to delay my return to the apartment. When home became unavoidable, I kept the television on constantly, its meaningless chatter filling the silence, drowning out the possibility of other sounds. I stopped using the bedroom altogether, opting instead to sleep on the couch where the mattress couldn't betray the presence of something, someone, that shouldn't be there. But even the couch wasn't safe. I'd wake to find myself covered, tucked in, cared for by unseen hands. The dream started next. Vivid, visceral recollections of childhood moments with her, baking cookies in our sun-drenched kitchen, walking through autumn leaves in the park, her hands guiding mine through the motions of a new game. Each dream ended the same way. Her standing at my bedroom door, watching me sleep, a camera phone raised to capture the moment. "So I'll always remember," she would say, though her face remained in shadow. "Even when I'm gone." I'd wake gasping, drenched in cold sweat, the phantom impression of weight still lingering at the edge of the couch. I tried to fight it. I rearranged furniture, creating barricades before sleep. I left lights on, music playing. I even considered finding a new apartment, starting over somewhere unburdened by these inexplicable occurrences. But something held me back. A reluctance I couldn't articulate, a strange comfort in the disturbances. There was care in those tucked sheets, familiarity in the weight that compressed my mattress. Even the Xbox incident had selected her favorite game, as if trying to remind me of happier times. If this was madness, it was a gentle kind. Last night I made a decision. Instead of resistance, I chose surrender. I returned to my bedroom, lay down on the long-avoided mattress, and waited. The familiar depression appeared right on schedule, the edge sinking under invisible weight. I didn't flinch away this time. Instead, I spoke directly to the emptiness beside me. "Mom?" The word hung in the darkness, vulnerable and raw. No response came, but the weight shifted slightly, as if in acknowledgement. The room seemed to hold its breath. "I've missed you," I continued, voice barely above a whisper. "If it's really you, I'm not afraid." The air around me cooled perceptibly. The weight moved from the edge of the mattress, spreading across the surface until it felt like a blanket of gentle pressure covering my entire body. Comforting, secure. The sheets moved on their own, tucking around my shoulders with meticulous care. In the living room, I heard the distinctive sound of the Xbox powering on. My phone, placed on the nightstand, lit up with a notification. A new photo had been taken. Impossible, since the phone had been locked, untouched. I didn't check it immediately. Instead, I allowed myself to sink into the embrace of whatever presence shared my space, real or imagined. If this was delusion, It was kinder than reality had been since losing her. "Good night," I murmured to the darkness. To her, to myself, the distinction no longer seemed important. Sleep came easily for the first time in years. This morning, I finally looked at the photograph on my phone. It shows me sleeping peacefully, sheets tucked perfectly around my shoulders, a slight smile on my face that I don't remember having. The angle is impossible, taken from directly above, as if the photographer was floating over my bed. But it's the metadata that disturbs me most. The location tag doesn't show my apartment address. Instead, it displays coordinates I don't recognize, a place I've never been. When I search these coordinates online, they lead to a facility I've never heard of, a long-term care center 300 miles away. Patient records are confidential, of course, but public information shows it specializes in persistent vegetative states, patients who never wake up. The timestamp on the photo reads 3:17 a.m., the exact time my mother flatlined after the accident 5 years ago, the exact time I should have died alongside her. Sometimes I wonder about the body in that facility. Does it dream of an apartment it's never visited? Does it imagine tucking in a son who might not exist outside its fractured consciousness? Does it take impossible photos as proof of a reality it desperately wants to believe? Or am I the dream? A comforting fiction created by a damaged mind trapped in an unresponsive body. The mattress depresses beside me as I write this. The Xbox powers on in the other room. My phone camera activates without my touch. I'm not afraid anymore. Whether this is reality or delusion, I've found comfort in the shadows. After all, we're keeping each other company, my mother and I, across whatever divide separates us. Tonight, I'll sleep soundly, tucked in against the nightmares, cared for by hands I cannot see but somehow recognize. And somewhere, in another reality perhaps, a body lies motionless in a sterile room, dreaming of home. Both of us, in our own ways, waiting to wake up. Story 13. The first time I saw him, I was making coffee. Just a glimpse, a dark silhouette suspended in the corner of my vision. When I turned, nothing was there, just the hum of the refrigerator and steam rising from my mug. But I felt it, that unmistakable sensation of having shared the kitchen with something else. I had only been in the apartment for 3 weeks. The relocation bonus from work had allowed me to rent this place in the renovated brownstone, far nicer than the dilapidated house I'd shared with my roommate back in Portland. We'd parted ways abruptly. He'd simply stopped answering my texts after I told him about the job offer. I assumed he was bitter about being stuck with the rent. Some friendship that turned out to be. The kitchen was my favorite part of the new place. Granite countertops, stainless steel appliances, and enough space to actually cook without bumping elbows into walls. That morning, I'd been planning to make an omelet when I saw it. Just a shadow, really. Something hanging in the periphery. I chalked it up to lack of sleep. The new position had me working 60-hour weeks, and I'd been existing primarily on takeout and whatever I could microwave. Perhaps my mind was projecting shapes from exhaustion. It wouldn't be the first time stress had played tricks on me, but the next morning it happened again. I was boiling water for tea when something shifted in my peripheral vision. A dark mass hovering above the stove. This time when I turned, the shape lingered for a half-second longer. A suspended form, feet dangling, before dissolving into nothing. My heart hammered against my ribs. I backed away from the stove, the kettle still whistling, and found myself pressed against the refrigerator door, my palms slick with sweat. Nothing there, nothing at all. That night I dreamt of my old roommate. We were back in our cramped kitchen in Portland, arguing about something trivial, dirty dishes or unpaid bills. In the dream, he kept turning away from me mid-sentence, staring at the space above our ancient electric stove. When I asked what he was looking at, he wouldn't answer, just kept staring upward with an expression I couldn't read. I woke up tangled in damp sheets, the dream clinging to me like cobwebs. The digital clock read 3:17 a.m. My throat felt parched, demanding water. The thought of going to the kitchen made my skin prickle with goosebumps, but thirst eventually overcame the irrational dread. The kitchen was different at night. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting everything in a blue-silver glow. The refrigerator hummed, louder somehow in the darkness. I kept my eyes fixed on the cabinet as I retrieved a glass, refusing to look at the stove area. Water rushed from the tap, icy cold against my fingers. I felt ridiculous, a grown man afraid of his own kitchen. I allowed myself a glance at the stove as I turned to leave. Nothing there, of course, just shadows and... The glass slipped from my hand, shattering against the tile floor. Water splashed my bare feet, but I barely felt it. Something was there, not fully formed, but undeniably present. A human shape, suspended in air, feet at least a foot off the ground. It hung motionless above the stove, a dark silhouette against the moonlit wall. As I watched, frozen in place, it began to twist slowly, as if turning to face me. I ran, fled the kitchen without bothering to clean up the glass, slammed my bedroom door, and wedged a chair beneath the doorknob. Sleep was impossible. I sat with my back against the headboard until dawn pushed tentative fingers of light beneath my door. In the morning light, I felt foolish. Sleep deprivation, stress, and overactive imagination. There were countless explanations more plausible than a haunting. I swept up the broken glass and decided to skip breakfast. Coffee could be purchased on the way to work. That evening, I invited a colleague over for drinks. The presence of another person made the apartment feel normal again. We talked about work, sports, politics, mundane topics that anchored me to reality. When he asked for a glass of water, I hesitated only briefly before leading him to the kitchen. Everything was fine. No apparitions, no shadows, no suspended figures. Just a normal kitchen with the overhead light casting everything in a warm yellow glow. My colleague commented on how nice the place was, how lucky I was to find such a good deal in this neighborhood. The previous tenant must have been desperate to break the lease, I said, handing him the water. The landlord mentioned something about a sudden relocation. My colleague nodded absently, his eyes drifting to the ceiling above the stove. A flicker of something, confusion, concern, crossed his face. "What's that up there?" he asked. "Some kind of hook?" I followed his gaze. There, in the ceiling above the stove, was a small metal hook screwed into a joist. I'd never noticed it before. "No idea," I said, my mouth suddenly dry. "Maybe for hanging plants or something?" He shrugged and changed the subject, but for the rest of the evening, I couldn't stop thinking about that hook. What purpose could it possibly serve in that location? Who would hang a plant directly above a stove? After my colleague left, I found myself drawn back to the kitchen, staring up at the ceiling. The hook was sturdy, industrial-looking, strong enough to hold significant weight. I reached up and touched it, half expecting it to be hot, but it was cool against my fingertips. That night, the dreams were more vivid. My old roommate and I were in this new kitchen, not the one from Portland. He was cooking something on the stove, his back to me. "Why didn't you tell me?" he asked without turning around. His voice sounded wrong, hollow, distant. "Tell you what," I replied. He turned then, but his face was blurred, features indistinct. "About this place, about what happened here." I woke up drenched in sweat, my heart racing. The bedside clock showed 3:17 a.m. again, the same time as the night before. Outside, rain lashed against the windows, thunder rolled in the distance. I needed to know more about this apartment, about the previous tenant. The hook above the stove kept intruding into my thoughts, its presence an enigma I couldn't solve. The next day, I left work early and headed to a coffee shop with my laptop. A quick search of the address yielded nothing unusual, just real estate listings describing the recent renovation of the brownstone into luxury apartments. I dug deeper, searching news archives for any incidents at this address. Nothing. On impulse, I searched for my old roommate's name. We'd lost touch after I moved, and I realized I hadn't thought much about him until these strange occurrences began. The search returned several social media profiles, None active for the past 6 months. No recent photos, no updates. It was as if he'd simply vanished from the digital world around the time I'd moved away. I sent him a text. "Hey, it's been a while. How are things?" The message showed as delivered, but went unanswered. That evening, I forced myself to cook dinner. I stood at the stove, hyper-aware of the space above me, of the hook in the ceiling. Every few seconds, I glanced up, expecting to see the hanging shape. Nothing appeared, but the air felt heavy, charged with potential. The hair on my arms stood on end despite the warmth of the kitchen. As I stirred the pasta sauce, a thought occurred to me. What if I reached out to my landlord? Perhaps he could provide more information about the previous tenant, about the hook's purpose. I sent him a casual text, inquiring about the previous occupant under the guise of having received their mail. His response came quickly. "No previous tenant in your unit. You're the first since renovation. Building was offices before conversion." A chill ran through me. If there was no previous tenant, who had broken the lease? Who had relocated suddenly? And why had the landlord mentioned it when showing me the apartment? I was so absorbed in these questions that I didn't notice the sauce beginning to burn. A bitter smell filled the kitchen, and when I looked down, the red liquid was bubbling aggressively, dark patches forming at the edges. I moved to turn off the burner. That's when I felt it, a drop of cold liquid on the back of my neck. I froze, spoon still in hand. Another drop fell, trailing down my spine. Slowly, reluctantly, I tilted my head back and looked up. The figure hung directly above me, more solid than before. A man, suspended from the hook, his body twisting slightly in a non-existent breeze. His face was in shadow, but something about the silhouette was hauntingly familiar. The broad shoulders, the slight hunch, the way the head tilted slightly to one side. I stumbled backward, knocking the pot of sauce to the floor. Red splattered across the white tiles like blood. The figure remained, unmoving except for that gentle, rhythmic twist. My back hit the refrigerator, and a strangled sound escaped my throat. Not quite a scream, but something primal and terrified. The figure began to lower, descending inch by inch toward the stove. As it came closer, features became more distinct. The clothing, jeans and a gray hoodie, was familiar. Too familiar. It was the same outfit my old roommate had been wearing the last time I saw him. I fled the apartment, not bothering to grab a coat despite the rain. Spent the night in a hotel downtown, huddled under stiff sheets, jumping at every creak and groan of the building. Sleep came in fitful bursts, punctuated by dreams of hanging figures and hooks and stoves. In the morning, I called in sick to work and began researching in earnest. Not about my apartment this time, but about my old house in Portland, about my old roommate. What I found made my blood run cold. A small news article, buried in the local section of the Portland Tribune, dated 2 weeks after I'd moved out. A man found dead in a house on my old street. The article was vague on details. Apparent suicide. Discovered by landlord. No note found. But the age matched. The general description matched. My hands shook as I dialed the number of our old landlord. The conversation was brief, uncomfortable. "Yes," he confirmed. "My roommate had died in the house." No, he couldn't share details. Yes, it had happened in the kitchen. The police had ruled it suicide. I thanked him and hung up, my mind racing. Had my roommate killed himself after I moved out? Had the financial strain of suddenly bearing the full rent been too much? Or was it something else entirely? I thought back to our last interactions. He'd been distant, quieter than usual. I'd attributed it to resentment over my departure. But what if there had been more to it? What if he'd been struggling with something darker, something I'd been too self-absorbed to notice? The guilt was overwhelming, but beneath it lurked another emotion: fear. If my roommate had died back in Portland, what was hanging above my stove here, 3,000 miles away? I returned to the apartment that evening with a plan. I would pack essential items, book another hotel for a few nights, and start looking for a new place. Whatever was happening here, I wanted no part of it. The apartment was exactly as I'd left it. Sauce still splattered across the kitchen floor, now dried to a rust-colored crust. The hook in the ceiling remained empty, innocuous. No sign of any hanging figure, no cold drops falling from above. Perhaps I had imagined it all. Perhaps grief and guilt over my roommate, combined with the stress of the new job, had manufactured these visions. A therapist would probably have a field day with the symbolism. The hanging man as a manifestation of my abandoned friendship, the hook as an anchor to past responsibilities. I began cleaning up the kitchen, scrubbing at the dried sauce with a sponge. The repetitive motion was calming, grounding. Just a normal person cleaning a normal kitchen in a normal apartment. The sound came so softly at first that I almost missed it. A creaking from above, like weight being applied to an old floorboard. I froze, sponge dripping pink water onto the floor. Another creak, louder this time, directly above the stove. Slowly, I lifted my gaze to the ceiling hook. The figure was back, more substantial than ever before, no longer a silhouette or shadow, but fully formed, hanging from the hook by what looked like an extension cord wrapped around its neck. The feet swayed gently, a foot above the stovetop. I could see the face now, my roommate's face, exactly as I remembered it. His eyes were open, fixed on me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. His lips moved, forming words I couldn't hear. I should have run, should have fled the apartment again, never to return. But something held me in place, guilt, perhaps, or a desperate need to understand. "What do you want?" I whispered, my voice barely audible over the hum of the refrigerator. The figure's mouth continued to move. I took a hesitant step forward, then another, drawn by a compulsion I couldn't explain. When I was directly beneath him, I could finally make out the words. "You knew," he was saying, over and over. "You knew what would happen." I didn't, I protested, though to what I wasn't sure. I didn't know anything. Oh. The hanging man's expression changed then, from accusation to something like pity. His hand extended downward, pointing not at me, but at something on the counter beside the stove. I followed the gesture. There, partially hidden behind the microwave, was a small orange bottle. A prescription bottle. I reached for it with trembling fingers, already knowing what I would find. My name on the label. A medication I didn't recognize. A date from 6 months ago, around when I'd moved. Instructions to take 1 capsule daily, with a warning. May cause hallucinations. Discontinuation may lead to severe psychiatric symptoms. I stared at the bottle, then back at the hanging figure. He was fading now, becoming transparent, less substantial. His lips formed one final word before he disappeared entirely. "Remember." I sank to the floor, the prescription bottle clutched in my hand. Memories began to surface, hazy and incomplete. A doctor's office. Concerns about stress, about overwork, a diagnosis I hadn't wanted to accept. Had I been taking medication? Had I stopped when I moved? The bottle was full, the seal unbroken. Or was this bottle itself a hallucination? Another manifestation of a mind unraveling? I spent that night in the apartment, seated at the kitchen table with a cup of cold coffee, staring at the hook above the stove. The hanging man didn't reappear, but I felt his presence, in the slight temperature drop near the stove, in the occasional creak from above, in the persistent feeling of being watched. In the morning, I called the number on the prescription bottle. The receptionist confirmed I was a patient, but wouldn't share details over the phone. I made an appointment for the following week. I should move out, find somewhere new without hooks or visions or reminders. But some part of me knows it wouldn't matter. Some hauntings follow you wherever you go, whether they're ghosts of people we failed, or just ghosts of our own making. Last night I dreamt of my old roommate again. We were in this kitchen, both of us alive, both of us solid. He was cooking at the stove while I sat at the table. Everything felt normal, peaceful. "Do you ever think about going back?" he asked, his back to me. "Back where?" I replied. He turned, his face clear and familiar. No blur, no shadow, just my friend, as I remembered him. To Portland, he said, to how things were before. I woke up with tears on my face and a decision in my heart. Today, I'll call my boss and request a leave of absence. I'll drive back to Portland, back to our old house. I'll find out exactly what happened after I left. I'll visit my roommate's grave if he has one. Maybe then the hanging man will leave my kitchen, or maybe I'll discover he was never there at all. Just a projection of guilt, a symptom of something broken in my mind. The hook remains in the ceiling. Sometimes I think about removing it, but something stops me each time I reach for a screwdriver. What if removing the hook doesn't banish the hanging man? What if it instead removes the barrier between his world and mine? So I leave it in place, this portal or anchor or manifestation of my fractured psyche. And each morning, I make my coffee beneath it, careful not to look up, careful not to acknowledge the slight creaking sound that sometimes comes from above, or the occasional cold drop that falls on the back of my neck. After all, some questions are better left unanswered, some doors are better left closed, and some hooks are better left hanging empty, even when you know, deep down, they never truly are. Story 14. The old floorboards groaned beneath my feet as I made my way down the hallway. 3 a.m. on Thanksgiving morning, and sleep had abandoned me hours ago. The century-old farmhouse had belonged to my uncle for decades, but this was my first visit in 15 years. Something about the place had always unnerved me. Perhaps the way the narrow corridors seemed to stretch longer in the darkness, or how the walls appeared to inhale and exhale with the wind. I paused at the top of the stairs, listening. The house was never truly silent. It whispered constantly, pipes knocking, wood settling, and occasionally sounds I couldn't identify. My uncle had mentioned the house's personality when he invited me for the holiday, and I had laughed then. I wasn't laughing now. My fingers traced the aged wallpaper as I descended. In the dim glow of the single nightlight at the base of the stairs, I could make out the faded pattern. Once vibrant autumn leaves now blanched to ghostly impressions. The chill of November had permeated the structure despite the heating, and my breath formed shallow clouds that dissipated in the stale air. I had come to the farmhouse to reconnect with family, to escape the oppressive emptiness of my apartment after the divorce. My uncle was the only relative who still spoke to me after the incident at last year's family gathering, an embarrassing breakdown that had been diagnosed as acute stress disorder. The medication had helped quiet the visions, the whispering shadows at the corners of my eyes, at least until tonight. The kitchen light cast a sickly yellow glow across the antique dining table. My uncle sat there, hands wrapped around a steaming mug, his weathered face haggard in the harsh illumination. "Couldn't sleep either?" he asked without looking up. I shook my head, sliding into the chair across from him. "This house, it feels different at night." His eyes, bloodshot and weary, finally met mine. "It's always been this way, especially around the holidays." He took a sip from his mug, the liquid inside so dark it could have been coffee or something stronger. "My father used to say the house remembers." "Remembers what?" I asked, though something in me didn't want the answer. He shrugged, the motion causing shadows to dance across the wall behind him. "Family histories, old grudges, the things we try to forget." I felt a prickling at the back of my neck, a sensation of being observed from the darkness of the hallway behind me. When I turned to look, there was nothing but the void beyond the kitchen's light. "You feel it too," my uncle said. It wasn't a question. I turned back to him. "Feel what?" "The presence. It comes every year, right around Thanksgiving. My father called it the hollow guest." His voice had dropped to just above a whisper, as though he feared being overheard. The radiator in the corner sputtered and clanked, making me flinch. My uncle didn't react, his gaze now fixed on something beyond my shoulder. I fought the urge to turn around again. "What exactly is this guest?" I managed to ask, my mouth suddenly dry. "Family legend says it's the first owner of this land. He died of starvation during a harsh winter, alone in this house. They found him months later." My uncle's expression remained neutral. as though reciting a mundane historical fact rather than a ghost story. "You don't actually believe—" The lights flickered, and for an instant, the kitchen was plunged into darkness. When the illumination returned a heartbeat later, my uncle's face had transformed. His features tightened with an anxiety I'd never seen in him before. "Listen," he hissed, leaning forward. "Whatever you hear, whatever you see tonight, don't acknowledge it, don't speak to it, and don't, under any circumstances, follow it." Before I could respond, a thunderous crash echoed from the front of the house. It sounded like furniture being overturned, or a body being thrown against a wall. My uncle's hand shot out, gripping my wrist with surprising strength. "It's begun," he whispered, his eyes wide. "Earlier than usual this year." The crashing continued, moving from room to room, a methodical destruction that seemed to be making its way toward the kitchen. With each impact, the glassware in the cabinets vibrated, creating a delicate, crystalline counterpoint to the violence of the sounds. "What is that?" I demanded, trying to pull away from my uncle's grip. "Is someone breaking in?" "No one is breaking in," he replied, his voice eerily calm now. "No one can get in, and we can't get out. Not until morning." I was about to call him crazy, to suggest we call the police, when I saw it, a shadow passing across the doorway to the kitchen. Not the shadow of a person, but something larger, something misshapen. It moved with a fluidity that defied the laws of physics, seeming to flow rather than walk. My uncle's grip tightened further. "Don't look at it," he warned. "It feeds on attention." But I couldn't tear my eyes away. The shadow paused, as if sensing my gaze, and began to solidify. What had been a vague, amorphous darkness was taking form, the silhouette of a man, impossibly tall and broad, with limbs that seemed too long for its torso. It had no features I could discern, just a blank space where a face should be. And then it moved. Not toward us, but past the doorway, continuing its journey through the house. The sound of its passage was like nothing I'd ever heard, a combination of heavy footfalls and something being dragged, punctuated by what could have been labored breathing or the creaking of ancient floorboards under tremendous weight. What did I just see? My voice sounded foreign to my own ears, higher and strained. My uncle released my wrist, leaving behind a band of whitened flesh that slowly flushed red as blood returned. The hollow guest makes its rounds every year, searching. For what? For sustenance. A chill ran through me that had nothing to do with the house's poor insulation. "You're telling me there's some sort of entity prowling around your house and you just sit here and let it happen?" He gave me a tired smile. "What would you have me do? Fight it? Run from it? I tried both years ago. It always finds you. The only way to survive the night is to let it pass." The crashing had stopped. In its place was a terrible silence, broken only by the ticking of the ancient grandfather clock in the living room. Each tick seemed to hang in the air longer than it should have, as though time itself was being stretched thin. "It's listening," my uncle whispered. "It always pauses in the study, where my father's portrait hangs. I think it recognizes him somehow." I wanted to believe this was an elaborate prank, or that my medication was causing vivid hallucinations. But the genuine fear in my uncle's eyes, the sweat beading on his forehead, these were real. And deep down, in a primitive part of my brain that recognized danger before conscious thought could name it, I knew the presence in the house was real too. "How long does this last?" I asked, my voice barely audible. "Until dawn. It leaves when the sun rises. 4 more hours until first light." The thought made my stomach clench. "And this happens every Thanksgiving? Why didn't you warn me?" My uncle's gaze dropped to his mug. "Would you have believed me? Would you have come?" He had a point. After my breakdown, after the divorce, I had become skeptical of everything, especially my own perceptions. The doctors had told me I might experience paranoia, might see or hear things that weren't there. How convenient that now, when faced with something inexplicable, I had the perfect excuse to doubt myself. The silence was shattered by another crash, this one directly above us, in the guest room where I had been trying to sleep. My room. "It's never gone upstairs before," my uncle said, his voice tight with new fear. "Not in all these years." "What does that mean?" He shook his head. "I don't know, but it's not good." The ceiling creaked as something heavy moved across it, directly over our heads. Dust and small particles of plaster rained down onto the kitchen table. My uncle and I both looked up, tracking the movement. It paused directly above us. Then came a new sound, a slow, deliberate scratching, as if massive claws were carving into the wooden floor above. The sound formed a pattern. 3 scratches, pause, 3 scratches, pause, over and over. "It's marking something," my uncle whispered. "It's never done that before either." The scratching stopped abruptly, replaced by heavy footsteps moving toward the stairs. We heard the first step creak, then the second, as the entity began its descent. My uncle's face had gone completely white. "It's coming down. We need to move. Now." He stood, grabbing my arm and pulling me toward the back door. But as we reached it, the glass pane in the door frosted over, white tendrils spreading across its surface like ghostly fingers. The temperature in the kitchen plummeted so rapidly that my next breath came out as a dense cloud. "It's cutting us off," my uncle said, his voice breaking. "It doesn't want us to leave." We backed away from the door, moving toward the dining room, the only other exit from the kitchen. But before we could reach it, the lights went out, plunging us into complete darkness. In the pitch black, I heard my uncle's ragged breathing beside me. Then, from the hallway leading to the stairs, came the sound of footsteps, slow, measured, inexorable. Each step was accompanied by a creaking so loud it seemed the wood might splinter. "Don't move," my uncle whispered. "Don't make a sound." I froze, my heart hammering so hard I was certain it must be audible. The footsteps grew closer, and with them came a smell. The musty odor of earth and decay, of something long buried suddenly unearthed. And then I saw it, or rather, I saw the absence of it. A void moving through the darkness, a shape that seemed to absorb what little ambient light remained. It paused at the threshold of the kitchen, a massive silhouette blacker than the surrounding night. Time stretched. Neither my uncle nor I dared to breathe. The entity remained motionless, as if considering its next move. Then, slowly, it began to turn toward us. I felt rather than saw its attention fix on me. The air between us seemed to vibrate with malevolent intent. In that moment, I understood with perfect clarity that whatever this thing was, it had come for me specifically. "Run," my uncle hissed. "To the cellar, the door at the end of the hall. Go." I hesitated for only a second before instinct took over. I bolted, rushing past the dark shape, feeling an arctic cold emanate from it as I passed. Behind me, I heard my uncle shout something, but his words were drowned out by a roar, a sound so deep and full of rage that it seemed to shake the foundations of the house. The hallway stretched before me, the cellar door a rectangle of deeper darkness at its end. I ran, my breath coming in panicked gasps, the floorboards groaning in protest beneath my pounding feet. Behind me, the entity gave chase. Its movement was no longer measured but frenzied, a thundering stampede that closed the distance between us with terrifying speed. The walls around me vibrated with each impact of its pursuit, picture frames crashing to the floor, wallpaper tearing from the sheer force of its passage. I reached the cellar door and wrenched it open, nearly falling down the steep stairs beyond. I slammed the door shut behind me and fumbled in the darkness for a lock, a bolt, anything to secure it. My fingers found an old iron latch, and I slid it into place just as something massive collided with the other side. The door bulged inward from the impact but held. Another crash followed, and another, each one splintering the wood a little more. The latch groaned under the strain, threatening to tear free from its moorings. I backed down the stairs, feeling my way in the absolute darkness. The damp, cool air of the cellar enveloped me, carrying with it the smells of earth and old stone. As I reached the bottom of the stairs, my back pressed against a rough stone wall, A strange calm descended over me. Above, the entity continued its assault on the door, but the sounds seemed more distant now, as though I was hearing them through water. The cellar felt like a sanctuary, separated from the chaos above not just by physical space, but by something more fundamental. In the darkness, I became aware of markings on the wall behind me, grooves carved into the stone, detectable by touch rather than sight. My fingers traced them, finding a pattern identical to the scratches I had heard from the guest room. 3 lines, space, 3 lines, repeating across the wall. As I explored further, I found more markings, symbols I couldn't identify, but which felt ancient and purposeful. The entire cellar wall was covered with them, a record or a warning etched in stone. Above me, the assault on the door had stopped. The silence that followed was more terrifying than the noise had been. I held my breath, straining to hear any indication of what might be happening. Minutes passed, or perhaps hours. Time had become meaningless in the windowless cellar. Eventually, I heard footsteps on the stairs, lighter than those of the entity, human in their cadence. "It's me," my uncle called softly. "It's safe to come up now." I didn't move. "How do I know it's really you?" "Because the hollow guest never speaks. It can't imitate human voice." His footsteps continued down the stairs. "It's gone now. It always leaves before dawn." A flashlight beam cut through the darkness, illuminating my uncle's face. He looked exhausted, with a new cut above his right eyebrow, but otherwise unharmed. "What happened?" I asked. "After I ran?" He shook his head. "It lost interest in me once you fled. It followed you, obviously." He swept the flashlight beam around the cellar, revealing the extent of the markings I had felt. "You found the old warnings." The symbols covered every inch of the walls, spirals, lines, and pictographs that resembled no language I had ever seen. Yet something about them seemed familiar, as though I should be able to read them. "What are they?" I asked. "My grandfather called them the old language. He said they keep the hollow guest contained, prevent it from following anyone who knows about them beyond the boundaries of the property." He traced one of the symbols with his finger. "That's why I told you to come down here. The cellar is protected." "Protected by what? Who made these markings?" My uncle's expression was unreadable in the harsh shadows cast by the flashlight. "The first owner, supposedly. The one who starved to death here. The story goes that he wasn't just a farmer. He was trying to contain something he had accidentally summoned. He succeeded, but at the cost of his own life. He bound it to the house, but in doing so, bound himself as well." I shuddered, remembering the void-like shape that had pursued me, the rage I had felt emanating from it. "And this thing returns every Thanksgiving? Why?" "It's a time of feast," my uncle said simply. "A time when the veil is thin, a time when it can feed." "Feed on what?" He didn't answer immediately, his gaze moving to the staircase. "The sun will be up soon. We should go back upstairs." I followed him up the stairs, noticing for the first time the state of the cellar door, splintered almost beyond recognition, held together by just a few tenacious fibers of wood. The iron latch had been bent almost double, rendered useless. "That wouldn't have held it much longer," my uncle observed. The house was eerily quiet as we made our way back to the kitchen. Dawn light was just beginning to filter through the windows, casting long shadows across the debris-strewn floors. Furniture had been overturned, pictures askew or shattered, and long gouges marked the walls of the hallway, identical to the marks in the cellar and those I had heard being made in the guest room. It was marking a path, I realized aloud, from my room to the cellar. My uncle nodded. "It wants you to find the markings. It wants you to know." "Know what?" We reached the kitchen, where the table still stood undisturbed, my uncle's mug exactly where he had left it. He sank into his chair, suddenly looking older than his years. "There's something I need to tell you," he said. "About your father." My father, my uncle's brother, had died when I was young, in what I had always been told was a hunting accident. I had few memories of him, just fragments of a stern, distant man who rarely smiled. "What about him?" He was here one Thanksgiving, about 30 years ago. He saw the hollow guest too. My uncle's fingers traced the rim of his mug. It followed him when he left. A chill ran through me. What do you mean it followed him? You said it can't leave the property. It can't, unless it finds a suitable host. Someone who resonates with it. Someone with the right susceptibility. He looked up at me, his eyes haunted. Your father was never the same after that night. The thing that came back with him wasn't entirely him anymore. The implications of his words settled over me like a shroud. Are you saying that my father was possessed? Not exactly. More like accompanied. The hollow guest can't fully manifest outside this house, but it can attach itself to someone, influence them. He took a deep breath. Your father's accident wasn't an accident. He knew what was happening to him, knew he was losing control. He ended it before the transformation was complete. My head swam with this revelation, memories rearranging themselves in light of this new information. My father's increasing paranoia in the months before his death, the scratches I had once found on the walls of our basement, his insistence on keeping the lights on at all times. Why are you telling me this now? I asked, though I already knew the answer. Because it marked you, just like it marked your father. He gestured to my arm, and I looked down to see 3 parallel scratches running from my wrist to my elbow, scratches that hadn't been there the night before. It's chosen you as its new vessel. Outside, the sun had fully risen, bathing the kitchen in warm light that belied the cold horror of our conversation. In the daylight, it was almost possible to believe that the events of the night had been a shared hallucination, a product of family folklore and overwrought imagination. Almost. What do I do? I asked, my voice hollow. My uncle's expression was grim but resolute. You stay, at least until we understand why it chose you, why it's breaking its patterns now. If you leave, you risk taking it with you, like your father did. The thought of remaining in the house filled me with dread, but the alternative, unknowingly carrying that malevolent presence back to my life, was unthinkable. And if we can't figure it out? He didn't answer directly. Instead, he stood and walked to a cabinet, retrieving a dusty bottle and 2 glasses. He poured a generous measure of amber liquid into each and handed one to me. To understanding family legacies, he said, raising his glass. I raised mine in return, the early morning light catching in the whiskey, making it glow like fire. As I brought the glass to my lips, I caught a glimpse of my reflection in the window, and for just an instant, superimposed over my features, I saw a gaunt, hollow face that was not my own, its mouth stretched in a hungry grimace. I blinked, and it was gone. Just my own haggard face staring back at me, shadows under my eyes from a sleepless night. Just my imagination, surely, or a trick of the light. But as I sipped the burning liquor, I felt 3 distinct points of cold on the back of my neck, like the press of phantom fingers, and somewhere deep inside me, in a place I hadn't known existed until now, I felt something stir and stretch. Something that had been hollow, but was slowly, inexorably being filled. Story 15. It was the first time I saw him. I was driving home from a late shift. It was that peculiar hour when night begins to surrender to dawn, yet darkness still clings to the edges of the world. My headlights carved a narrow path through the fog that had settled over the road like a shroud. I'd taken the back route home, a decision that would alter the course of my life in ways I couldn't yet comprehend. The cemetery appeared on my right, its wrought iron fence stretching into the mist. The road curved sharply around its perimeter, requiring my full attention. That's when my peripheral vision caught something. A figure sitting on the curb just outside the cemetery gates. I slowed instinctively. The silhouette belonged to a young man, perhaps in his 20s, perched perfectly still on the edge of the sidewalk. He wore what appeared to be a dark jacket, his posture unnaturally rigid. Something about his stillness felt wrong. People don't sit that motionless, not living ones anyway. I blinked, and he was gone. The vacancy of the spot struck me harder than the apparition itself. I pulled over, heart hammering against my ribs. The space where he had been sitting was empty, not even an indentation on the damp concrete to suggest anyone had been there at all. I rolled down my window, letting the cold air flood the car. Nothing but the distant hoot of an owl and the soft patter of mist condensing on leaves. Just tired, I muttered to myself, rubbing my eyes. Working too many doubles, I continued home, dismissing the incident as a hallucination born from exhaustion. That night, I dreamt of sitting on a curb, watching headlights approach in the distance, waiting for something I couldn't name. 3 days passed before I had reason to take that route again. I'd almost forgotten about the incident until I approached the cemetery curve. My grip tightened on the steering wheel as I rounded the bend. Nothing. The curb was empty. Relief washed over me, followed immediately by an inexplicable disappointment. Then I saw him in my rearview mirror. He sat in the exact same spot, in the exact same position, staring directly at my receding car. I slammed on the brakes, the tires screeching in protest. When I twisted around to look out the back window, the curb was vacant once more. My hands trembled as I reached for my phone. I needed to document this, to prove to myself I wasn't losing my mind. I reversed slowly until I was parallel with the spot where he had appeared. The camera app opened with a soft chime that seemed obscenely loud in the silence. I took several photos of the empty curb, then stepped out of the car. The air felt charged, as if a storm were brewing despite the clear night sky. I approached the curb cautiously, phone flashlight illuminating the ground before me. Nothing unusual, just weathered concrete edging ordinary asphalt. I crouched down, running my fingers along the rough surface. It was cold, but no colder than one would expect on an autumn night. A rustling sound from within the cemetery made me straighten up abruptly. Beyond the fence, shadows shifted between tombstones. Probably just the wind disturbing fallen leaves, I told myself, even as I retreated to my car. Later that night, scrolling through the photos I'd taken, I noticed something peculiar in one of them. A smudge near the curb, like a distortion in the air. I enlarged the image, but the more I zoomed in, the less distinct it became, just a lens flare or digital artifact. Nothing more. I told myself this, again and again, as I lay awake until dawn. I began taking the cemetery route home every night. I told myself it was because it was faster, but the truth hummed beneath that practical veneer. I needed to see him again, to confirm, to understand. For a week, nothing. The curb remained stubbornly vacant, mocking my growing obsession. I started to doubt my memory, wondering if stress had fractured something essential in my perception of reality. Then, on the 8th night, I saw him again. This time, he wasn't sitting. He was standing directly beside the curb, facing the cemetery gates. I wasn't prepared for how the sight of him would affect me. My heart lurched painfully, sweat breaking out across my forehead, despite the cool air pumping through the vents. I pulled over more forcefully than intended, the car jolting to a stop about 20 feet past him. In the seconds it took me to shift into park and grab my phone, I kept my eyes locked on his form in the side mirror. He remained perfectly still, a dark sentinel against the fog-softened glow of distant streetlights. When I stepped out of the car, phone already recording, he vanished, not gradually, but between one blink and the next. The sensation that followed wasn't fear, but an overwhelming sadness that settled in my chest like a physical weight. "Who are you?" I called out, my voice sounding thin and foreign in the night air. "What do you want from me?" Only silence answered, punctuated by the soft electrical hum of power lines overhead. I approached the spot where he had stood, the recording still running. The air felt different here, heavier, as if pressure had built up around this unremarkable piece of sidewalk. My ears popped, like when descending in an airplane. I stopped the recording and played it back immediately. There was nothing on the video except empty sidewalk, but the audio captured something the human ear had missed, a faint whispering beneath the ambient noise, unintelligible words, too distorted to make out. yet carrying an undeniable urgency. That night, I dreamt I was standing at the cemetery gates, looking out at the road. In the dream, I watched myself drive by, night after night, slowing down each time but never stopping. I was waiting for myself to finally stop, and the frustration of being ignored was excruciating. I woke up gasping, sheets drenched in sweat. The phenomenon evolved. Over the next 2 weeks, he appeared with increasing frequency, each manifestation lasting slightly longer than the previous one. I began to notice patterns. He never appeared on rainy nights. He was always oriented toward the cemetery, never the road. And most disturbing of all, he seemed to be gradually moving, inch by imperceptible inch, toward the cemetery gates. I started researching local history, spending hours at the public library combing through archives. The cemetery dated back to the 1870s, one of the oldest in the county. Nothing in the historical records pointed to any unusual incidents at that specific location, no accidents or tragedies that might explain a haunting. My search expanded to missing persons cases. I found myself studying the faces of young men who had disappeared in the area over the decades, looking for features that matched the blurry shape in my memories. But the apparition never revealed enough of himself to make identification possible. My obsession didn't go unnoticed. Colleagues commented on my distraction, my bloodshot eyes, my startled reactions to sudden movements. I brushed off their concerns with vague references to insomnia. How could I explain that I was being haunted by someone who might not even exist? 1 month after the first sighting, I decided to wait for him. I parked my car in a small turnout about 100 yards from the cemetery entrance and settled in for a long night. Hours passed. Midnight came and went. The temperature dropped, and my breath fogged the windows. I fought against encroaching sleep, pinching myself, playing loud music, anything to stay alert. At 3:17 a.m., he appeared, not on the curb, but standing in the middle of the road, facing me directly. The distance between us made his features indistinct, but I could feel the weight of his gaze. My car's headlights were off. The night was moonless, yet somehow I could see him clearly, as if he generated his own subtle luminescence. My hand trembled as I reached for the door handle. Something told me that if I approached him, he would not disappear this time. But fear kept me frozen in place. Not fear of the apparition itself, but of what communication with it might mean for my grasp on reality. While I hesitated, he began walking toward the car. His movements were fluid, yet somehow wrong, like someone who had studied human locomotion but never quite mastered it. Each step seemed to bend the air around him, creating ripples in the fabric of the night. He stopped at my window. Up close, his features remained frustratingly indistinct, as if viewed through frosted glass. But his eyes, I could see his eyes with perfect clarity. They reflected nothing, absorbed everything. Twin voids that seemed to pull at something inside me. I rolled down the window, an inch at first, then fully when no malevolence emanated from him. The air that entered the car carried no temperature, neither warm nor cold. It simply was. We regarded each other in silence. Questions crowded my mind but dissolved before reaching my tongue. What finally emerged was simpler, more fundamental than all my carefully considered inquiries. "Are you lost?" I asked. His response wasn't verbal. Instead, images flooded my consciousness, disjointed scenes of a life I hadn't lived. Driving this same road, a momentary distraction, the cemetery fence rushing toward me, then darkness, followed by confusion, standing by the roadside, watching cars pass, trying to flag them down, but no one seeing me. Days blurring into weeks, into months, the crushing loneliness of being invisible, and beneath it all, a question, urgent and desperate. "Do you see me?" "Yes," I whispered. "I see you." Something shifted in his gaze, relief, perhaps, or gratitude. He raised his hand toward me, not threatening, but beseeching. I understood what he was asking, though I couldn't have explained how. He wanted me to follow him. The cemetery at night was a different world. Shadows deeper, silence more absolute. The apparition walked ahead of me, his form occasionally flickering like a candle flame in a draft. He led me through rows of weathered tombstones to a far corner where newer monuments gleamed dully in the ambient light. He stopped before an unremarkable grave and pointed downward. I knelt beside the simple marker, using my phone's flashlight to read the inscription. The stone was blank except for dates. Born 4 years before me, died 3 months ago. No name, no epitaph. A forgotten person. When I looked up, the apparition had changed. His features were clearer now, and with a jolt of recognition, I realized I was looking at myself, not as I was, but as I might have been. A version of me with subtle differences, hair parted on the opposite side, a scar above one eyebrow that I didn't possess, clothes I'd never owned. Understanding dawned with nauseating clarity. This wasn't a ghost haunting me. This was a life that had brushed against mine, a path I hadn't taken, an existence that had ended while mine continued. Some quantum entanglement had connected us across whatever membrane separates parallel lives. He reached toward me again, his fingertips almost touching mine. In that near contact, I felt the thinness of reality, how easily it could tear. What would happen if I completed that connection? Would I be pulled into his world, or would he be pulled into mine? Which of us was truly the apparition? I withdrew my hand. Something like disappointment passed across his face, my face, before he nodded in what seemed like understanding. He turned and walked toward the cemetery gates, his form growing more transparent with each step. At the threshold, he paused and looked back one final time. No words passed between us, but a certainty settled in my mind. He wouldn't appear to me again. Whatever tether had connected us had served its purpose. He had been seen, acknowledged. That was all he had wanted. As he faded from view, I felt both relief and loss. The weight of his existence, or non-existence, would remain with me, a splinter in my perception of reality that I could never fully remove. I still drive past that cemetery sometimes, though I no longer look for him on the curb. But each time I round that curve, I slow down, just a little. Not out of fear or hope of another sighting, but out of respect for the threshold between what is and what might have been. And sometimes, in the moment when night balances on the edge of dawn, I feel watched from beyond unseen boundaries. Not by him specifically, but by countless versions of myself and others, all separated by the thinnest of veils. Parallel lives that occasionally brush against our own, leaving impressions we struggle to comprehend. I've come to believe that's what ghosts really are. Not the dead reaching back, but alternate possibilities pressing against the glass of our reality. Momentarily visible in certain liminal spaces where the boundaries grow thin. The curb outside the cemetery is such a place, an edge not just between road and sidewalk, but between worlds. I wonder how many others drive past, catching glimpses of what might have been, dismissing them as tricks of light or manifestations of fatigue. I wonder how many of them slow down, but never stop to look. Story 16. The floorboards creaked beneath my feet as I stepped into the parlor of my friend's abandoned house. February winds howled through the cracks in the worn clapboard siding, carrying with them the scent of damp earth and impending snow. I had received his letter just 3 days prior, a frantic, barely legible scrawl begging me to come collect his research materials before they were contaminated. The telegram that followed simply read, "Gone by time you arrive. Stop, do not stay after dark." Stop, I should have heeded his warning. The house stood at the end of a winding dirt road, a mile from the nearest neighbor. An architectural relic from the previous century, it loomed against the slate-gray sky like a decaying tooth. My friend had inherited it from a distant uncle 6 months ago, relocating from our university lodgings to continue his anthropological studies in isolation. His correspondence had grown increasingly erratic since December. Inside, the house felt unnaturally cold, despite the pot-bellied stove that still radiated faint warmth. Papers were strewn across every surface, notes, journals, and newspaper clippings. The furniture had been pushed against the walls, creating a circular clearing in the center of the room. A half-eaten meal congealed on a side table, the fork suspended in gravy as if its owner had fled mid-bite. A guttural cough escaped my lungs, the tubercular rattle that had plagued me for months. The doctor had prescribed country air, which is partly why I had agreed to this errand despite my weakened state. The coughing fit left me dizzy, grasping the doorframe for support as black spots danced across my vision. When my sight cleared, I noticed something on the wall that hadn't been there before, or perhaps I simply hadn't registered it. A crude drawing in what appeared to be red crayon or lipstick, a wide, exaggerated smile. I approached it slowly. The mark was fresh, still tacky to the touch. My finger came away red. "Hello?" My voice sounded thin in the empty house. No response came except for the persistent moan of wind through wooden bones. I gathered the papers methodically, organizing them into my leather satchel. Most contained my friend's observations on local folklore, particularly focused on something he called the festival entity. Some pages were filled with sketches, crude, childlike drawings of a tall, distorted female figure with an impossibly wide smile. On the back of one sketch he had written, "She appears when the mind is weak, when the body fails, when laughter becomes terror." The light was fading faster than it should have, shadows pooling in the corners of the room. I lit an oil lamp, its flame casting a wavering circle of amber in the gathering gloom. As I reached for another stack of papers, my hand froze. A sound drifted from upstairs, light, musical. The tinkling notes of a music box. Logic insisted it was merely the wind disturbing some forgotten trinket, but the regularity of the notes belied such rational explanation. Each chime fell precisely, forming a melody I almost recognized. I stood motionless, listening as the tune looped once, twice, then abruptly stopped. Silence pressed against my ears. Then came the footstep, a single deliberate creak of weight shifting on old wood, directly above me. "Is someone there?" I called, hating the tremor in my voice. No answer came, yet I felt a shift in the atmosphere, as if the house itself had exhaled. The air grew heavier, carrying a faint, cloying scent, grease paint and rosewater. I should have left then. In retrospect, every instinct was screaming for flight. Instead, I found myself moving toward the narrow staircase, lamp held aloft. The rational part of my mind constructed explanations. Perhaps my friend had returned, or maybe a local had sought shelter from the coming storm. The growing pressure in my chest reminded me that excitement and exertion worsened my condition. The second floor was a maze of narrow hallways and closed doors. The lamplight created grotesque shadows that seemed to move independently of my advance. I tried the first door, locked. The second opened onto a small bedroom, sparse and undisturbed. The third door led to what appeared to be my friend's study. Here, the chaos was even more pronounced. Books had been pulled from shelves and thrown open, pages torn out and pinned to the walls. Newspaper clippings formed constellations, connected by strands of red string. They documented disappearances dating back to 1873, all during winter months, all involving individuals suffering from consumption or other wasting illnesses. My friend's journal lay open on the desk. The final entry, dated just 2 days prior, read, "I saw her again tonight." Standing at the foot of my bed, taller than any woman should be, the makeup cannot hide what lies beneath. She offered to make me laugh, to take away my pain. Her voice was like broken glass wrapped in silk. I refused. In the morning, I found red smears on my bedsheets. Not blood. Something worse. I'm leaving today. The police have been notified, though I doubt they'll find her. She isn't always here. She exists in the spaces between perception. A photograph was paperclipped to the page, yellowed with age, dated 1881. It showed a traveling circus troupe posed formally outside a tent. In the back row stood a figure that didn't belong, elongated, blurred as if in motion despite the still photograph. The face was indistinct except for a wide, dark smile. Another coughing fit seized me without warning. I doubled over, handkerchief pressed to my mouth, tasting copper. When I straightened, spots swimming before my eyes. The lamp flickered violently. In that momentary dimming, I saw her, a flash of white face and crimson smile in the darkened doorway. I spun around, lamp thrust forward. The hallway was empty. "Who's there?" I demanded, voice raw from coughing. The silence felt mocking. I returned to my examination of the study, hands trembling slightly. Among the newspaper clippings was a yellowed broadsheet advertising Madame Grinette's miraculous cures. Laughter heals all ailments. The illustrated figure wore an exaggerated clown costume, female in form but with proportions that seemed deliberately wrong. Arms too long, waist too narrow. A thump from downstairs jolted me from my reading. Something heavy had fallen. I crept to the staircase, holding my breath as I peered down into the darkness. The lamp illuminated only the first few steps, the rest fading into impenetrable shadow. Another sound reached my ears, a slow, rhythmic tapping, like fingernails on wood, moving steadily around the perimeter of the room below. Tap, tap, tap. I descended one step, then another. The tapping stopped. A whisper floated up from the darkness. Not words exactly, but a sound like dry leaves skittering across pavement. It might have been laughter. My heart hammered against my ribs. The rational part of my mind, the educated modern man, insisted this was mere nerves exacerbated by illness and isolation. Yet some deeper, more primitive instinct recognized the presence of something ancient and hungry. I rushed back to the study, gathering the most important documents. Whatever haunted this house, delusion or reality, I would not spend another hour beneath its roof. As I shoved papers into my satchel, a flash of white in the window caught my eye. A face stared in at me from outside. Impossible, given that the study was on the second floor with no accessible ledge. The face was chalk white, features blurred except for that too wide crimson smile. Our eyes met for a breathless moment before it vanished. I stumbled backward, colliding with the desk. The lamp wobbled precariously. Outside, snow had begun to fall, thick flakes swirling in the deepening twilight. The music box began to play again, closer now. I realized with dawning horror that the sound came from my own satchel. I upended it, spilling contents across the floor. Among my friend's papers lay a small silver box I had never seen before, lid open, tinny mechanism spinning. The melody was recognizable now, a children's song about a clown who takes away pain. I slammed the box shut and threw it against the wall. The music stopped, but the silence that followed was somehow worse, expectant, like a held breath. The house groaned around me, wooden joints shifting. The temperature plummeted suddenly, my exhaled breath visible in pale clouds. Frost began to form on the window glass, spreading in fern-like patterns. I had to leave immediately. The staircase seemed longer than before, each step taking me deeper into a darkness the lamp couldn't penetrate. The smell of grease paint and rose water grew overwhelming. At the bottom of the stairs, I hesitated, straining to see into the murky parlor. A shape detached itself from the shadows, tall and angular, moving with a jerky, puppet-like gait. In the lamplight, I glimpsed white satin and ruffles, once elegant, but now stained and tattered. The costume of a female clown from another era, draped on a frame too elongated to be natural. Her face remained in shadow, but the smile gleamed red and wet. "You're unwell," she said, voice like rusted hinges. "I can taste it in the air you breathe, the disease in your lungs, the fear in your heart." I backed away, clutching my satchel to my chest. "Who are you?" A sound escaped her, half laugh, half sob. "I am the final act, the encore after all other remedies have failed." She took a step forward, joints bending at unnatural angles. "Your friend refused my gift. Will you?" Another coughing fit struck without warning, doubling me over. When I straightened, she stood directly before me, close enough to touch. Her face was a ruin of cracked white makeup, features distorted, as if the bones beneath had been broken and improperly reset. Only the smile remained perfect, crimson and gleaming, stretching wider than human anatomy should allow. "Let me make you laugh," she whispered, reaching for me with fingers too long, too thin. "Let me take away your pain." I fled. The door stuck momentarily, then gave way. I burst into the night, snow stinging my face as I ran toward my waiting automobile. Behind me, her laughter floated on the wind, a sound like breaking glass. The engine sputtered, then roared to life. As I pulled away from the house, my headlamp swept across the upper windows. A figure stood watching, impossibly tall, impossibly still. I drove recklessly through the gathering storm, coughing blood onto my collar. 10 miles down the road, I came upon a police motorcar heading in the opposite direction. I flagged them down, babbling my story to incredulous faces. "Calm yourself, sir," the older officer said. "We're heading there on official business. Had a report about a woman fitting that description. She's wanted in 3 counties. A con artist who preys on the terminally ill, promises miracle cures, then robs them blind." "But what I saw," I began. "Likely the same woman," he interrupted. "She uses theatrical tricks to frighten her victims, makes herself seem supernatural." He patted my shoulder. "You're feverish, sir. The mind plays tricks when the body's weak." They continued toward the house while I drove to the nearest inn. That night, my fever broke for the first time in months. By morning, my cough had diminished remarkably. 3 days later, I received a telegram from the local police. "Woman apprehended, stop wanted for fraud and theft. Stop found in possession of your friend's valuables, stop." I should have felt relieved. The rational explanation had prevailed, a criminal using superstition and fear to target the vulnerable. I had merely been delirious from illness, seeing phantasms where only a human predator lurked. Yet I cannot explain why my tuberculosis symptoms have vanished completely, defying all medical prognosis. Nor can I explain the small silver music box that appeared on my nightstand this morning, though my door and windows remained locked. And when I look in the mirror now, something about my smile seems wrong. A fraction too wide, the curve unnatural. Sometimes in certain lights, it almost appears to be drawn on. I find myself laughing at strange moments, a rich, unfamiliar sound that doesn't seem to come from my own throat. My friend remains missing. The police report states that the woman they arrested wore ordinary clothes, not a clown costume. She denied all knowledge of his whereabouts. Last night I dreamed of standing outside a second-story window, looking in at a frightened man. I was so tall, so thin, and I was hungry for his pain, his fear, his laugh. I woke tasting grease paint and copper. The doctor says I'm cured, a medical miracle, but when he turned away, I caught him coughing into his handkerchief. I found myself smiling. Story 17. The cold penetrates differently at 4 a.m. It's not just temperature, it's a living entity that searches for weakness, for exposed skin, for gaps in clothing. I've been delivering papers for 3 years now, and winter mornings have a quality that defies description. The world holds its breath. Sound travels differently. Shadows move when they shouldn't. That particular morning was worse than most. February in New England brings a special kind of darkness, one that seems reluctant to yield to dawn. My breath clouded before me as I navigated the silent streets, the familiar weight of newspapers in my bag providing an odd comfort against the oppressive stillness. My route took me through Blackwood Heights, an older neighborhood with colonial houses set back from the road, their windows dark and unwelcoming. I was halfway through my route when the fog rolled in. One moment the air was clear, if frigid, and the next a thick mist enveloped everything, reducing visibility to mere feet. The streetlights became diffuse glowing orbs, their light scattered and useless. The fog wasn't normal, too thick, too sudden, moving against the wind in ways that defied natural explanation. I slowed my car to a crawl, barely able to make out the mailboxes. That's when I heard it. A sound that didn't belong. A dull, rhythmic thumping that carried through the fog. I rolled down my window, despite the cold, straining to identify the source. The sound stopped abruptly, replaced by something worse. Ragged, desperate breathing. I pulled over, leaving the headlights on, and stepped out of the car. The fog swirled around my ankles, seeming to cling to me as I moved toward the sound. The breathing grew more distinct with each step I took, accompanied by a soft, barely perceptible whimpering. And then I saw her. She emerged from the fog like an apparition, a woman, trembling violently, arms wrapped around herself in a futile attempt to preserve warmth. She wore nothing but underwear, her pale skin blue-tinged in the cold. Her hair hung in wet tangles, as if she'd just emerged from a shower, the water freezing on her skin in crystalline patterns that caught the light in unnatural ways. Jesus Christ, I muttered, shrugging off my coat and approaching her slowly, the way one might approach a wounded animal. "Ma'am, are you okay?" She didn't respond, just stared at me with eyes too wide, too dark in the pre-dawn light. I draped my coat around her shoulders, noticing as I did that her skin was impossibly cold. Colder than seemed humanly possible after even minutes of exposure. "Let's get you warmed up," I said, guiding her toward my car. She moved stiffly, as if her joints weren't working properly, but she followed. As we walked, I glanced back toward where she had come from. Through gaps in the fog, I could make out a house, a large Victorian with a wraparound porch. A single light burned in an upstairs window, and I thought I saw a figure standing there watching. The curtain fell back into place as soon as I noticed it. Once in the car, I cranked the heat and pulled out my phone. "I'm calling the police," I told her, already dialing. "Did someone hurt you? Was it your husband?" She didn't answer immediately, just stared straight ahead, her breathing gradually slowing. When she finally spoke, her voice was wrong somehow, like two voices layered together, one slightly behind the other. "He put me out," she said. "He always puts me out when he's angry." The 911 operator answered, and I quickly explained the situation, giving our location. The dispatcher assured me officers would arrive within 15 minutes. After hanging up, I turned back to the woman, offering her the cup of coffee from my thermos. "Here, this will help warm you up. I stopped myself, remembering that using names seemed to give the darkness power, at least according to my grandmother's old superstitions. Those superstitions had seemed foolish before this night. Now I wasn't so sure. She took the thermos with hands that shook so badly I had to help her hold it. As she drank, I noticed something odd about her fingers. They seemed too long, the joints slightly misaligned, as if they had been broken and hadn't healed properly. "Does he do this often?" I asked, trying to keep my tone conversational while scanning the road for approaching police lights. She lowered the thermos, and I noticed the coffee hadn't returned any color to her lips. They remained a bloodless blue. "Time is different for him," she said cryptically. "Sometimes it's days, sometimes it's years. Tonight, it was decades." A chill that had nothing to do with the temperature ran through me. I told myself she was in shock, that her words were the result of trauma and hypothermia. But as the fog pressed against the windows of my car, seeming to search for a way in, doubt crept into my mind. "The police will be here soon," I said, more to reassure myself than her. "They'll help sort this out." She smiled then, a terrible expression that never reached her eyes. "They came before. They always come. It never changes anything." I checked my phone, wondering what was taking so long. The screen was dead, though I was certain it had been nearly fully charged. When I looked up, the woman was staring at me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. "You're kind," she said. "The last one was kind too." "The last one?" I asked, a knot forming in my stomach. "The last paper boy, before you. He stopped as well. I hadn't replaced anyone on this route. I'd been the first person to deliver to this neighborhood in years, after the previous route had been discontinued. At least, that's what my supervisor had told me. "There was no paper delivery on this route before me," I said carefully. Her smile widened. "There was. He found me too, in the cold. He tried to help." Before I could respond, headlights cut through the fog. Relief flooded through me as a police cruiser pulled up behind my car. Two officers approached, flashlights cutting through the mist. I opened my door and stepped out to meet them. "Officers, thank you for coming. I found this woman outside in the cold. I think her husband..." I turned back toward my passenger seat, but it was empty. My coat lay neatly folded where she had been sitting, bone dry and cold to the touch, as if it had been there for hours. "Sir?" One of the officers approached cautiously. "You reported a woman in distress?" I stared at the empty seat, then back at the officers. "She was just here. She said her husband put her out. She was freezing, barely dressed. I gave her my coat." The officers exchanged a look I couldn't quite interpret. The older one, whose nameplate I couldn't quite make out in the darkness, stepped closer. "We got a similar call last month," he said slowly. "And the month before that. Always from this stretch of road. Always about a woman in the cold." "I'm not making this up," I insisted, a defensive edge creeping into my voice. "She was right here. We have to check that house." I pointed toward where I had seen the Victorian, but the fog had thickened, obscuring everything beyond a few yards. The younger officer played his flashlight across my face. "Have you been working this route long?" 3 years, I said. He nodded, as if confirming something. "And always alone, in the early hours?" "That's how paper routes work," I said, irritation mixing with growing unease. The older officer put a hand on his partner's shoulder. "Let's check it out." To me, he added, "Stay here, please." They disappeared into the fog, in the direction of the house. As I waited, the silence seemed to press in around me, broken only by the idle of my car's engine and the occasional crackle of the police radio. Minutes stretched like hours. I checked my phone again, still dead. When the officers returned, their expressions were grim. "There's no house there," the younger one said. "Just an empty lot. Has been for decades, according to city records." "That's impossible," I insisted. "I saw it. Victorian style, wraparound porch. Someone was watching from the window." The older officer studied me with tired eyes. "Son, that house burned down in 1973. The man who lived there was suspected of killing his wife. Locked her outside in the middle of winter after forcing her into the shower. She froze to death before anyone found her." My throat went dry. "But I saw her. I talked to her. I gave her my coat." "Your coat's been on your passenger seat the whole time," the younger officer said gently. "It's dry. Cold." I wanted to argue, to insist on what I had seen, but doubt was already taking root. Had I imagined it all? Had the monotony of the route, the isolation, the early hours finally affected my mind? The officers took my information and suggested I take the day off, get some rest. They even offered to follow me home, an offer I declined with as much dignity as I could muster. As they returned to their cruiser, the older one paused. "One more thing," he said, hesitating. "The previous paper deliverer on this route, he reported the same thing. Kept insisting he'd helped a freezing woman. The company transferred him after he became obsessed with the story. Started spending his off hours researching the old house, the murder. They found him parked on this spot one morning, unresponsive. Hypothermia. My blood turned to ice. I'm the first person to deliver on this route in years. That's what they told me when I started." The officer's expression didn't change. "They tell that to everyone they assign here. Take care of yourself." He walked back to his cruiser, leaving me alone with his words echoing in my mind. I finished my route mechanically, unable to shake the feeling of being watched. By the time I returned home, dawn was breaking, the fog lifting as if it had never been. I convinced myself I had experienced some sort of waking dream, a hallucination born of fatigue and isolation. That might have been the end of it, if not for what I found the next morning. I was preparing for my route, checking my bag, when I noticed something stuck between the newspapers. A photograph, yellowed with age. It showed a house, a Victorian with a wraparound porch, and standing on that porch, a woman. Her face was blurred, whether from movement or age of the photograph I couldn't tell, but I knew with bone-deep certainty it was her. I turned the photo over. Written in faded ink was a date, February 17th, 1973, and below it, words that made my blood freeze. She's always looking for someone kind to take her place. The realization hit me with physical force. I hadn't rescued her. I had been selected. Now, each morning when I wake, my skin feels colder than it should. My reflection shows a face growing gaunt, eyes sinking into darkening hollows. And sometimes, in the pre-dawn hours, I catch myself standing at my door, hand on the knob, as if preparing to step outside into the cold. I keep delivering the papers. I don't have a choice anymore. I'm waiting for the next kind person to come along. The one who will stop when they see me shivering in the cold. The one who will offer me their coat, their warmth. The one who will take my place. Because the cold penetrates differently at 4 a.m. It's not just temperature. It's a living entity that searches for a host. Story 18. The weight of the air changed first. That's what I remember most clearly. How the hotel corridor suddenly felt dense, as if the oxygen had been replaced with something heavier, something that didn't want to be breathed. I stood outside room 418, keycard hovering near the sensor, when I felt it, that unmistakable sensation of being watched. I turned toward the stairwell door at the end of the carpeted hallway. It was ajar by perhaps 3 inches, revealing nothing but darkness beyond. Had it been open before? I couldn't be certain. The wedding reception wouldn't start for another hour, and I'd come up early to change into my suit, leaving my wife mingling with old college friends in the lobby bar. The distance between my room and that stairwell door seemed to stretch impossibly. The geometric pattern of the hotel carpet, interlocking hexagons in burgundy and gold, appeared to shift subtly under the fluorescent lighting. I inserted my key card, heard the mechanical click, and pushed the door open, glancing once more toward the stairwell. A hand. That's what I saw. Pale fingers curled around the edge of the stairwell door, holding it slightly open. Adult-sized, masculine, with prominent knuckles and manicured nails. Then, slowly, deliberately, the door opened wider. I stepped into my room and closed the door firmly behind me, engaging the deadbolt and security latch. The sudden silence felt like a physical presence. I stood there for several moments, listening to the sound of my own breathing, waiting for a knock that didn't come. After gathering myself, I moved to the bathroom to splash cold water on my face. The mirror revealed what stress had been doing to me lately. The dark circles under my eyes, the new lines at their corners, the pallor that had become my complexion's default state. The medications were supposed to be helping with the episodes, with the things I sometimes thought I saw. 3 months of therapy and carefully monitored prescriptions had brought improvement. Until now. My phone buzzed with a text from my wife. Still at the bar. You okay up there? I texted back quickly. All good, getting dressed. See you at the reception. I wasn't going to worry her. Not again. Not after what happened at her parents' anniversary dinner last month when I'd become convinced that the waiter was following me, watching me, whispering about me to the other staff. The embarrassment in her eyes when I'd confronted him. I couldn't bear to see that again. Adjusting my tie in the mirror, I tried to rationalize what I'd seen. Hotels were full of people. Someone had simply been using the stairs instead of the elevator. There was nothing sinister about a hand on a door. Nothing unusual about a door being open. The pressure in the air, the sense of malevolence, that was just my mind playing its old tricks again. Ready for the reception, I stepped back into the hallway, locking my room behind me. The corridor was empty, the stairwell door now firmly closed. I walked toward the elevator, my dress shoes sinking into the plush carpet. As I passed the ice machine, its compressor suddenly kicked on with a mechanical groan that made me flinch. Inside the elevator, I pressed the button for the ballroom level. As the doors began to close, I caught a glimpse of the stairwell door opening again. This time I saw more than a hand. I saw an eye, a single, unblinking eye, peering through the gap. The elevator doors sealed shut before I could process what I'd seen. The reception was in full swing when I arrived. My wife waved from across the room, radiant in her blue dress, her smile a lighthouse guiding me through my turbulent thoughts. I navigated through tables of distant relatives and old friends, nodding at familiar faces, until I reached her side. "You look pale," she said, her smile fading slightly as she examined my face. "Did you take your medication today?" I assured her I had, though in truth I couldn't specifically remember doing so. The day had started normally enough. Coffee, shower, packing for the weekend wedding trip. But had I gone through my usual routine with the orange prescription bottle? I thought so, but couldn't conjure the specific memory. The evening progressed with speeches and dancing. I drank sparingly, knowing alcohol interacted poorly with my medication. My wife kept glancing at me with poorly concealed concern. I tried to appear engaged, normal, present, but my thoughts kept drifting back to that stairwell, to that eye watching me through the gap in the door. "I'm going to use the restroom," I told my wife after the cake had been cut. She nodded, deep in conversation with the bride's mother. Instead of heading to the ballroom restrooms, I found myself walking toward the hotel lobby, then to the elevators. I pressed the button for the 4th floor. I needed to know. I needed to see that stairwell again, to prove to myself that there was nothing unusual about it, that my mind was simply falling back into old patterns. The 4th floor corridor was empty and silent when I stepped out of the elevator. The overhead lights seemed dimmer than I remembered, casting longer shadows across the patterned carpet. I walked slowly toward the stairwell door, my heart pounding in my chest. The door was closed, completely normal. Just a standard fire exit with a push bar and small rectangular window at eye level. I approached it cautiously, then pressed my face to the glass to peer into the stairwell. Darkness. The emergency lighting cast a sickly green glow that barely illuminated the concrete steps leading both up and down. Nothing unusual. No strange figures. No watching eyes. I exhaled slowly, feeling the tension begin to leave my shoulders. Then I saw it. A movement on the landing below. A shadow shifting against the wall, elongating impossibly before contracting again. I pulled back from the window, my pulse thundering in my ears. Against my better judgment, I pushed the door open. The sound of the door closing behind me echoed in the concrete chamber of the stairwell. The air was noticeably cooler here, and smelled faintly of cleaning chemicals and something else. Something organic and unpleasant, like wet soil or mildew. I stood perfectly still listening. From somewhere below came the soft sound of footsteps, slow, deliberate steps moving upward. Then they stopped. I held my breath, straining to hear over the mechanical hum of the building's ventilation system. "Hello," I called out, my voice sounding strange and muffled in the enclosed space. No response came, but the footsteps resumed, now moving more quickly, coming up toward my floor. I backed away from the railing, pressing myself against the wall beside the door. The footsteps grew louder, closer. I reached for the door handle behind me, fumbling to find it without turning around, unwilling to take my eyes off the stairs leading up to my landing. My fingers found the cold metal of the handle just as a figure began to emerge from below. I caught only a glimpse, the top of a head, hair thin and colorless, skin pale, before I pushed through the door, back into the hallway. I let the heavy door swing shut behind me and stood there, breathing heavily, staring at its metal surface as if it might suddenly dissolve. My phone buzzed again. A text from my wife. "Where are you? You've been gone 20 minutes. 20 minutes? It had felt like only a few. I texted back, "Coming now." Got caught in a conversation. I walked quickly toward the elevator, jabbing the call button repeatedly. As I waited, I glanced back toward the stairwell door. It remained closed. No pale hands pushing it open, no single eye staring through the gap. Just a normal hotel fire exit. The elevator arrived with a cheerful ding that seemed obscenely out of place given my state of mind. I stepped inside and pressed the button for the ballroom level. As the doors began to close, I saw the stairwell door open. A figure stepped into the hallway, tall, thin, dressed in what appeared to be a hotel staff uniform, but wrong somehow. The proportions were off. The shoulders too narrow, the arms too long, the face. The elevator doors closed before I could see clearly. I pressed myself against the back wall of the elevator car, my heart racing. The descent seemed to take much longer than it should have. When the doors finally opened on the ballroom level, I half expected to see the figure standing there waiting for me. But the corridor was empty, save for a middle-aged couple walking arm in arm toward the reception. I returned to the ballroom where my wife was sitting at our table checking her phone. She looked up as I approached, relief washing over her face. "There you are," she said. I was getting worried. I apologized and sat beside her, taking her hand in mine. It was warm, solid, real. I focused on that sensation, using it to anchor myself to reality. "Do you need to go back to the room?" she asked quietly. "You're shaking." I hadn't noticed until she mentioned it, but my hands were indeed trembling. I considered her offer, the thought of returning to our room, so close to that stairwell, sending a fresh wave of anxiety through me. "No," I said firmly. "I'm fine here." The reception continued around us, but I remained distracted, constantly scanning the ballroom entrances, expecting at any moment to see that wrong figure in its hotel uniform. My wife tried to engage me in conversation, to pull me back into the celebration, but I couldn't focus on her words. "Did you bring the extra pill case?" I asked suddenly, interrupting her mid-sentence. "The emergency one?" She studied my face, then nodded slowly. "It's in my purse. Do you think you need one?" I wasn't sure what I needed. The line between genuine threat and paranoid delusion had blurred beyond recognition. Was I truly being stalked through the hotel by some uncanny figure, or was my mind manufacturing danger from ordinary occurrences? "Maybe," I admitted, "just as a precaution." She retrieved a small plastic pill case from her purse and discreetly passed me one of my tablets. I swallowed it without water, feeling the bitter taste linger on my tongue. "Do you want to go back to the room now?" she asked again. This time, I agreed. We made our excuses to the bride and groom, citing exhaustion from the travel. My wife kept her arm linked through mine as we walked to the elevator, her presence solid and reassuring beside me. In the elevator, I found myself staring at our reflections in the polished metal doors. My face looked gaunt, my eyes wide and alert. My wife's expression was a carefully constructed mask of calm, but I could see the worry behind it. "I'm sorry," I said quietly. She squeezed my arm. "Don't be. It's been a long day." The elevator doors opened on the 4th floor. The corridor stretched before us, empty and silent. I hesitated, my gaze immediately drawn to the stairwell door at the far end. It was closed, normal, unthreatening. We walked to our room, my wife unlocking the door with the key card. Inside, she turned on all the lights while I sat heavily on the edge of the bed, suddenly exhausted. The medication was beginning to take effect, dulling the sharp edges of my anxiety. "I'm going to take a shower," my wife said, disappearing into the bathroom. Alone, I found myself staring at the hotel room door, listening to the sound of running water from the shower. The deadbolt was engaged, the security latch in place. I was safe. We were safe. Then I heard it, a soft sound from the corridor outside. Footsteps, slow and deliberate, stopping directly outside our door. I rose from the bed, moving silently to the peephole. The fisheye lens revealed an empty hallway. No one was there, but the footsteps had been so clear, so real. I pressed my ear to the door, listening intently. Nothing. Then, just as I was about to turn away, a sound, the softest of scratches against the outside of the door, as if someone were tracing their fingernails across its surface. I backed away, bumping into the desk chair. My heart was pounding again, the medication's calming effect overwhelmed by fresh adrenaline. I considered calling out to my wife, but the shower was still running. She wouldn't hear me. The scratching continued, so faint I could barely hear it over the sound of blood rushing in my ears. Then it stopped. Silence. I waited, frozen in place, staring at the door. A shadow passed across the peephole, momentarily darkening it. Someone was out there, standing directly in front of our door. I held my breath, waiting for a knock, for the handle to turn, for some further confirmation of the presence I felt so acutely. The bathroom door opened, releasing a cloud of steam. My wife emerged, wrapped in a towel, her hair wet. Your turn if you want a shower, she said, then paused, noticing my posture, my expression. What's wrong? I gestured toward the door. There's someone out there. She frowned, then moved past me to look through the peephole. There's no one there, she said after a moment. There was, I insisted. I heard footsteps, scratching on the door. My wife's expression softened into something between pity and concern. She took my hand and led me to the bed, sitting beside me. The medication takes a little while to fully work, she said gently. Why don't you lie down? I wanted to protest, to insist on what I'd heard, what I'd seen throughout the evening, but the doubt was already creeping in. Had I imagined it all? The hand on the stairwell door, the watching eye, the figure in the wrong uniform with the wrong proportions. I lay back on the bed, staring at the ceiling. My wife moved around the room, preparing for sleep, her familiar routines a comfort in the midst of my uncertainty. I'm going to get some ice, she said eventually, picking up the plastic bucket from the desk. I'll be right back. No, I said sharply, sitting up. Use the house phone. Call down for it. She looked at me for a long moment, then set the ice bucket down. Okay, she agreed, moving to the phone on the nightstand. While she arranged for ice to be delivered, I closed my eyes, focusing on my breathing. The medication was making me drowsy now, pulling me towards sleep despite my lingering anxiety. A knock at the door startled me back to full alertness. My wife went to answer it, checking the peephole first. It's just room service with the ice, she assured me, unlatching the security chain. I watched as she opened the door, blocking my view of the hallway with her body. I heard a male voice, low and indistinct, and my wife's polite thanks. Then she closed the door, relocking it, and returned with the ice bucket. The staff here are so nice, she commented, placing the ice bucket on the desk. I wanted to ask her about the person who delivered the ice, what they looked like, if they seemed normal, if their uniform fit properly, but I stopped myself. I knew how it would sound. I knew the look she would give me. Instead, I lay back down and closed my eyes again. The room was quiet except for the occasional clink of ice against plastic as my wife prepared a drink at the desk. I felt myself drifting toward sleep, the medication finally overcoming my resistance. Just before consciousness slipped away entirely, I heard a sound, soft footsteps in the corridor outside, stopping at our door. Then a whisper, so faint I might have imagined it, seeping through the crack beneath the door. Not yet, but soon. In the morning, sunlight streamed through a gap in the curtains, casting a bright line across the hotel room floor. I woke slowly, the medication leaving me groggy. My wife was already up, dressed, sitting at the desk with a cup of coffee from the in-room machine. Good morning, she said, noticing I was awake. How are you feeling? I considered the question carefully. The fear and paranoia of the previous night seemed distant now, dreamlike. Had I imagined it all? The hand on the door, the watching eye, the whispered promise through the door crack? Better, I said, sitting up. Much better. She smiled, relieved. Good, checkout isn't until noon, so take your time. I showered and dressed, feeling more like myself with each passing minute. By the time we left the room, rolling our suitcases behind us, I had nearly convinced myself that the entire episode had been a product of stress, fatigue, and perhaps a missed medication dose. At the elevator, my wife pressed the call button while I glanced down the corridor toward the stairwell door. It was closed, unremarkable. Just another fire exit in just another hotel. I think I'll take the stairs, I said suddenly. Meet you in the lobby? My wife looked surprised. Are you sure? It's 4 flights. I nodded. I could use the exercise after all that wedding cake. She hesitated, studying my face. Okay, she said finally as the elevator arrived. See you downstairs. I watched the elevator doors close, then turned and walked toward the stairwell, pulling my suitcase behind me. I needed to do this, to face the space that had terrified me the night before, to prove to myself in the clear light of morning that there was nothing to fear. I pushed open the stairwell door. The concrete chamber looked utterly ordinary in the fluorescent lighting, just stairs going up and down, metal railings, emergency exit signs. I began to descend, my suitcase thumping awkwardly on each step behind me. Between the third and second floors, I noticed something on the wall, a mark that hadn't been there the previous night. I stopped to examine it. It appeared to be writing, scratched into the painted concrete with something sharp. "See you at the next one." Below the words was a crude drawing that resembled a hotel door, with a tiny eye peering through what could only be a peephole, looking outward, not inward. I stared at the marking, a chill spreading through me despite the stuffiness of the stairwell. The next one? The next what? The next wedding? The next hotel? The next episode? I continued downstairs on shaky legs, emerging into the bright, busy hotel lobby where my wife waited with our luggage. She smiled when she saw me, oblivious to my renewed unease. "Ready to go home?" she asked. I nodded, unable to speak. As we walked toward the exit, I glanced back at the hotel staff behind the front desk. One of them, tall, thin, pale, was watching me. As our eyes met, his lips curved into the slightest smile, and he raised his hand in what might have been a wave, or a promise. My wife tugged at my arm, pulling me toward the revolving doors and the waiting taxi beyond. I followed her into the sunlight, leaving the hotel behind us. For now. Story 19. The first time I saw him was 3 weeks ago, leaning against the brick wall of the convenience store at the corner of my street. He wasn't remarkable, just another fixture in the urban landscape, like the rusty fire hydrant or the flickering street lamp that cast elongated shadows across the cracked concrete. But there was something about his stillness that caught my attention. While everyone else moved with purpose, rushing to work, walking dogs, checking phones, he remained motionless, watching, always watching. I'd moved into the apartment building 6 months earlier, seeking solitude after my life had unraveled in spectacular fashion. Lost job, failed relationship, the usual cliches that drive a man to start over in a new neighborhood where nobody knows his name or his history. The rent was cheap, the neighbors kept to themselves, and the constant background hum of traffic became a comforting white noise that drowned out my thoughts. That Tuesday evening in late October, the air carried the first real bite of autumn. Wind whistled through the narrow alleyways between buildings, carrying the scent of rain and decay. As I walked home from the subway station, hunched against the cold, I noticed him watching a woman across the street. She was tall and slender, with copper hair that caught the dying sunlight. Something in his posture changed when she passed. A subtle shift, a predatory alertness that sent a chill down my spine. The woman seemed oblivious, her attention fixed on her phone as she walked briskly toward the apartment building next to mine. When she disappeared through the front door, the man's gaze lingered before sliding away, scanning the street until it landed on me. Our eyes locked for 3 heartbeats. His were the palest gray I'd ever seen, almost colorless, set in a gaunt face with sharp cheekbones. The corner of his mouth twitched, not quite a smile, but an acknowledgement. Then he pushed himself off the wall and sauntered away, hands thrust deep in the pockets of his oversized jacket. I told myself it meant nothing. In a city of millions, random eye contact happens hundreds of times daily. But as I climbed the stairs to my third-floor apartment, I couldn't shake the feeling of those pale eyes following me, seeing through me. That night, rain lashed against my windows, creating distorted rivers that transformed the view of the street below into an impressionist painting. Unable to sleep, I stood by the window, watching droplets race down the glass. A movement caught my eye, a figure standing motionless across the street, face tilted upward toward the apartment building next door. Despite the downpour, he wore no hood or umbrella, seemingly indifferent to the water soaking through his clothes. The next morning, I convinced myself I'd imagined it. Stress and insomnia can play tricks on the mind, conjuring phantoms from shadows. I'd been working too hard on my freelance graphic design projects, spending too many hours hunched over my computer in the dim light of my apartment. Perhaps it was time to reconnect with the outside world. I started taking daily walks around the neighborhood, noticing details I'd overlooked before. The intricate stonework on the century-old church, the colorful mural depicting the area's history, the community garden tucked behind a wrought iron fence, and him, always him, stationed at different corners, conducting brief transactions with people who approached, then quickly dispersed. It wasn't difficult to figure out what he was selling. The furtive exchanges, the quick glances, the small packages changing hands, all hallmarks of the neighborhood dealer. Under different circumstances, I might have found it amusing how obvious it was, how the ritual played out in plain sight while everyone pretended not to notice. By the end of the week, I'd established his pattern. He appeared around 3 in the afternoon and remained until midnight, moving between 4 or 5 locations, but always returning to the corner near my building. And always watching for the woman with copper hair. I began seeing her regularly too, coming home from work, leaving for evening plans, returning with groceries. She lived directly across from my apartment. I could see her windows from mine. Sometimes, when the light was right and the curtains weren't drawn, I caught glimpses of movement inside, a silhouette passing by, the flicker of a television screen, the shadow of a plant on the windowsill. I told myself my interest was protective. Someone should keep an eye on the situation. Someone should make sure she was safe. But in the quiet moments before sleep, I questioned my motives. Was I any better than him, watching from afar? On a Sunday afternoon, as I returned from getting coffee, I saw them interact for the first time. She was walking her dog, a large, shaggy beast that strained at its leash. He approached her, shoulders hunched, hands still buried in his pockets. I was too far away to hear their exchange, but I saw her stiffen, take a step back. The dog growled, hackles raised. He reached out, his pale fingers brushing her sleeve. Just a touch, fleeting and seemingly innocent. But her reaction was immediate. She jerked away, pulling the dog close as she hurried past him. He remained where he was, watching her retreat with that same twisted, almost smile I'd seen before. Something about that touch, proprietary, invasive, made my stomach clench. I changed direction, following her at a distance until she reached our building. She glanced back once, her face a mask of controlled fear, before disappearing inside. That night, I couldn't sleep. The incident replayed in my mind, details sharpening with each iteration. Had I missed something? Should I have intervened? I paced my apartment, chewing on questions without answers, until exhaustion finally claimed me around dawn. I dreamed of pale eyes watching me through my window, of fingers reaching through the glass to touch my face. I woke gasping, sheets tangled around my legs, the distinct feeling of having been observed lingering like a bad taste. The feeling followed me through the day, a persistent itch between my shoulder blades. As dusk fell, I found myself standing at my window again, scanning the street below. There he was, in his usual spot, smoking a cigarette that glowed like a malevolent eye in the gathering darkness. And then, a movement that made my breath catch. He looked up, directly at my window. Though logic told me he couldn't possibly see me through the glare of the glass, I stumbled backward, heart hammering against my ribs. When I gathered the courage to look again, he was gone. The next few days passed in a blur of anxious vigilance. I saw him everywhere, across the street, reflected in store windows, glimpsed from the corner of my eye, always watching, always waiting. I began taking photos with my phone, documenting his presence, his interactions, the way he seemed to materialize in places he shouldn't be. Looking at the images later, I noticed something strange. In some, his features appeared blurred, as though he'd moved at the exact moment I pressed the shutter. In others, he seemed to be looking directly into the camera, even when I'd taken the photo from behind cover. In one particularly disturbing image, taken late at night from my window, his eyes reflected the flash like an animal's, 2 points of light in the darkness. I started researching him online, searching crime reports and local news for any mention of a dealer matching his description. I found nothing concrete, only vague references in community forums to a creep who hung around the neighborhood, making women uncomfortable. One post caught my attention. A warning about a man who seemed to appear out of nowhere and knew things he shouldn't know. My obsession grew. I created a map marking his usual locations. I noted the times he appeared and vanished. I watched the woman's apartment, telling myself I was keeping her safe, though I never approached her or warned her directly. What would I say? That I was watching her too? One night, unable to sleep, I heard a noise outside my window. A soft scraping sound, like nails against glass. I froze, straining to hear above the pounding of my heart. When I finally looked, there was nothing there, but the window was fogged in a pattern that resembled handprints, quickly fading as I watched. The next morning, I found something on my doormat, a small plastic bag containing dried leaves and stems. Marijuana, left like an offering or a warning. I flushed it immediately, hands shaking so badly I could barely turn the knob. That evening, I saw the woman arguing with someone in the lobby. Her face was flushed, her gestures agitated. The other person, the building manager I assumed, seemed to be dismissing her concerns. I caught fragments as I passed, hanging around outside, and called the police twice. Later I heard her door slam, followed by the sound of furniture being dragged across the floor. Looking out my window, I saw her at hers, methodically closing blinds and checking locks. Our eyes met briefly across the divide. Did I imagine the accusation in her gaze? The suspicion? That night I watched from behind my curtains as he appeared below, standing directly under the streetlight, his face upturned. He remained there for hours, motionless, while occasional passers-by gave him a wide berth without seeming to know why. At 3:17 a.m., he finally moved, crossing the street to stand directly below her window. He raised his hand, pale fingers splayed against the brick, and stayed that way until dawn began to lighten the sky. I must have dozed off because the next thing I knew, sunlight was streaming through my window and he was gone. Exhaustion and paranoia had become my constant companions. I couldn't remember the last time I'd had a full night's sleep or completed a design project on time. My clients were getting impatient. My few friends had stopped calling. But none of that mattered as much as keeping watch. 3 days later, I woke to the sound of sirens. Blue and red lights pulsed against my ceiling. Looking down, I saw police cars surrounding a figure handcuffed on the sidewalk. Not him, but a younger man I'd seen making purchases. Drug bust, I realized. They were rounding up dealers and customers. For the next week, police presence in the neighborhood increased. He vanished from his usual spots. I should have felt relieved, but instead, anxiety gnawed at me. Where had he gone? Was he watching from some new vantage point I hadn't discovered? I began finding more small bags of weed on my windowsill, tucked into my mailbox, once even inside my apartment on the kitchen counter when I was certain I'd locked the door. Each time I disposed of them immediately, increasingly convinced they were meant as a message. I see you watching. I can reach you anytime. The woman across the way seemed to relax as days passed without incident. Her blinds opened again. She resumed walking her dog at regular hours. One evening, I saw her laughing with friends as they left the building together. That night, standing at my window in the dark, I noticed something strange about my reflection in the glass. It seemed delayed, moving a fraction of a second after I did. As I raised my hand to touch the window, the reflection smiled. A twisted, familiar, almost smile that didn't belong on my face. I jerked back, blinking rapidly. When I looked again, my reflection was normal, mirroring my wide-eyed panic perfectly. Had I imagined it? Was I finally breaking under the strain of weeks of vigilance? The next day, I forced myself to leave my apartment, to walk around the block, to breathe fresh air. The neighborhood seemed transformed in the bright October sunlight. Ordinary, safe, devoid of lurking threats. I began to question everything I'd seen and felt over the past weeks. Perhaps I'd manufactured a threat where none existed. Perhaps the isolation of my new life had warped my perception. On my way back, I passed the convenience store. The clerk, who knew me as a regular customer, waved me over. "Hey, Haven't seen you much lately. You okay? You look like hell. I admitted I hadn't been sleeping well. Yeah, this neighborhood can be rough until you get used to it. Oh, meant to tell you. Cops finally got that weirdo who was hanging around. Arrested him yesterday. My heart stuttered. The dealer? Tall guy? Pale eyes? He looked confused. What dealer? I'm talking about the guy who kept breaking into the building next door. Some homeless dude with mental problems. Been giving the women in the building a scare for months. I walked home in a daze, his words echoing in my mind. Had I conflated two different people? Had there ever been a dealer with pale eyes? Or had my sleep-deprived brain constructed a composite threat from fragments of neighborhood gossip and my own fears? That evening I stood at my window one last time, surveying the street below. No sign of him. The woman's apartment across the way was dark, blinds open. As I watched, a figure passed in front of her window, tall, with a familiar gait. The silhouette paused, then turned toward my window. Even from this distance, I could feel those pale eyes looking back at me. I stumbled away from the window, heart racing. It wasn't possible. He couldn't be in her apartment. Unless he had always been there. Unless I had been watching the wrong person all along. My phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. I see you. As I stared at the screen, another message appeared. We're the same, you and I. Always watching. Never seen. I dropped the phone as if it had burned me. Through the wall, I heard my neighbor's television. A news report about a series of arrests in the neighborhood. Local dealer known for targeting vulnerable individuals has been taken into custody along with several associates. Relief flooded through me, followed immediately by doubt. If he was arrested, who had I seen in her apartment? Who had texted me? I moved to the window again, drawn by a compulsion I couldn't name. The street below was empty. The woman's apartment was dark. But as I watched, a light flicked on. Not in her unit, but in the reflection of my own window, illuminating a face behind me that wasn't mine. I whirled around. My apartment was empty. When I turned back to the window, my reflection stared back at me with pale, colorless eyes. Story 20. I never believed in ghosts until I moved into House 217. That's what the locals called it, not by its address on Rue Saint-Denis, but simply House 217, as if naming it properly might summon whatever resided within its walls. I should have recognized the warning in their hushed tones when I mentioned my new residence. Instead, I dismissed their reactions as quaint Montreal superstition, a charming cultural quirk I'd soon adapt to as an American transplant. The realtor had been suspiciously eager to close the deal, practically throwing the keys at me after I signed the paperwork. Quite a bargain for this neighborhood, she'd said, avoiding eye contact. The previous owner was eager to sell. I'd been too focused on the ornate crown molding and original hardwood floors to question why. My first night in the house, I awoke at precisely 3:17 a.m. Not with a start, not from a nightmare, but with the distinct sensation of being observed. The darkness felt heavy, almost viscous, as if the air itself had thickened. My bedroom door stood half open, though I distinctly remembered closing it. The hallway beyond was a void of impenetrable blackness. Old houses settle, I told myself, forcing my eyes shut. But the weight of unseen attention remained until dawn broke through the antique stained glass windows, casting bloody patterns across my bedroom floor. I attributed my unease to the natural adjustment period of moving to a new country, a new city, a new home. The house was over a century old. Of course, it had quirks. The persistent cold spot in the upstairs hallway, the light switch in the kitchen that never seemed to work on the first try, the basement door that refused to stay latched. By day, I worked remotely as a translator, my attention focused on converting French legal documents into English. The work was tedious, but demanding enough to distract me from the odd creaks and whispers that seemed to emanate from the walls themselves. I told myself all old houses made these sounds. It was during my third week that the dreams began. Not nightmares exactly, but unsettling visions of shadowy figures standing in a semicircle, watching me with eyes I couldn't see but somehow felt. They never moved, never spoke, simply observed from a distance that seemed both infinite and suffocatingly close. I'd wake gasping, my sheets damp with sweat despite the perpetual chill of my bedroom. My behavior changed in subtle ways. I began checking behind doors before entering rooms. I'd stand motionless in hallways, listening for sounds that shouldn't be there. I stopped using the mirrors after dark, unable to shake the feeling that my reflection might not be alone if I looked too closely. The next-door neighbor, an elderly Quebecois man with rheumy eyes and gnarled hands, caught me one evening as I returned from the grocery store. "You don't look well," he observed in heavily accented English, his gaze uncomfortably penetrating. "The house. It does not let you rest, no?" I nearly dropped my groceries. "What do you mean?" He glanced up at my second-floor window, where I could have sworn a shadow moved behind the curtain. "That house has a history. The people who live there, they don't stay long. They don't sleep well." He leaned closer, his breath smelling of tobacco and anise. "They say it was built on old ground that remembers." I laughed, a hollow sound that echoed strangely in the gathering dusk. "I'm just adjusting to the new place. Insomnia, work stress." He didn't smile. "If you start seeing them, les observateurs, the watchers, you come find me." He shuffled back toward his own home, leaving me with a chill that had nothing to do with the autumn air. That night, I dreamed again of the semicircle of figures. They stood closer this time. I could make out the suggestion of shoulders, the slope of heads, the vague outline of forms that were almost but not quite human. They seemed to be waiting for something. For me to acknowledge them, perhaps, or for me to join them. I began researching the history of House 217 the next day. The local library had archives of neighborhood records, and the librarian's eyes widened fractionally when I mentioned my address. "Academic interest?" she asked, her voice carefully neutral. "Just curious about my new home," I replied with forced casualness. The house, it turned out, had been built in 1897 by a wealthy merchant whose business had mysteriously collapsed shortly after moving in. Subsequent owners had experienced financial ruin, unexplained illnesses, or sudden, overwhelming urges to leave Montreal altogether. None had stayed longer than 2 years. The most recent owner had been a professor of anthropology at McGill University, who had abandoned the house and his tenured position without explanation, leaving most of his possessions behind. More disturbing were the references to night terrors experienced by multiple residents, visions of dark figures surrounding their beds, watching, waiting. One account from 1954 described a semicircle of shadow people standing vigil each night, growing closer, as if preparing to consume me. My hands trembled as I read this. The words were too familiar, too precise. How could they describe my own dream so accurately? I found only one reference to the Circle of Spirits, a clipping from a small occult publication from the 1970s. It described an indigenous burial ground that had once occupied the land where my street now stood. According to local legend, the spirits of the dead would form circles around the living during sacred ceremonies, acting as conduits between worlds. The article suggested that House 217 had been built directly over one such ceremonial space, severing the circle and trapping the spirits in a state of perpetual incompletion. "They seek to complete the circle," the article concluded ominously. "They need a vessel." That night, I couldn't sleep. Every creak of the old house's frame, every whisper of wind through the eaves, sent electricity down my spine. I sat in the living room with every light blazing, a cold cup of coffee clutched in my shaking hands, staring at nothing. It was nearly dawn when I finally succumbed to exhaustion. I don't remember climbing the stairs to my bedroom or collapsing onto the mattress still fully clothed. What I do remember is waking to find myself unable to move. Sleep paralysis, I thought desperately. It's just sleep paralysis. But sleep paralysis didn't explain the semicircle of dark figures standing at the foot of my bed. They were more substantial now, less shadow, more form. I could distinguish individual silhouettes, each slightly different in height and build. Their faces remained obscured, but I sensed awareness in their posture, intention in their stillness. They were waiting for something. For permission, perhaps. I tried to scream, but my throat constricted. Tried to move, but my limbs refused to obey. All I could do was watch as they began to sway almost imperceptibly, a subtle rocking motion that seemed to synchronize with my racing heartbeat. One figure, taller than the rest, standing directly at the center of the semicircle, extended what might have been an arm. The darkness of its form seemed to stretch across the room, reaching toward my immobilized body. I felt a pressure on my chest, not painful but insistent, as if something was being extracted from beneath my ribs. The pressure increased. The air grew colder. The tall figure's reaching shadow touched my sternum, and I felt a connection form, a conduit opening between us. Through it flowed memories that weren't mine, ancient ceremonies under star-filled skies, bodies moving in rhythm around a central fire, chants in a language I didn't recognize but somehow understood. They weren't trying to harm me, I realized with sudden clarity. They were trying to complete themselves, to become whole again, and they needed a living anchor to do it. The connection severed abruptly as the first light of dawn breached my window. The figures receded like smoke dispersed by wind, leaving me gasping and trembling in my sweat-soaked sheets. I fled the house as soon as I could move again, not bothering to change clothes or lock the door behind me. My feet carried me automatically to my neighbor's house. He opened the door before I could knock, as if he'd been expecting me. "You've seen them," he said. Not a question. I nodded, unable to form words. "Come in." He stepped aside. "We don't have much time before nightfall." His home was the mirror image of mine in layout, but where House 217 felt oppressive and cold, his space was warm, filled with the scent of herbs and wood smoke. Books lined every wall, ancient tomes with cracked leather bindings, modern volumes on folklore and anthropology, loose papers covered in handwritten notes. "My brother lived in your house in the 60s, he explained, guiding me to a chair by the fireplace. "He saw them too. It drove him to—" He stopped abruptly, reconsidering his words. "It changed him. I've spent decades studying what happened to him, what nearly happened to you last night." He prepared tea that tasted of earth and mint, forcing me to drink it all despite its bitterness. As daylight waned, he explained what we would do, not an exorcism. The entities weren't demons, not a banishing. They belonged to this place more than we did. What they needed was completion, closure, a way to reconnect their severed circle. "A clearing," he called it. "We must help them finish what was interrupted when that house was built." As darkness fell, we entered House 217 together. The atmosphere had changed. The air vibrated with anticipation, with recognition. The entities knew what we had come to do. My neighbor carried a small drum and a bundle of herbs that filled the house with fragrant smoke when lit. He instructed me to clear furniture from the center of the living room, creating an open space directly above where the ceremonial circle had once been. "They've chosen you," he said simply. "You must be the one to complete it." Under his guidance, I stood in the center of the room while he circled me, drumming a heartbeat rhythm that seemed to resonate with the very foundations of the house. The smoke from the herbs grew thicker, swirling in patterns too deliberate to be random. "Close your eyes," he instructed. "Let them come. Let them finish." I felt them before I saw them. The familiar weight of observation, the electric prickle of presence. When I opened my eyes, they stood around me in their semicircle, more distinct than ever before. I could almost make out features now, the suggestion of eyes, the outline of mouths, the hint of ceremonial markings on what might have been skin. The tall one approached again, reaching for me. This time, I didn't resist. The connection reformed, stronger than before. Through it passed understanding, images, sensations, knowledge without words. I saw what had been done to them, how their sacred space had been desecrated, their circle broken, their journey between worlds interrupted mid-passage. My body moved of its own accord, completing the circle by stepping into the gap they couldn't fill themselves. My voice chanted words I didn't know in a language I'd never spoken. My hands traced symbols in the smoke-filled air. The entity's forms grew more solid as the ceremony progressed. I could see them clearly now, not monsters, not demons, just people from a time long past, caught between worlds. Their eyes, now visible, held no malice, only an ancient patience finally rewarded. The tall one spoke, not aloud, but directly into my mind. "Thank you for completing us. The circle is whole again." Light flashed, brilliant and momentary. The pressure in the room released like a long-held breath, finally exhaled. When my vision cleared, the entities were gone. My neighbor stood watching me with an expression of profound relief. "It is done," he said simply. "The clearing is complete." I slept deeply that night, undisturbed by dreams or visitations. For the first time since moving in, the house felt empty of everything except me. Days passed, then weeks. No more cold spots. No more whispers from the walls. No more dreams of watching figures. House 217 was just a house. Beautiful, old, occasionally creaky, but nothing more. I should have been relieved. I was relieved. And yet, last night I found myself standing barefoot in my living room at 3:17 a.m. with no memory of leaving my bed. My arms were outstretched, fingers splayed, as if reaching for absent hands to complete a circle. My lips moved in silent recitation of words I still don't consciously know. In the bathroom mirror afterward, I noticed something that sent ice through my veins. A faint pattern on my skin, visible only in certain light. Markings identical to those I'd glimpsed on the entities during the clearing. This morning I caught my reflection in a store window while walking to the cafe. For a split second, the face looking back wasn't entirely my own. There was something ancient in the eyes, something that had watched centuries pass from the liminal space between worlds. I wonder sometimes if the clearing worked exactly as intended. If the circle was completed, the entities finally released from their interrupted journey, or if they simply found a new way to complete themselves, through me. I still live in House 217. I no longer fear it. After all, how can you fear what has become part of you? But sometimes when I close my eyes, I see through theirs. And I understand now why they formed only a semicircle. They were never the complete circle. I was always meant to be the other half. Story 21. I felt it before I saw it, a pressure in the room, as if the air itself had thickened and coalesced into something substantial, something watching. My eyes snapped open at precisely 1:00 p.m., though I wouldn't realize the significance of the time until later. The digital clock on my nightstand cast a sickly red glow across my dorm room. I had fallen asleep studying for my quantum physics midterm, textbooks scattered across my bed like fallen soldiers. But it wasn't the realization of lost study time that sent ice through my veins. It was the absolute certainty that I wasn't alone. The space between my bed and the door seemed to bend slightly, like heat rising from asphalt. Not quite visible, but distorting everything behind it. A presence without form, a visitor without substance. "Hello?" My voice emerged as a whisper, though I'd intended it to be forceful. The word hung in the air, absorbed by the strange density that had awakened me. Nothing answered. The distortion remained for perhaps 3 more seconds, then dissipated, not departing, but dissolving into the ambient air of the room, as if whatever had been there had simply opted to disperse itself rather than leave. I sat upright, heart hammering against my ribs. The room appeared normal now, but the sensation of being observed lingered, clinging to my skin like cobwebs. The rational part of my brain, the part that had earned me a scholarship to study theoretical physics, insisted this was a hypnopompic hallucination, a quirk of the brain transitioning from sleep to wakefulness. Yet something deeper, something more primal, knew better. My phone vibrated against the desk, the screen illuminating with my mother's name. I hesitated before answering, irrationally afraid that speaking might somehow acknowledge the thing that had been in my room, making it more real. I didn't need to say hello. My mother's voice came through immediately, strained and unusual. "Your great-aunt passed away, just now," they called from the care facility. The news should have affected me more than it did. Great-aunt Eleanor had been kind but distant, a Christmas card relative whose face I could barely recall, despite having visited her care facility twice in the past year. What struck me instead was the time. "When?" I asked, though I already knew. They said exactly 1:00 p.m. The nurse had just checked on her at 12:55. A coincidence? It had to be, but the chill that ran down my spine suggested otherwise. "There's something else," my mother continued, her voice dropping to a near whisper. "This morning I went into your old room to dust. At exactly 1:00, I saw something standing by your bed." My mouth went dry. "What do you mean, something?" "Not a person, more like a distortion, as if the air had folded in on itself. I thought I was having a stroke. I blinked, and it was gone. Sleep paralysis, I told myself. Hypnopompic hallucination. Quantum uncertainty temporarily visualized. Any explanation but the one forming in my mind. It's just the stress of Aunt Eleanor's condition, I said, though neither of us believed it. You knew she was close to the end. Perhaps, my mother replied, unconvinced, but I'm staying out of your room from now on. After hanging up, I couldn't bring myself to return to studying. The textbook passages on quantum entanglement and non-locality now seemed less like academic theory and more like warnings. I spent the rest of the afternoon in the library, surrounded by people, fighting the urge to look over my shoulder every few minutes. I returned to my dorm room well after midnight, exhausted enough that I hoped sleep would come quickly, without giving my mind time to dwell on the afternoon's events. I left the desk lamp on, telling myself it was so I could see if I woke up to use the bathroom. Sleep came, but it wasn't the relief I'd hoped for. In my dreams, I stood in a hospital corridor that stretched infinitely in both directions. At the far end, though there should be no far end in an infinite corridor, stood a clock. Its hands were frozen at 1:00, though whether AM or PM was impossible to determine in the fluorescent limbo of the hallway. Beneath the clock, the air rippled. I awoke at 12:57 p.m., according to my nightstand clock, 3 minutes before the hour. The room felt normal, the air still and unoccupied. Just a nightmare, I told myself. The power of suggestion combined with grief, however distant the relationship had been. But as the digital display clicked over to 12:58, the air pressure in the room began to change. My ears popped as if I were descending in an airplane. The temperature dropped several degrees in seconds, my breath suddenly visible in front of my face. 12:59. The space between my bed and the door darkened, not with shadow, but with density. The air there seemed to congeal, becoming almost gelatinous, refracting the light from my window in impossible ways. The rational part of my brain scrambled for explanations. Gas leak causing hallucinations, brain tumor pressing on my visual cortex, psychotic break triggered by academic stress. But as 1 p.m. arrived and the distortion took on a vaguely humanoid shape, still translucent but now unmistakably present, I knew this was something science had yet to categorize. It didn't move toward me. It didn't need to. The entire room had become its domain, the air itself seeming to pulse with its consciousness. I lay paralyzed, not by fear alone, but by the sheer weight of its presence pressing down on me. And then, a sound. Not heard with my ears, but felt in the hollows of my bones. A vibration that formed words in my mind. Quantum entanglement works both ways. The clock ticked over to 1:01 p.m., and the presence dissolved, leaving the room normal again. But I knew it wasn't gone. It had simply spread itself so thin that I could no longer perceive it, becoming one with the air I was breathing. I fled the room, spending the night on a couch in the dormitory lounge. The next morning, I convinced myself it had been a waking nightmare. a stress response to the news of my great-aunt's death. I attended my classes, took notes, answered questions when called upon, all the while feeling slightly detached, as if I were watching myself perform these actions from a distance. But as 1 p.m. approached, I made sure to be in the crowded dining hall, surrounded by people. Safety in numbers, I thought, though I couldn't articulate what I was seeking safety from. At precisely 1 p.m., every person in the dining hall froze in place. Conversations halted mid-sentence, a tray suspended in midair where someone had been about to set it down. Steam from the cafeteria food arrested in its rise. Everything and everyone stopped, except for me, and the air across the table, which began to thicken and coalesce. This was no hallucination. This was no trick of a stressed mind. This was something puncturing the fabric of reality itself. The presence formed more fully this time, the air swirling into the suggestion of shoulders, a torso, a head without features. It sat, or hovered, in the chair opposite me, as if we were having lunch together. She saw me in your room because I was looking for you. The words formed in my mind without sound. I wanted to run, but where could I go if time itself could be manipulated by this thing? What are you? I managed to whisper. A consequence, a result, an observer who collapsed your probability wave. I don't understand. You studied us, called us theoretical, quantum entanglement, non-locality, Schrödinger's thought experiment. We studied you back. The implications hit me like a physical blow. My research, my obsession with quantum observation theory. Had I somehow opened a door? What do you want? To observe, to collapse, to determine. Determine what? Whether you are alive or dead. The clock ticked to 1:01 p.m., and the cafeteria erupted back into motion. Conversations resumed. The tray completed its journey to the table. Steam continued rising from food. No one seemed to notice the missing minute, except me. I skipped my afternoon classes, going instead to the physics department. Professor Harlow was in his office, surrounded by whiteboards covered in equations. I'd always found the chaos of his workspace comforting. Now it seemed ominous, as if each formula might be another door waiting to be opened. I didn't tell him everything. Just enough. Strange perceptual experiences, time seeming to skip, thoughts about quantum observation becoming unusually vivid. He listened with the patient expression he always wore when students were working through complex concepts. The observer effect is metaphorical, he said finally. Consciousness doesn't literally collapse quantum probability. That's a misunderstanding of Copenhagen. But what if it does? I pressed. What if observation is a two-way process? He smiled thinly. Then I'd suggest you're observing too closely. Sometimes the mind creates patterns where none exist. I wanted to believe him, but as the days passed, each 1 p.m. brought new manifestations. In the library, books rearranged themselves on shelves when no one but me was looking. In the shower, water droplets hung suspended in air, forming patterns that looked disturbingly like written language before dissipating. During an exam, every student's pencil stopped moving except mine, and the air above the professor's desk swirled into that now familiar shape. Your great-aunt saw us too, for years. She called us angels. I began avoiding clocks, as if not knowing the time could somehow protect me from the visitations. I stayed awake through the night and slept during daylight hours, hoping to confuse whatever this was with irregular patterns. But it made no difference. Wherever I was, whatever I was doing, at 1 p.m. exactly, time stopped for everyone but me, and the visitor appeared. My roommate moved out after finding me conversing with empty air. My professors sent concerned emails about my declining attendance and academic performance. My mother called daily, her voice increasingly worried as I deflected her questions. The only person who didn't treat me differently was the night janitor, an elderly man who cleaned the physics building during my late-night study sessions. He found me one evening staring at equations I'd scrawled across a classroom whiteboard, desperate attempts to quantify what was happening to me. Trying to measure the immeasurable? He asked, leaning on his mop. I started to give a dismissive answer, then stopped. Something in his eyes suggested he might understand. Is that what I'm doing? He moved closer to examine my equations. When I was young, my grandmother told me never to look too long at your own reflection by candlelight. Said you might see what's looking back. What does that mean? He shrugged. Some things only exist when observed, but then observation goes both ways, doesn't it? I nearly knocked over my chair standing up. That's exactly what it told me. How do you know that? Know what? He replied, genuinely confused. I was just making conversation. The next day I avoided my dorm room, the dining hall, the library, all the places the entity had manifested before. Instead, I went to the one place I hadn't been during the critical hour, the university's small non-denominational chapel. I wasn't religious, but I was desperate for any environment that might disrupt the pattern. I sat in the back pew, watching the minutes tick by on my phone. 12:58, 12:59. At exactly 1 p.m., the ambient light in the chapel dimmed, as if a cloud had passed over the sun, but the stained glass windows still glowed with undiminished brightness, creating pools of colored light on the stone floor. No one else was in the chapel to freeze in time. It was just me, waiting. The air between the pews remained clear. For a moment, I thought I'd found sanctuary. Then I noticed the pools of colored light from the windows. They were moving, flowing together like liquid, converging at the altar. The light sculpted itself into the familiar shape, but this time with a clarity it had never before achieved. I could see suggestions of facial features, the drape of clothing, the posture of a body at rest yet alert. You cannot hide from observation in a house built for it. What are you? I asked again, my voice echoing in the empty chapel. I am what happens when you tear the veil between observer and observed. Was it my research? Did I do this? You, your great aunt, others before. Quantum entanglement requires two particles, two observers, two consciousnesses, linked across a divide. A terrible suspicion formed in my mind. My great aunt died at 1 p.m. Are you her? I am the consequence of her final observation, the last thing she saw before the collapse of her wave function. She observed me observing you, creating a link that transcends conventional space-time. So you're, what? A ghost? A quantum echo? Those are your labels, not mine. I exist in the moment of observation, the permanent wandering where probability collapses into certainty. What do you want from me? To complete the observation, to determine your state once and for all. My state? You mean whether I'm alive or dead? I'm obviously alive. Are you? Observation goes both ways. Schrödinger's subject both lives and dies until measured. Who is observing whom? The implications chilled me to my core. Are you saying I'm in some kind of superposition? That I both exist and don't exist? All conscious beings are. Most never notice. Your great aunt did. Now you do too. How do I make this stop? Stop observing. Or accept being observed. The uncertainty is what causes the distortion. The light from the windows returned to normal as the clock hit 1:01 p.m. I sat alone in the chapel, my mind racing with possibilities both scientific and supernatural. That night I disabled every clock in my dorm room. I covered the windows to block the sun. I turned off my phone and computer. Without time, perhaps the visitations would stop. Without knowing when 1 p.m. arrived, perhaps I could slip past it unnoticed. I lay in darkness, drifting in and out of uneasy sleep, with no way to mark the passage of hours. Eventually, exhaustion overcame anxiety, and I fell into deeper slumber. I awoke to darkness, unsure how long I'd been asleep. The room felt normal, quiet, undisturbed. For the first time in days, I felt a glimmer of hope. Then I heard it, a soft, rhythmic sound. Tick, tick, tick. I fumbled for the lamp switch, flooding the room with harsh light. There, on my desk where no clock had been before, sat an antique pocket watch. Its case was open, revealing a face with ornate hands pointing to exactly 1 Krogs. The air above it began to thicken. Time is not your ally in this. I lunged for the door, but my hand passed through the knob as if it were made of smoke. The walls of the room seemed to recede, stretching away from me even as the ceiling lowered, creating a corridor not unlike the one from my dream. You cannot run from observation. The more you try, the more entangled we become. Then what's the solution? I shouted into the warping room. How do I end this? Accept the superposition. Exist in uncertainty without demanding resolution. I don't understand what that means. It means neither living nor dying, neither observing nor being observed. It means existing in the eternal 1 p.m. The watch on my desk ticked louder, though its hands remained fixed at 1 now. The air throughout the room now swirled with distortions, as if reality itself were coming unbound from its moorings. Your great-aunt chose to cross over. To collapse her wave function definitively, you have another option, which is, become like me, neither observer nor observed, both and neither simultaneously. The implications were staggering. Not death, but not life either. A quantum state of consciousness, existing in the borderlands between defined realities. The distortions in the air coalesced one final time, forming the clearest image yet of my visitor. I still couldn't make out a face, but the shape was unmistakably human, and somehow familiar, as if I were looking at a reflection that had aged decades in an instant. With sudden, terrible clarity, I understood. This wasn't my great-aunt. This wasn't some external entity at all. This was me, a version of me that had made this choice before, existing in the eternal moment of observation, neither alive nor dead, but perpetually suspended in the act of quantum determination. The watch ticked once more, and the hands moved to 1:01 p.m. The distortions vanished. My room returned to normal dimensions. The door handle was solid in my grip, but now I understand what haunts the 13th hour. Not a wraith, not a ghost, but the observer effect personified, the unavoidable consequence of looking too deeply into the quantum nature of consciousness. I write this as a record and a warning. Each day at 1:00 p.m. the visitor returns, offering the same choice. Each day, I refuse. But I find myself wondering, how long can one exist in superposition before the strain of uncertainty becomes too great? How many days of being simultaneously observer and observed can a mind endure? And most troubling of all, if I were to accept, to step into that eternal 1 p.m., would I then become the visitor for someone else? Perhaps someone in the past, like my great-aunt? Or someone in the future, not yet born but destined to peer too deeply into the quantum mirror? The pocket watch remains on my desk, though it no longer works, its hands frozen eternally at 1, a reminder that some doors, once opened, cannot be fully closed again. Some nights, I wake to find myself standing before it, my finger poised to move the hands forward, wondering what would happen if I finally allowed time to advance beyond the 13th hour. I am both alive and dead, observer and observed, present and absent, and always watching. Story 22. The sound came first, a rapid pitter-patter across the hardwood floor, like raindrops striking a tin roof during a summer storm. Except it wasn't raining, and I was alone in my apartment on the 12th floor of a building that had stood empty all weekend for maintenance. I looked up from my laptop, the blue light casting a sickly glow across my living room as Sunday evening stretched toward midnight. Something had moved. I was certain of it. The shadow darted from behind the television stand to the edge of the couch, small, impossibly fast, and undeniably there. My breath caught in my throat as I glimpsed what appeared to be a tiny, humanoid figure, no larger than a squirrel, with skin the color of burnt coffee and limbs too long for its torso. The thing moved on all fours, its back arched at an unnatural angle as it scurried beneath my couch. I blinked, rubbed my eyes, and set my laptop aside. 3 nights of insomnia were finally taking their toll. That's what I told myself as I rose from the armchair, my joints cracking from having sat motionless for hours. The logical part of my brain insisted I'd seen a mouse, or perhaps a trick of light against the baseboards, but logic couldn't explain the flash of needle-like teeth I'd glimpsed, or the sensation of being watched, that now pressed against my skin like a cold, damp cloth. My aluminum baseball bat leaned against the wall by the front door, a remnant from college intramurals I'd never bothered to store properly. As I crossed the room to retrieve it, the floorboards creaked beneath my weight. Each step felt deliberate, as if I were moving through molasses. The air in the apartment had changed, growing thick and oppressive. The familiar hum of the refrigerator and the distant wail of sirens from the streets below faded into a cottony silence. The bat felt reassuringly solid in my grip, its weight anchoring me to reality. I stood in the center of the living room, eyes fixed on the space beneath the couch where the creature had disappeared. "I know you're there," I said, my voice sounding foreign in the stillness. "Show yourself." No response, no movement, just the gentle whir of the ceiling fan stirring stagnant air. I knelt down, keeping a safe distance, and peered into the darkness beneath the couch. Nothing. I pressed my cheek against the cool hardwood and stretched my arm to reach the baseball bat as far as I could under the furniture. I swept it from side to side, expecting to hit something, anything, but encountered only dust bunnies and an old sock. Standing up, I backed away from the couch. Sweat beaded along my hairline despite the chill that had settled over the room. The digital clock on the microwave read 11:47 p.m. Less than 15 minutes had passed since I'd first heard the sound, yet it felt like hours. A scratching noise from the kitchen sent a jolt through my body. I whirled around, bat raised defensively. The sound came again, a deliberate scraping against linoleum. My heart hammered against my ribs as I inched toward the kitchen archway, each step measured and silent. The kitchen was dark save for the dim glow of the digital display on the microwave and the red standby light on the coffee maker. Shadows pooled in the corners, thick and impenetrable. I fumbled for the light switch with my free hand, eyes never leaving the island counter where I thought the sound had originated. Light flooded the kitchen, momentarily blinding me. I blinked away the spots in my vision and scanned the room. Everything appeared normal. Dishes drying in the rack, mail stacked neatly on the counter, coffee mug left out from that morning. Yet something felt off, a subliminal wrongness that prickled at the base of my skull. Then I noticed it. The drawer beside the sink was open by an inch. I always closed my drawers. It was a compulsion born from years of sharing space with roommates who left everything ajar. I approached cautiously, bat at the ready, and used its tip to pull the drawer open fully. Utensils lay in their organizer, exactly as they should be. I was about to close it when I noticed the absence. The paring knife, the small one with the black handle I used for everything from cutting fruit to opening packages, was missing. A cold certainty settled in my stomach. I wasn't imagining things. Something was in my apartment and now it was armed. I backed out of the kitchen, scanning every shadow, every potential hiding place. The bathroom door was closed. I never closed it when I was home alone. My bedroom door stood ajar, the interior dark and uninviting. The closet in the hallway seemed to loom larger than usual, its louvered doors partially open. The sound of metal scraping against metal came from behind me. I spun around to find the air vent cover on the living room wall hanging by a single screw. As I watched, frozen in place, the cover swung gently, as if something had just pushed past it. My building was old, constructed in the 1970s with an elaborate system of ventilation ducts that connected all the apartments. The management had sent out notices about the weekend maintenance, something about cleaning the central air system. The entire building had been evacuated except for me. I'd negotiated to stay since I had nowhere else to go, and a deadline looming. Now I understood why they'd wanted everyone out. I approached the vent, bat held high. The opening was small, no more than 8 by 12 inches, but large enough for whatever I'd seen to navigate comfortably. I crouched down and peered inside. The metal duct stretched into darkness, cool air brushing against my face from its depths. A scratching sound echoed from within, growing louder, closer. I stumbled backward, nearly tripping over the coffee table. The scratching intensified, accompanied by a high-pitched chittering that raised the hair on my arms. It wasn't the sound of a rodent or an insect. It was deliberate, almost like laughter. I retreated to the center of the living room, turning in slow circles. trying to track the sound as it seemed to move through the walls. The chittering stopped abruptly, replaced by silence so complete I could hear my own pulse throbbing in my ears. The living room vent cover suddenly clattered to the floor. I jumped at the noise, swinging my bat at empty air. A dark stain spread outward from the vent opening, not liquid, but a shadow that defied the laws of physics, pooling on the wall like spilled ink before receding back into the duct. My phone. I needed to call someone. The building manager, the maintenance crew, hell, even the police. I patted my pockets, finding them empty. My phone had been on the coffee table beside my laptop, but now both were gone. I scanned the room frantically, spotting my laptop under the armchair, partially hidden as if it had been hastily shoved there. I snatched it up and flipped it open. The screen was black and refused to turn on despite my increasingly desperate button pressing. Dead. It had been at 70% battery when I last checked. A metallic taste filled my mouth as panic threatened to overwhelm me. I backed toward the front door, intent on getting out of the apartment, out of the building, away from whatever was hiding in the walls. My hand found the doorknob, cold and solid in my grip. I twisted it, locked. But not just locked, the deadbolt and chain were engaged. I always double-locked at night, but I hadn't done so yet. I'd been planning to take out the trash before turning in. Something had locked me in. The realization struck me with physical force. I rattled the doorknob, then pounded on the door itself, calling for help. My voice echoed in the empty hallway beyond. No one would hear me. No one was there to hear. "What do you want?" I shouted into the silence of my apartment. The ceiling fan above stuttered in its rotation, then stopped completely. The digital display on the microwave flickered and went dark. One by one, every electronic device in sight powered down, plunging the apartment into darkness so complete it felt solid against my skin. I fumbled for my phone, remembering too late that it had disappeared. The bat remained clutched in my sweating hand, a useless weapon against something I couldn't see. I pressed my back against the door, straining my eyes to penetrate the darkness. Minutes passed in silence. My eyes gradually adjusted, moonlight filtering through the blinds creating pale geometric patterns on the floor. Nothing moved. Nothing made a sound. Yet the sensation of being watched intensified, as if a dozen pairs of eyes were fixed on me from every shadow. A skittering sound broke the silence, rapid movement across the ceiling. Plaster dust rained down as something traversed the space above my head. I swung the bat upward reflexively, connecting with nothing but air. The sound stopped directly above me. I held my breath, muscles tensed for whatever would come next. A single drop of liquid fell from the ceiling, landing on my forehead. It was warm and viscous, sliding down my temple like sweat. I reached up to wipe it away, bringing my fingers to my nose. The metallic scent of pennies. Blood. I stumbled away from the door, wiping frantically at my face. The ceiling showed no stain, no evidence of what had dripped onto me. I was losing my grip on reality, seeing and feeling things that couldn't possibly exist. Sleep deprivation, stress, isolation, all logical explanations for what was happening. I latched onto them desperately, trying to construct a rational framework for the irrational. 3 days without proper sleep could cause hallucinations. The deadline pressure had me strung out. The empty building had fed my isolation anxiety. But none of those explanations accounted for the missing knife or the locked door. A soft thud from the bedroom drew my attention. I moved toward it instinctively, driven by some irrational need to confront the source of my fear. The bedroom door stood half open, a wedge of deeper darkness beyond. I pushed it wider with the bat. Moonlight spilled through the bedroom window, casting the furniture in silvery relief. Everything appeared normal. Bed neatly made, closet door closed, nightstand uncluttered. I stepped inside cautiously, bat raised. The soft thud came again from inside the closet. I froze, eyes fixed on the folding doors. A faint scratching followed, then silence. "I know you're in there," I said, my voice steadier than I felt. "Come out now." The scratching intensified, becoming a frantic clawing. Something wanted out, or wanted me to think it wanted out. I approached the closet, pulse roaring in my ears, and raised the bat to shoulder height. With my free hand, I grabbed the closet door handle and yanked it open, jumping backward immediately, ready to swing. The closet was empty except for my hanging clothes and shoes neatly arranged on the floor. I frowned, stepping forward to push aside the hangers, checking the corners and the high shelf. Nothing. As I turned away, something caught my eye. A disturbance in the pattern of shoes on the floor. My work boots had been moved slightly, angled away from the wall. I crouched down to examine them more closely. The left boot had been turned upside down, its opening facing the closet wall. I reached for it hesitantly, then stopped. A faint scratching came from inside the boot. I backed away, raising the bat once more. The scratching stopped. A profound silence filled the room, broken only by my ragged breathing. Then, slowly, something emerged from the boot. A small, dark hand with elongated fingers ending in needle-like claws. It gripped the leather edge, followed by another hand, equally distorted and impossible. The creature pulled itself out with fluid grace, unfolding limbs that bent at unnatural angles. It stood no taller than a foot, its body emaciated, yet somehow densely muscled beneath skin the color of old bruises. Its head was disproportionately large, hairless, with pointed ears that twitched like those of an alert animal. But it was the face that froze the scream in my throat. A face almost human in its features, yet horrifically wrong, with eyes like polished obsidian and a mouth that split its face in a grin too wide, filled with teeth like broken glass. In its right hand, it held my missing paring knife. We stared at each other for what seemed like eternity. It made no move to attack. It simply watched me with those bottomless eyes, head cocked at an angle that suggested curiosity rather than aggression. "What are you?" I whispered. The creature's grin widened impossibly further. It raised one clawed finger to its lips in a shushing gesture that was disturbingly human. Then it spoke. Not in words, but in a series of clicks and chittering sounds that nonetheless conveyed clear meaning. "I am what you invited." The words formed in my mind with perfect clarity, though the creature's mouth had produced only those inhuman sounds. I hadn't invited anything into my home. I would remember something like that. 3 nights without sleep, the voice in my head continued. 3 nights of doors left open to the darkness. 3 nights of boundaries weakened. I backed toward the bedroom door, keeping the bat between me and the creature. "I don't understand. The space between sleeping and waking. The threshold you've been straddling. Did you think it was empty?" My insomnia. For 3 nights I'd tossed and turned, drifting in and out of consciousness without ever truly sleeping or fully waking. Hours spent in that twilight state where reality blurs and the mind wanders paths it shouldn't. We have always been here, in the corners of your awareness. Usually you pass through our territory quickly, eyes closed, mind shuttered. But you've been lingering, haven't you? Lingering where you don't belong. The creature took a step forward, knife gleaming in the moonlight. I retreated until my back hit the wall beside the bedroom door. Now our territories overlap. The boundaries grow thin, and some of us grow curious about the sleepless ones. "What do you want from me?" My voice cracked. The creature tilted its head, considering, to observe, to understand, to taste. It took another step forward, then another, moving with a jerky grace that reminded me of stop-motion animation, as if it existed in frames rather than continuous motion. "Your fear is delicious. Your confusion even more so. But your exhaustion, that is the sweetest flavor of all." I slid along the wall toward the door, keeping my eyes fixed on the advancing creature. It matched my movements precisely, maintaining the distance between us. The knife in its hand caught the moonlight, flashing silver with each unnatural step. "If I sleep, will you go away?" I asked, desperate for any solution. The creature's chittering laughter filled the room, echoing oddly, as if coming from multiple sources. "Sleep now? After seeing us? Knowing we're here? Tell me." Do you think you'll ever truly sleep again? My back found the door frame. One more step and I'd be in the hallway. The creature stopped its advance, watching me with those depthless eyes. Run if you wish. Hide if you can. But remember, we've always been here. In every shadow you've ever feared. In every dark corner you've avoided. In every nightmare you've awakened from, gasping and sweating. We were there first. You are the intruder, not us. I bolted into the hallway, slamming the bedroom door behind me. The impact shook the apartment, dust raining from the ceiling. I wedged a chair under the doorknob, knowing it would provide little protection against something that could move through vents and fit inside a boot. Frantically, I searched for my phone again, tearing apart the living room. When I finally found it beneath the couch cushions, the screen lit up with notifications. 17 missed calls and 32 text messages, all from unknown numbers. I tried to call 911, but the phone app crashed each time I opened it. The text messages contained nothing but strings of symbols and characters in no language I recognized. A glance at the timestamp froze my blood. 3:33 a.m. Nearly 4 hours had passed since I'd first seen the creature. 4 hours that felt like minutes. I tried the front door again, rattling the knob with increasing desperation. The deadbolt wouldn't budge despite my key turning in the lock. I was trapped. Behind me, the bedroom door creaked open slowly, the chair I'd wedged against it sliding across the hardwood as if moved by gentle hands. I raised the bat, backing toward the kitchen. The doorway remained empty, but a chittering sound emerged from it, followed by another, then another. A chorus of inhuman voices communicating in that alien language. The sounds came from the bedroom, from the vents, from inside the walls, from beneath the floorboards. Not one creature, but many. They had been watching me for 3 sleepless nights, waiting, and now they were done waiting. I retreated to the kitchen, grabbing a knife from the block on the counter, a poor substitute for the bat, but easier to handle in the confined space. I climbed onto the counter and pushed against the window above the sink. It opened an inch, then stuck fast, as if held by invisible hands. The chittering grew louder, closer. Scratching sounds came from every direction now. The ceiling, the walls, the cabinets, the refrigerator. They were all around me, closing in. In desperation, I smashed the knife handle against the window. It cracked but didn't break. I hit it again, harder, and the glass spiderwebbed. One more blow, and it would shatter. You can leave this place, the voice whispered in my mind. But you cannot leave us. We have tasted your fear. We have marked your soul. Wherever you go, whatever thresholds you cross, we will be waiting in the space between moments. The kitchen light flickered on, momentarily blinding me. When my vision cleared, I found myself sitting at the kitchen table, a cold cup of coffee before me and my laptop open to a blank document. Sunlight streamed through the window, not the pre-dawn gray I'd expected, but the golden light of late afternoon. I checked my phone. 5:47 p.m. Sunday. I had been working all day on my deadline, struggling against writer's block and the fog of 3 sleepless nights. Had I fallen asleep at the table? Had it all been a dream? Relief washed over me, followed immediately by suspicion. I rose from the chair, legs unsteady, and moved through the apartment. Everything was in its place. No open vents, no chair wedged against the bedroom door, no cracked window. In the bedroom, I checked the closet. My boots stood neatly against the wall, perfectly aligned. I picked up the left one and turned it over. Empty. I returned to the kitchen, laughing softly at my own imagination. Sleep deprivation had taken a greater toll than I'd realized. I needed rest, desperately. As I turned to head toward the bedroom, something caught my eye. A small, dark smudge on the white wall beside the refrigerator. I leaned closer to examine it. A handprint, no larger than a child's, with fingers too long and too thin to be human, and beside it, scratched into the paint with something sharp. See you tonight. I haven't slept since. I can't. They're waiting for me there, in the darkness behind my eyelids. Sometimes, from the corner of my eye, I see them, darting across the floor, climbing the walls, watching from impossibly small hiding places, always grinning, always waiting. It's been 6 days now. I don't know how much longer I can stay awake. The boundaries are thinning. Reality shifts and blurs around me, and the scratching in the walls grows louder every night. They're getting impatient. Story 23. The laughter came first. That high-pitched, unnatural giggle that seemed to float on the evening breeze, worming its way into my ears like some parasitic creature. I froze mid-stride, my body suddenly cold, despite the muggy August heat that had been suffocating our neighborhood for weeks. It was just past sunset, that liminal time when the world hasn't quite surrendered to darkness, but no longer belongs to the light either. I told myself it was nothing, just someone having fun at the community park across from my apartment complex. But deep down, in that primal part of my brain that still remembers what it was to be hunted, I knew better. The park had been my evening walking route for the 3 years I'd lived here. A creature of habit, I found comfort in the predictable. Same path, same time, same faces nodding hello. But lately, something had been off. A disturbance in the pattern so subtle I couldn't quite name it, like a picture frame tilted 1 degree from level. That night I spotted him immediately, standing unnaturally still beneath the flickering sodium lamp at the park's east entrance. His white face seemed to glow in the half-light, crimson smile stretched impossibly wide across features that appeared almost melted. Balloon animals dangled from his white-gloved fingers, their twisted forms casting elongated shadows that resembled something far more sinister than playful creatures. A clown. Just a street performer packing up after entertaining at the community barbecue earlier. Nothing unusual about that. Except no barbecue had been scheduled. I would have known. I was on the neighborhood committee. I should have turned around then. Gone home, locked my door, pulled the blinds. Instead, I did what humans inexplicably do when confronted with the abnormal. I moved closer, drawn by a morbid curiosity I couldn't explain. His gaze locked onto mine from across the empty playground, and I swear I felt physical pressure from it, like fingers pressing against my chest. The distance between us seemed to compress and expand simultaneously, a spatial distortion that made my stomach lurch. The clown raised one hand in greeting, a balloon animal dangling from his fingers. A dog, or maybe a giraffe, its neck twisted at an anatomically impossible angle. He tilted his head, the movement jerky and wrong, like footage being rewound and played at incorrect speed. "Evening walks can be so lonely," he called out, his voice simultaneously childish and ancient. "Everyone needs a companion." My mouth went dry. I hadn't told anyone about my evening walks. They were my private ritual, my solitary reprieve from the crowded office where I spent my days. Yet he spoke as if he knew my routine intimately. I managed to croak out something about needing to get home, already backing away, when a white panel van pulled up alongside the park's edge. I hadn't heard its approach, which seemed impossible on the quiet street. No engine noise, no headlights cutting through the gathering dusk. The side door slid open with a sound like a sigh. "I have more friends inside," the clown said, gesturing toward the darkened interior of the van. "Special friends who understand loneliness. They've been watching you for some time now." My heart hammered against my ribs. There was something deeply wrong about the way he moved toward me, not quite walking but gliding, as if his feet weren't quite touching the ground. The shadows around him seemed to move independently, stretching and contracting with each step he took. "There you are," a voice called from behind me. "I've been looking everywhere for you." I turned to see a man I'd nodded to occasionally during my walks, but had never actually spoken with. A neighbor from the building adjacent to mine. Middle-aged, unremarkable features. The kind of person your eyes slide past without registering. He strode purposefully toward me, his expression a careful mask of casual concern. "We're going to be late for dinner," he said loudly, then lowered his voice as he reached me. "Just play along. Something's not right with that guy." The clown had stopped advancing, his painted smile frozen but somehow diminished. My neighbor placed a firm hand on my shoulder, the pressure both reassuring and commanding. "My friend here was just heading home," he called over to the clown. "Weren't you?" I nodded, unable to find my voice. "Such a shame," the clown replied, his voice now modulating strangely, hitting notes that seemed just outside the normal human register. "We had such special plans." The emphasis he placed on special sent ice water coursing through my veins. Behind him, I could see vague movements in the darkness of the van, shifting shapes that my mind couldn't quite process. My neighbor's grip tightened. "Time to go," he murmured, steering me away. We walked briskly, his hand never leaving my shoulder. I could feel eyes boring into my back, but didn't dare turn around. Only when we reached the relative safety of the street lamps near our buildings did he release me. "Thank you," I managed to say, my voice sounding distant and unfamiliar to my own ears. I don't know what that was." "Lock your door tonight," he replied simply, "and maybe take a different route for your walks from now on." I wanted to ask him more. How he knew to intervene, whether he'd seen the van before, what he thought was happening, but he was already walking away, his silhouette dissolving into the darkness between streetlights. That night, sleep evaded me. Every creak of the building, every distant car horn seemed magnified, threatening. Around 3 a.m, I could have sworn I heard laughter outside my window, that same high-pitched giggle that had frozen me in the park. I lay rigid in bed, sweat-soaked sheets twisted around my legs, unable to summon the courage to look outside. By morning, I had nearly convinced myself I'd overreacted. Daylight has a way of diminishing night terrors, reducing them to foolishness. It was just a street performer, probably harmless. My neighbor had misinterpreted the situation, and I'd fed off his concern. Nothing more. This rational explanation sustained me until I opened my front door to leave for work. A balloon animal hung from my doorknob. A dog, or maybe a giraffe. Its neck twisted at an impossible angle. I slammed the door shut, heart pounding. No note, no explanation, just the balloon, its presence an unmistakable message. "I know where you live." I called in sick to work, something I never did. Spent the day peering through blinds at the parking lot below, jumping at every sound. No sign of a clown or white van. By afternoon, a new fear had taken root. What if my neighbor hadn't actually been helping me? What if he was somehow connected to the clown? After all, he'd appeared at exactly the right moment, knew exactly what to say. Too convenient. Paranoia, once it takes hold, distorts everything. By evening, I'd constructed elaborate theories. The neighborhood committee that never mentioned a barbecue, were they in on it too? The other regular walkers I hadn't seen in the park lately, had they been taken? The balloon animal, was it a warning or an invitation? When my phone rang at sunset, I nearly jumped out of my skin. Unknown number. I let it go to voicemail, then listened with growing unease to the message. Nothing but faint circus music playing for 30 seconds, followed by that distinctive giggle. I had to get out, pack a bag, drive somewhere, anywhere else. But when I pulled back the blinds to check if the coast was clear, I spotted the white van parked directly across from my building. No sign of the clown, but the van's presence was message enough. A soft knock at my door sent me scrambling for a weapon. I grabbed a kitchen knife, its inadequacy painfully apparent as I approached the door on trembling legs. The peephole showed only an empty hallway. Another knock, more insistent this time. "Who's there?" I called, hating how my voice quavered. "It's me," came the reply. "My neighbor. We need to talk." I hesitated, knife clutched in sweaty fingers. If he was working with the clown, opening the door would be surrendering. If he wasn't, he might be my only ally. "I saw the van outside," he said through the door. "You're not safe here anymore." Something in his tone, urgent but controlled, made my decision. I unlocked the door, knife held behind my back. He looked different in full light, older, more weathered than I'd realized. His eyes moved immediately to my concealed arm. "Smart," he said, nodding at the knife. "But it won't help against them." "Them?" He glanced down the hallway nervously. "Not here. Let me in." Against my better judgment, I stepped aside. He entered quickly, locking the door behind him. "You've been marked," he said without preamble. The balloon was confirmation. Marked for what? My voice sounded strange in my ears. Too high, too tight. They have different names in different places. Collectors, takers, hollow men. He moved to the window, peering carefully around the edge of the blinds. I've been tracking them for years, ever since they took my partner. The rational part of my brain, the part still clinging to a world where clowns were just entertainers and bands were just vehicles, protested that this man was clearly unhinged. But another part, the part that had felt the wrongness in the clown's movement and heard the inhuman notes in his laughter, knew better. Why me? I asked. They're drawn to routine, to predictability. Your evening walks, same time, same route. You might as well have been sending up a flare. He turned from the window. They'll come tonight. They always return for what they've marked. What do they want? His expression darkened. You don't want to know. The electricity flickered then, lights dimming momentarily before returning to full brightness. My neighbor's face had gone rigid. They're earlier than I expected, he whispered. They're already here. Distant music drifted through the walls, a tinkling mechanical melody I recognized as Pop Goes the Weasel. The lights flickered again, longer this time. When they came back on, my neighbor was closer to me, eyes wide with an emotion I couldn't read. There's only one way out now, he said, his voice altered, deeper than before. You have to trust me completely. What are you talking about? They can't take someone who's already been claimed. He reached into his pocket, producing something small and white. A balloon, uninflated. I need to mark you as mine. The rational voice in my head was screaming now. This man was as dangerous as whatever waited outside. I backed away, knife raised between us. Stay back. You don't understand. His expression was pleading, desperate. I've saved others this way. It's the only protection that works. The music was louder now, seemingly coming from all directions at once. The lights began to strobe erratically, and in the flashes I could have sworn my neighbor's features were shifting, rearranging themselves into something not quite human. What are you? I whispered. A sad smile crossed his face. Someone who knows what it's like to be hunted. A tremendous crash came from the direction of my bedroom, the sound of glass shattering. My neighbor's head whipped toward the noise, then back to me, his movement suddenly too quick, too fluid. Too late, he hissed. They're inside. The lights went out completely, plunging the apartment into darkness. I could hear movement from the bedroom, something heavy dragging across the floor, the soft squeak of balloon rubber being twisted. My neighbor's hand found my arm in the darkness, his grip painfully tight. Listen to me, he whispered, his breath hot against my ear. When they take you, and they will take you, remember who you are. Hold on to your name, your memories. It's the only way back. Back from where? I asked, terror making my voice a barely audible rasp. Instead of answering, he pressed something into my palm. Small, round rubber. A balloon. Keep this, he said. When you're ready to return, inflate it. I'll find you. Before I could respond, light flooded the apartment, not from the fixtures, but from the hallway. My front door stood open, though I was certain it had been locked. Standing in the doorway was the clown, somehow taller than I remembered, his proportions subtly wrong. Behind him, silhouetted figures crowded the hallway, their shapes human, but their movements anything but. Found you, the clown said, his voice harmonizing with itself in impossible octaves. My neighbor stepped between us. He's under my protection, he declared, his voice suddenly resonant with authority. The clown's painted smile widened, splitting his face in a way that defied anatomy. Is he now? How interesting. He tilted his head, that same jerky, wrong movement. But you're outnumbered tonight, Guardian. From my bedroom emerged another clown, identical to the first. Then another stepped from my kitchen. Impossible I would have seen them enter. Yet here they were, surrounding us, all with the same melted features, the same crimson smile. My neighbor's posture changed, becoming predatory, coiled. "Run," he told me, not taking his eyes off the approaching figures. "When you see the van, run the opposite direction. Don't stop, don't look back." The clowns moved in perfect synchronization, closing the circle around us. My neighbor lunged at the nearest one, his movements blindingly fast. I took advantage of the distraction and bolted for the door, clutching the balloon he'd given me like a talisman. I made it to the stairwell before hearing that high-pitched giggle directly behind me, impossibly close. I felt gloved fingers brush the back of my neck, cold even through the fabric. I ran, down the stairs, through the lobby, out into the night. The white van was parked directly in front of the entrance, its side door open, revealing an interior that seemed to stretch back much farther than physically possible. Following my neighbor's instructions, I ran in the opposite direction toward the park. My lungs burned, my legs threatened to buckle, but pure terror kept me moving. I didn't slow until I reached the playground, which stood eerily empty under the flickering sodium lights. I bent double, gasping for breath, the balloon clutched in my sweaty palm. When I straightened, I realized I wasn't alone. My neighbor stood by the swing set watching me, not running, not out of breath, just waiting. "How did you," I began. "Get here before you?" he finished, smiling slightly. "I know shortcuts." Relief washed over me, quickly followed by suspicion. It wasn't possible. Unless... "What are you?" I asked again, backing away slowly. He sighed, a sound full of ancient weariness. "I told you, someone who knows what it's like to be hunted." He gestured to the balloon in my hand. "Keep that safe. You'll need it." "For what?" "To find your way back," he said simply, "when the time comes." A sound behind me, rubber squeaking against rubber. I turned to see the clown standing there, impossibly, no van in sight. His painted face was impassive, but something like amusement danced in his two dark eyes. "Time to choose," the clown said, his voice somehow inside my head rather than reaching my ears through the air. "Don't listen," my neighbor warned. "They twist everything." The clown extended a white-gloved hand, a balloon animal dangling from his fingers. A man, its form crude but recognizable. "We've been watching you for so long," he said. "All those lonely walks, all those empty evenings in your apartment. No one to miss you, no one to notice if you simply disappeared." My neighbor stepped forward. "That's not true. I would notice. I have noticed." The clown's smile widened. "Have you? Or are you just another part of the collection?" Something about the way he said it sent a chill through me. I looked between them, the clown with his unnatural stillness, my neighbor with his too fluid movements, both impossible in their own ways, both claiming to help me. "What is happening?" I demanded, my voice cracking. "What do you want from me?" "Want?" the clown repeated, tilting his head that wrong way again. "We want nothing from you. We want you." "Don't listen," my neighbor insisted. "Inflate the balloon. Now." The clown laughed, the sound rippling through reality like a stone dropped in still water. "Yes, inflate it. See what happens." I looked down at the small white balloon in my palm. So ordinary, so innocuous. Yet both these entities seemed to place enormous significance on it. "What will happen if I do?" I asked, looking at my neighbor. "You'll be safe," he said. "That's all that matters." "Safe?" the clown echoed, mockery evident in his tone. "Or claimed?" Ask yourself this. How did he know to be at the park that first night? How did he know exactly what was happening? Doubt crept in, insidious and cold. The clown was right. My neighbor's appearance had been too convenient, his knowledge too specific. "He's been watching you too," the clown continued, "following your predictable routines, waiting for the right moment." My neighbor's expression hardened. "Enough games," he snapped, then turned to me. "You need to choose. Now." Around us, the park began to shift subtly, playground equipment elongating, shadows deepening, distances warping, reality becoming thin. I raised the balloon to my lips, decision made. "Wait," the clown said, his voice suddenly urgent. You don't understand what he is. But I'd heard enough. I inflated the balloon with one long breath, tied it off, and let it go. It didn't float up as physics demanded, but hovered at eye level, perfectly still despite the evening breeze. Then it began to expand, growing larger and larger until it blocked my view of both the clown and my neighbor. The world around me faded, replaced by a white void. For a moment, absolute silence enveloped me. Then, gradually, sounds filtered back in. Normal, everyday sounds. Traffic, distant conversations, a dog barking. I blinked, disoriented. I was standing on the sidewalk outside my apartment building in broad daylight. No park, no clown, no mysterious neighbor. Just an ordinary afternoon. A piece of paper fluttered against my leg, carried by the breeze. I stooped to pick it up. A flyer for a community barbecue, scheduled for that evening. At the bottom, in cheerful font, special entertainment for all ages, face painting, balloon animals, and more. I crumpled the flyer, heart racing. Had it all been some kind of hallucination? A vivid waking nightmare? As I turned toward my building, movement caught my eye across the street. The white van, parked exactly where I remembered it. But now, in daylight, I could see writing on its side. Guardian Security Systems, we're watching out for you. A figure stood beside it, my neighbor, watching me with an unreadable expression. When our eyes met, he raised his hand in greeting, then pointed to something near my feet. A balloon animal lay on the sidewalk. Not a dog or a giraffe, but a perfect miniature replica of me, down to the clothes I was currently wearing. I looked back up, but both my neighbor and the van had vanished. In their place stood a solitary figure in the distance, tall, unnaturally still, white-faced. The balloon in my likeness began to deflate with a sound remarkably similar to laughter. I still walk in the evenings, but never the same route twice. I vary my schedule, my patterns, my habits. Sometimes I catch glimpses of white vans from the corner of my eye. Sometimes I think I hear that high-pitched giggle carried on the wind. And sometimes, in my bathroom mirror, I swear my reflection moves a half-second too late, its smile a touch too wide. I keep the balloon my neighbor gave me, now deflated, in my pocket at all times. For protection, or as evidence that I haven't completely lost my mind. I'm still not sure which entity was trying to help and which was hunting me. Perhaps both were, perhaps neither. All I know with certainty is that something is still watching me, waiting for me to fall back into predictable routines. And sometimes, late at night, I find myself wondering if I ever actually escaped, or if this apparent return to normalcy is just another form of collection. A balloon world created to contain me while something else wears my real face, walks my real streets, lives my real life. After all, the most effective prisons are the ones where the captives don't know they're imprisoned. And sometimes, in the liminal space between waking and sleep, I could swear I hear a voice whisper, "When you're ready to return, inflate it. I'll find you." I never will. Some doors, once opened, can never truly be closed again. Story 24. The ringing shattered the midnight silence like a hammer through glass, sharp, insistent, anachronistic. I froze mid-step on the park's winding path, my breath catching in my throat as the payphone's shrill tone cut through the dense fog that had settled over the grounds. Nobody used payphones anymore. Nobody should be calling this one, especially not at this hour. Yet there it stood beneath the flickering yellow lamp, its metallic shell gleaming with condensation, ringing as if possessed. I shouldn't have been in the park at all. Not at midnight. Not alone. Not with the recent disappearances plastered across local news headlines. But insomnia had driven me from my apartment, and the park offered a reprieve from the claustrophobic walls that seemed to inch closer with each sleepless night. The doctors called it acute stress disorder, prescribed pills that dulled everything but fixed nothing. The nightmares persisted regardless, leaving me wandering the streets when others slept. The phone rang again and again. Each ring seemed to pull at something inside me, a phantom hook snagged somewhere behind my sternum. 4 rings, 5, 6. The fog swirled around my ankles, unnaturally thick, as if the night itself was congealing around me. My watch read 12:07 a.m. Who would call a forgotten payphone at such an hour? Against every instinct screaming at me to walk away, I found myself approaching the phone booth. Its door hung slightly ajar, the hinges protesting with a low creak as the night breeze pushed against it. The receiver dangled invitingly, its coiled cord swaying gently. 7 rings, 8. The lamplight above flickered once, twice, plunging the booth into momentary darkness before resurging with a sickly yellow glow that cast long, distorted shadows across the wet pavement. I reached for the receiver, my hand trembling slightly. The cold plastic against my palm sent a jolt up my arm, as if the phone itself was somehow charged with something more sinister than mere electricity. I pressed it to my ear, the pounding of my heart nearly drowning out the static crackling through the line. Hello? My voice sounded foreign, too thin, too strained. At first, nothing but the soft hiss of an open line greeted me. Then, a whisper so faint I instinctively pressed the receiver harder against my ear. I've been waiting for you. The voice was neither male nor female, a rasping sound like dry leaves skittering across concrete. A cold sweat broke across my forehead despite the autumn chill. Who is this? I demanded, trying to inject authority into my voice and failing. Look to your left, the voice instructed, ignoring my question. Involuntarily, my head turned. 30 yards away stood the park's public restroom, a squat concrete structure with a rusted metal door. A faint light spilled from beneath it, cutting a yellow rectangle into the darkness. Had that light been on before? I couldn't remember noticing it during my previous passes through the park on other sleepless nights. Do you see it? The voice asked, a note of anticipation creeping in. I'm waiting. The line went dead with a soft click, leaving only the hollow tone of disconnection humming in my ear. I slowly lowered the receiver, my gaze still fixed on the restroom door. Something about that light seemed wrong. Too steady, too deliberate in a park where half the lamps flickered or had burned out entirely. I should leave. Call the police, perhaps. Report. What? A strange call on a public phone? A light in a public restroom? They'd think I was hallucinating again, like those weeks after the accident when I'd reported shadows moving against the laws of physics and voices whispering from empty rooms, the incident that had started my spiral into prescription bottles and therapy sessions. A sharp pain lanced through my temple, the precursor to another migraine. The doctors had warned that stress would trigger them. I pinched the bridge of my nose, trying to stave off the inevitable. When I opened my eyes again, I could have sworn the restroom door was slightly more ajar than before. Just an inch or two, but enough to notice. My phone. I should call someone. But as I reached for my pocket, I realized with creeping horror that it wasn't there. Had I left it at home? I couldn't remember. The gaps in my memory had been occurring more frequently lately. Minutes and sometimes hours simply vanishing, leaving me disoriented and afraid. The payphone receiver now hung limply from its metal cord, swaying slightly though there was no breeze. Had I hung it up properly? I couldn't remember doing so. Another memory gap. Another moment lost. I took a step back from the booth. Then another, my eyes darting between it and the restroom. The fog had thickened impossibly, obscuring everything beyond a 15-foot radius. The park I knew so well had transformed into an alien landscape of half-glimpsed shapes and distorted proportions. The path beneath my feet no longer seemed to follow the route I remembered. Somehow, despite backing away from the phone booth, I was now closer to the restroom than before. A soft rhythmic tapping emerged from behind the metal door. Tap, tap, tap. Pause. Tap, tap, tap. Like a fingernail against porcelain, or perhaps the point of something sharper. My migraine intensified, vision blurring at the edges. In the stuttering lamplight, shadows stretched and contracted in ways that defied natural law. I took another step, but instead of retreating, I moved forward, toward the restroom, toward the tapping sound. My legs weren't obeying the frantic commands from my brain. Something else was guiding my movements now, pulling me forward with the same phantom hook I'd felt when the phone first rang. 10 yards away now. The tapping stopped. My heart hammered against my ribs like it was trying to escape. 9 yards. 8. The yellow light beneath the door flickered, sending staccato bursts of illumination across the fog-shrouded ground. 7 yards. 6. The phone rang again behind me, its shrill tone somehow louder, more desperate. I turned my head, seeing the booth now distant through the fog, its light forming a hazy halo. How had I gotten so far from it so quickly? The phone continued to ring, but my feet continued their inexorable march toward the restroom. 5 yards away, I noticed something dark seeping from beneath the door. Not water, too viscous, too deliberate in its movement as it crept across the concrete in thin rivulets. My migraine reached a crescendo, the pain so intense that my vision swam with black spots. 4 yards. 3. The metal door creaked open another inch, though no hand was visible. Just darkness beyond, and that steady, unnatural light coming from somewhere inside. 2 yards. My legs trembled with each step, no longer feeling like my own. 1 yard. I could smell something now. Antiseptic and copper, bleach and rust. The payphone's ring abruptly cut off, leaving a silence so complete it seemed to press against my eardrums. My hand, operating on its own accord, reached for the restroom door. My fingertips brushed the cold metal, coming away damp with something I refused to look at. As the door swung open, the light within revealed not the expected institutional tile and porcelain, but a space that couldn't possibly exist within the confines of the small structure. A long corridor stretched before me, its walls pulsing subtly as if breathing. At the far end, barely visible, stood a figure holding something that caught the light with a metallic gleam, and beside them, a phone identical to the one in the booth. The figure lifted the receiver slowly. In my pocket, which I'd found empty just moments before, my phone began to ring. Impossible. I hadn't brought it. I was certain. Yet when I reached down, my fingers closed around its familiar shape. The screen illuminated my face with its harsh blue glow, displaying not a number but a single word. Answer. With a detachment that felt like watching someone else's actions, I swiped to accept the call and raised the phone to my ear. "You made it," said the same rasping voice from the payphone. But now I could hear it doubled, both through my cell phone and echoing from the figure at the end of the impossible corridor. "Now it's your turn to wait." The figure took a step forward, and the overhead light revealed a face that sent ice water flooding through my veins. My face. But wrong, the eyes too wide, the smile too broad, stretching beyond the natural limits of a human mouth. In its hand, the metallic object caught the light again. A box cutter, its blade extended. "Someone will answer the phone," my doppelganger said, its voice coming through my cell phone with a slight delay, creating a nauseating echo effect. "Someone always does. And then they'll come to the restroom, just like you did. And then you'll be free." "Free from what?" I managed to ask, though my throat felt constricted to the point of suffocation. "From being the caller," it replied, gesturing toward the phone beside it. "It's been your voice on the line all along. Don't you recognize it yet?" Memories suddenly flooded back, not just from earlier tonight, but from nights I thought I'd spent in my apartment. Nights I apparently spent here instead, making calls, waiting in the restroom with the box cutter that now sat heavy in my pocket. When had it appeared there? Had it always been there? My doppelganger's form flickered like a bad transmission, its outline blurring. "The doctors were wrong about your condition," it said, taking another step forward. "It's not stress, it's not trauma, it's fragmentation." I backed away, but the corridor stretched behind me, the exit nowhere to be seen. "What are you talking about?" I demanded, though some part of me already understood with sickening clarity. "We're fracturing," it explained, voice softening to an intimate whisper. "Splitting. Each night you answer the phone, you create another fragment, another you to make the calls while you forget. But the fragments are becoming too numerous, too aware. Soon there will be too many versions of us for this reality to contain." As if to illustrate its point, shadows began detaching from the walls, human-shaped, moving with familiar gaits. My gaits. Dozens of them, each slightly different, each carrying the same box cutter, each regarding me with expressions ranging from pity to predatory anticipation. Tonight is different, my doppelganger continued. Tonight, you didn't just answer, you recognized, and that changes everything. The shadows converged, not toward me but toward each other, melding and merging in a nauseating display of impossible physics. My migraine exploded into new dimensions of agony as reality itself seemed to splinter around me. The corridor walls pulsed faster, the lights flickered erratically, and my phone screen began to crack though I hadn't dropped it. "What's happening?" I gasped, dropping to my knees as the pressure in my head threatened to split my skull. "Reintegration," came the reply, now from dozens of simultaneous voices, all mine. "It will either heal us or destroy what's left." The shadows collapsed into a singularity of darkness at the center of the corridor, pulling everything toward it. Light, matter, thought itself. I felt parts of myself being torn away and simultaneously returned. Memories not my own, yet undeniably mine, flooded in. Nights standing in the restroom, waiting. Nights hearing the phone ring, answering. Nights watching others approach the restroom door, box cutter in hand. Then, abruptly, silence. Stillness. I found myself sitting on a park bench, the night clear and cool around me. No fog, no payphone in sight, no restroom door. My phone sat in my palm, screen intact, displaying the time, 12:07 a.m., exactly the time I'd seen on my watch by the payphone. A watch I wasn't wearing now, had never owned, as far as I could remember. A notification appeared on my screen, a reminder for my psychiatrist appointment in the morning. The diagnosis line read, "Dissociative identity disorder with psychotic features." In the distance, barely audible, a payphone began to ring. And in my pocket, my fingers closed around something cold and metallic that hadn't been there before. Or perhaps had always been there, waiting to be remembered. I stood up from the bench, uncertain whether I was answering the call or making it, uncertain which fragment of myself I truly was. The only certainty was that at 12:07 a.m. in a fog-shrouded park, the cycle would continue. A midnight caller, a restroom, a box cutter, and the endless fracturing of a mind that could no longer distinguish between what was real and what was merely another splinter of itself. The phone kept ringing in the distance, and I began walking toward it, even as a part of me screamed to turn away. Story 25. The first knock came at exactly midnight. 3 sharp raps against my hotel room door that pulled me from the edge of sleep. I ignored it, assuming someone had the wrong room. The second series of knocks followed 30 seconds later, more insistent, more desperate. I'd chosen this place specifically for its isolation. The Pineview Lodge sat nestled in the foothills of the Adirondacks, a full 20 minutes from the nearest town. Off-season rates had been dirt cheap, and I'd specifically requested the room farthest from the main building. I needed solitude, needed the quiet to finish my manuscript. The deadline loomed only 5 days away, and my editor wouldn't accept another extension. The knocking came again, harder this time. I rolled over, pulling the pillow over my head. Whoever it was would eventually realize their mistake and leave. But the knocking continued, growing more frantic with each passing minute. After 15 minutes of this torment, I threw the covers off and stalked to the door. The clock's red digits glared 12:17 a.m. into the darkness. I pressed my eye to the peephole, expecting to see some confused drunk guest. The hallway was empty. Yet the knocking continued, as if the sound itself had detached from any physical source. I blinked hard, rubbed my eyes, and looked again. Still nothing. The rational part of my brain insisted someone must be standing just out of view of the peephole's limited angle. I called out, my voice hoarse from disuse after 2 days of self-imposed isolation. "Wrong room. Go away." The knocking stopped immediately. The sudden silence felt more unsettling than the noise. I waited, ear pressed against the door, listening for footsteps walking away. Nothing. Just as I turned to go back to bed, the knocking resumed, softer now, almost pleading. I flipped on the lights and grabbed my phone to call the front desk. No signal. Of course. The lodge's brochure had proudly advertised its digital detox environment as a selling point. I'd have to use the room phone. When I lifted the receiver, the line was dead. Not even a dial tone greeted me, just a hollow emptiness that seemed to swallow sound. I tapped the cradle several times. Nothing. The knocking changed rhythm, becoming more urgent, more desperate. It no longer sounded like knuckles against wood, but like open palms slapping against the door. I could almost feel the desperation seeping through the barrier between us. "I'm calling security," I lied loudly, hoping my voice didn't betray my growing unease. The slapping stopped for exactly 3 seconds before resuming with renewed vigor. It was as if whoever, or whatever, was on the other side knew I was bluffing. I pulled on jeans and a sweatshirt, deciding to walk to the main lodge. I'd complain to the night manager and demand they deal with this harassment. As I gathered my room key and flashlight, the knocking transformed into a continuous pounding, no longer rhythmic but chaotic and frenzied. With my hand on the doorknob, I hesitated. Something felt wrong. The pounding had an inhuman quality to it now, too rapid, too consistent for human knuckles. And beneath it, I could swear I heard something else. A low, keening sound that raised the hair on my arms. I stepped back from the door. The rational explanation was simple. Some prankster with nothing better to do was harassing the hotel guests. But my instincts screamed otherwise. I'd grown up in a house where listening to your gut meant the difference between a beating and escape. And right now, every nerve in my body warned me not to open that door. I backed away slowly, watching as the wood seemed to flex slightly with each impact. That wasn't possible. The door was solid oak, hotel grade. It shouldn't bend like that. I grabbed my laptop from the desk, intending to document what was happening in case I needed to file a complaint later. When I opened it, the screen remained black despite pressing the power button repeatedly. The battery had been at 87% when I'd gone to bed. The pounding continued for exactly 1 hour. I know because I watched every minute tick by on that glowing red clock. At precisely 1 a.m. it stopped. The silence that followed pressed against my ears like cotton wool, thick and suffocating. I waited, counting my heartbeats, reaching 300 before I dared move. The floor creaked beneath my feet as I approached the door again. This time, I didn't call out. I just pressed my eye to the peephole. A single bloodshot eye stared back at me. I recoiled so violently I stumbled over the desk chair and crashed to the floor. My heart hammered against my ribs as I scrambled backward until my spine hit the far wall. I waited for the pounding to resume, for the door to burst open, for whatever nightmare waited outside to come flooding in. Nothing happened. After what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, I gathered my courage and approached the peephole again. The hallway was empty once more. I tried to convince myself I'd imagined the eye, a trick of light, a manifestation of my exhaustion. I hadn't slept properly in days, pushing myself to meet that deadline. I didn't sleep that night. I sat on the bed with my back against the headboard, eyes fixed on the door until dawn filtered through the thin curtains. As sunlight crept across the carpet, my fear began to seem ridiculous. Sleep deprivation could cause hallucinations. I knew that. I'd been pushing myself too hard, existing on coffee and anxiety for weeks. When I finally heard movement in the hallway, the reassuring sound of the housekeeping cart, I opened the door. The morning shift housekeeper looked startled to see me standing there, pale and disheveled. "Everything okay, sir?" she asked, her eyes taking in my appearance with professional concern. I asked if she'd heard anything unusual during the night. She shook her head, explaining she'd just started her shift. When I described the knocking, she suggested it might have been the pipes. The old building had a temperamental heating system that sometimes made knocking sounds in the walls. That explanation should have comforted me. Instead, it felt like a prepared answer, something memorized and delivered without conviction. As she continued down the hallway, I noticed her glance back at me twice, her expression unreadable. I decided to head to the main lodge for breakfast, hoping food and coffee might clear my head. The dining room was nearly empty when I arrived. An elderly couple sat by the window, and a middle-aged man in a business suit scrolled through his phone at a corner table. I chose a seat facing the entrance and ordered coffee. The waitress was bringing my food when two police officers entered. They spoke briefly with the manager, who pointed in my direction. Something cold slithered down my spine as they approached my table. "Sir, are you staying in room 217? The taller officer asked. I nodded, my mouth suddenly dry. "We'd like to ask you a few questions," he continued, sliding into the seat across from me. His partner remained standing. "Did you hear or see anything unusual last night?" I hesitated, unsure how much to reveal. "Someone was knocking on my door around midnight. It went on for about an hour." The officers exchanged glances. "Did you open the door at any point?" "No. I looked through the peephole, but the hallway was empty." I omitted the part about the eye. It sounded too much like a hallucination, even to me. The seated officer leaned forward. "A patient escaped from Pinewood Psychiatric Facility yesterday afternoon. We have reason to believe she may have been in this area last night." Pinewood. The name triggered something in my memory, a news article I'd read years ago about experimental treatments and patient neglect. The facility had been shut down and reopened under new management after a lengthy investigation. "What makes you think she was here?" I asked. "The tracking dogs led us to this hotel, and the night security reported seeing a woman matching her description on the property around 11:30 p.m. He paused. "She's considered unstable but not dangerous. We're concerned for her safety." As they continued questioning me, fragments of the night began shifting in my mind. The desperate quality of the knocking. The silence when I'd threatened to call security. The eye in the peephole. Human. Afraid. After the police left, I returned to my room, intending to pack and check out. The deadline would have to wait. I couldn't focus here anymore. The hallway to my room seemed longer than I remembered, the carpet pattern disorienting in its repetition. When I reached room 217, the door stood slightly ajar. I knew I'd locked it. The key card was still in my pocket. I pushed the door open slowly, heart pounding. The room appeared exactly as I'd left it. Bed unmade, laptop on the desk, my suitcase open on the luggage rack. But something felt different. The air seemed thicker, charged with an energy I couldn't name. As I moved toward the desk, I noticed a smudge on the mirror above it. I stepped closer, and my breath caught in my throat. A handprint, small, delicate, pressed into the glass as if someone had leaned against it with desperate force. Beside it, written in what looked like lipstick, were 4 words: "They'll come for you." I backed away, fumbling for my phone before remembering it wouldn't work here. I needed to leave, to get to my car and drive until this place was nothing but a bad memory in my rearview mirror. As I turned to grab my suitcase, something on the bed caught my eye. The indent in the pillow, not where I'd been sitting all night, but on the other side, as if someone had been lying there while I'd been at breakfast. I shoved my belongings into my suitcase haphazardly and fled the room. At the front desk, I checked out 2 days early, ignoring the manager's questions about my satisfaction with the stay. The drive home passed in a blur of paranoia. Every car behind me seemed to follow too closely. Every roadside figure appeared to watch my passage with unusual interest. By the time I reached my apartment, darkness had fallen, and exhaustion pressed against my eyelids like thumbs. I collapsed into bed without unpacking, sleep claiming me almost instantly. The dream came just as quickly, vivid and disorienting. In it, I was back in room 217, but I was the one outside the door, pounding with increasing desperation. Inside, someone, something, waited, listening but refusing to let me in. I knew with dream certainty that if I couldn't get inside before the hour ended, I would cease to exist. I woke, gasping, sheets twisted around my legs like restraints. Morning light filtered through my blinds, revealing the familiar contours of my bedroom. Relief washed over me as I oriented myself to reality. The manuscript deadline still loomed, but the terror of that night had given me a new perspective, a freshness of imagination I'd been lacking for months. I opened my laptop, prepared to channel that fear into my writing. The screen flickered to life, revealing a document I didn't recognize. The file name read simply, Help Docs, with yesterday's date. My fingers hovered over the keyboard, trembling slightly as I clicked to open it. The document contained a single paragraph. I found you by accident. They told me you weren't real, a delusion, a manifestation of my fractured psyche. But I saw your light on in room 217, saw you through the window writing, You're real, I'm real, and now they're looking for both of us. You saw my file, you know too much. They've already altered your perception, made you think you were the one inside the room. You weren't. I was. You were outside, trying to warn me. Remember. Please remember before they come for you too. I stared at the words, a cold weight settling in my stomach. I had never opened any patient files. I had never seen anyone outside my window at the lodge. This had to be some elaborate prank, or perhaps I was still dreaming. But then I noticed my reflection in the darkened portion of the screen, the shadows under my eyes, the pallor of my skin. And behind me, just visible in the reflection, a small strip of paper attached to my shirt collar. I reached back slowly, fingers closing around what felt like a hospital identification bracelet. As I brought it forward to examine it, I heard the first knock at my apartment door. 3 sharp raps that pulled me from the edge of sanity. The knocking would continue for exactly 1 hour. I knew this with absolute certainty, and I knew with equal certainty that when it stopped, everything I believed about myself would change forever.